What?
You won't pull yourself.
What the Shelly? Hey, show me
You
yours.
know what it is.
Show me yours.
You're used to it.
Oh my god.
You look the same.
Yeah.
I look disgusted.
Same face
I'm
in
kind of
defeat.
scared, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, my facial expressions go
Some
all the
statements
way.
have been spooky here this week. Let's queue up the first one because Nuke commits to the bit and goes monkey mode on Summoner's Rift. Bit of a recap here. A lot of banter between him and Poby last week ahead of their game. And he committed to the bit. He's now new monkey on Summoner's Rift. So is that an L or is that a dub in chat?
I mean, for sure it feels at first like an L, right? He tries to crash off the new player from the LEC, and then he ends up getting completely stomped. But then it's kind of a W because he goes through with it, and he just kind of takes it on the chin. And I played with him in solo queue and he completely carried me. W for me.
Yeah, that's an L for me. It's just, you pick up on the new kid and it backfires miserably, you kind of need to deserve it. So it's an L in my book.
It's an L
Nuke.
here? All right. The next one is Zef in an interview with Ilias Marshud. He said that G2 and KC, I don't see any other teams for now. Are these the only teams that should be acknowledged in the league? Is that a dub or is that an L?
Maybe
G2
yesterday
and
I'd
KC.
say L, but after Fnatic, ooh, that's a W, I think.
All right.
For me.
Yeah, he's not wrong. That's a W for me.
MKoi!
Well,
Not for now, maybe.
okay, so it's a W in the sense that I feel like they're doing the mind games thing again, as usual.
Okay,
So.
all right. The next one we have
But
comes...
it's G2, like,
Yeah?
G2, KC, and MKoi, no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they count themselves in.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just
so-
wanted to have your take on like if they're on top
otherwise
3
I don't
as well. A former Fnatic player actually
Steven.
had some strong words yesterday. I want to say that
He
this
said
was
before the game,
it was
honestly.
before
It
the
was
game.
before.
It was at the beginning of the game. That aged like milk.
For me, that's a big W. That's the most W cope I have ever seen, you know? It's just you're invoking unreal levels of cope to try and win against G2, and it just backfires miserably, you know? But it's still nice try.
I think that's L for me, bro. That's too much plays. Like, how can you say Poby Zorks? So Poby Zorks?
Okay, that's an L. That's an L. Poby Zorg, it just doesn't work.
All right.
They
And
don't have that synergy.
another person who might have gotten an L yesterday is Yonkas, but the hype
W Foundation, the
and the
studio is still
despair.
standing, yeah?
Yeah. No, for me it's the mental crumble that you can actually see happening on the screen. I call that a W.
I mean, for me, it was a
For
W.
content.
Hearing Janko screaming while you were casting, that's a
You were
W.
there, yeah.
Yeah, that was a W.
That's a W.
All right.
Oh, goodness.
Next one we have also comes from MKoi, and he says, Melzet, the LEC is a 4-team competition. Kind of following up on what Zef said as well.
I feel like I have to say the opposite now because I said that was W, so now I have to say this L. I mean, just Fnatic
Fnatic,
was really
no.
disappointing. Maybe G2 is just that good. It's kind of hard to say, right? With the format, we haven't seen them up against the other top teams, but I don't know, Fnatic is hard to...
Yeah, I mean, it hits the nail on the head because I feel like it's still, like, for me, it's a W because I think he is right, but at the same time, it's a little bit of an L because I would want, you know, more teams to break into that top 4 and make it a little bit more exciting.
Yeah.
Do we count them out after what happened yesterday?
We don't count them out.
You never count Fnatic
Still.
out.
Yeah.
Out.
Off the Rift for now
You
until
can
next
also
week.
maybe never trust them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's the thing. Past regular season, but we'll see that. We won't see them actually again this split. They've played all their games. About Vitality, they smashed Navi yesterday, and they did it with confidence. So you may be wondering, during a game like this, they should be locked in. They should be the communication should be crisp, right? Let's take a listen.
And over the wall, I'm MJ in his prime. I wasted my nights, you turned down the lights. I'm stuck in that time. I'm out of people trying to go.
That's a W.
That's
That's
a
a
mega
mega
game.
dub.
So boring
That's
for
an
the
L.
fans to speed
He
it up.
sings even worse than me.
Let's go, let's
Yeah,
go.
you're really bad.
Bomba, 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 boom.
Singing in
Rice.
game is W.
Michael Jordan.
Okay,
Rise
so
no
W
flash.
sound effects,
Rise no
W
flash,
sound
rise no
effects from
flash.
Karzi.
I go, bro, I go, bro.
You've ever had communication like this?
Michael Jordan, look,
Or
look.
is it just like a
Had
full
something like
Karzi
this.
in your team level?
I don't think anything on Karzi level. I don't think I've actually.
Please let me. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
actually, no, I've had something
Yeah,
similar
I
to
think we
Karzi.
should
All
end, no?
right.
It's kind
Oh
of
no,
boring.
you coach the rats, other rats like this.
Oh, depends on our days. On the good days,
Alright.
you know, everyone's jolly a little bit. He reminds me of Kasing a bit. Karzi has this Kasing vibes where when I was playing with him, he was always super jolly and screaming a lot.
Really?
But honestly, no one gets to the Karzi's levels. Like, yeah, you know.
Depends on the mood. They were winning. They were smashing Navi. Maybe it's gonna be like this today as well. We'll see that later. But for now, Wadid gave heads up that Faker is watching LEC. Maybe a weak watch right now. Is that a good thing?
That's a W. That's a W for LEC. W
That's not
for
a
us.
W for him though. The
Hey,
unspeakable
hey.
things that he must have seen.
I mean, I don't know. He watched it for entertainment. Maybe he learns a thing or two. I mean, he's watching Poby cheering him on. I mean,
if we're not a great league, you know, it's late night in Korea, I think. I hope.
It is, yeah,
It's
it's
late
late
night in
night.
Korea, long day at work, you know, you gotta put your feet up on the table, and even the Go needs to watch, you know, a little comedy show.
Who do you think he's watching? Because you were saying Poby, of course, former
yeah, so
teammate.
he's watching Fanatic. He's probably watching KC. I would
Yeah.
think he's trying to like watch the top 4 and think about them. I'd be surprised if he's tuning into Vitality versus Navi.
Well,
I mean,
Faker.
maybe,
Come on, don't be like that.
I mean, I
If
don't
you're
know.
with us right now, please let us know. We appreciate you. See you at Worlds. The last one is from Skewmond, who tweeted after the series yesterday, LeBron James superior to Poby Bryant.
Hey,
and I
Poby Bryant
love
goes
the
hard.
pun. I love
Poby
the
Bryant
pun.
goes
Brand
hard.
is good.
Yeah.
I really want to see Poby playing Sigs and then Poby.
Oh, good one. Good
That's
one.
actually a really
Double
good one.
W
W,
Jack.
W.
W Jack.
Double W. Yeah, our players are smashing it on and off the rift.
But
I love it.
about off the rift,
Yeah.
there's something happening with Niski over there. What's happening over
Okay,
there?
I'm so happy you mentioned it. Hold on. Because I've been investigating and I have something.
Okay.
Wait. Are you okay?
Yeah, hold on. I'm coming.
What's she doing?
I mean, I don't know. It's just the Vladdy Niski is just a sub. No, it's not that.
No,
Oh.
hear me out. Because, okay,
Okay, hold up.
I've been investigating because I cannot make sense for the whole thing that this Niski Vladdy situation has been. So, beginning of the split, we find out that Niski is joining in KC as a sub. Cool, maybe they have a master plan, maybe they have something in mind. Kalist goes on L'Equipe to an interview saying that it is gonna be a 6-man roster. Vladdy and Niski are gonna fight for their spot. So we expect a bit of fire here and there. But then, this is where the plot thickens, because Vladdy goes on interview with us, great feed Dracos by the way, I love that on week 1, saying that Niski is not doing anything, not even helping him. I'm starting to get confused here, right? Rhea goes on PGL afterwards and tells us that actually Niski is here to coach a bit Vladdy and help him get better at the game. So I'm like, what is this? What is going on? And this is where I started seeing a conspiration here. This is where I think we've been misled, because last week, Vladdy, outrage on social media, on his stream, loses it completely. And I'm thinking this has to be staged. They have to be aiming for something, because right now KC is leading, but KC is about to play Vitality. And now, if you're not familiar with the rivalry in France, KC and Vitality don't really go together, and KC will take every chance they can to take Vitality to the ground. We've been seeing Niski as a water boy, but I don't think that's what he is. I think Niski is a double agent sent from KC, joined Vitality, gathered info so that they can smash them today. That's the only thing I see here.
I mean,
That's the only thing that makes sense with
I
this
see
whole move.
something. I see a dysfunctional KC that's going up against a Vitality that looked fantastic.
And look what I found today.
What is this?
Niski sneaked in to the Vitality coaching room
Well, this changes everything.
and was gathering all the
Clips,
strategy he can for his team.
Complete spy behavior, complete rat behavior.
I don't think KC is on the verge of collapse here. I think this was a well-thought plan from KC to begin with, to bring Niski as a spy. Look at him. Look at this rat.
W,
It has to make sense.
W Niski, W Spy. He was there all along to just bait us, thinking about, oh yeah, Carmine Corp, they have all of this drama, they're gonna destabilize, but in reality, he's here to just, you know, at the end, you know, it's the meme with like nothing personal kills.
And this
you
is
know,
why I think
that's what's happening.
Vitality stand no chance today, because
Okay.
they think KC is collapsing. They have them here.
But Vitality is
gonna happen?
used to this. They already had Niski sabotaging for a whole split. They're not going to get caught off guard now. Come on, they looked fantastic against Na'Vi, and Na'Vi that struggled so much, or an MKOI that struggled so much against Na'Vi,
Yeah.
while Vitality just smashed them.
Jack,
Carsey's back. It's beautiful.
You've been coping all
L-cope.
splits, and it started
L-cope.
in week 1. I brought the receipt. Week 1, you said.
Why'd you say
A real hot take is Vitality will be top 4, and not just in their group, in general. They upgraded on support, now they have a real support, will enable Carsey to play the game. Naknako has been brilliant, Chayek has been brilliant. The plan, the 3-year plan is coming together.
We're
How hot is
swimming in
that?
delusion here.
So,
W.
yeah?
W
Do you
3-year
still
plan,
believe it?
W Vitality. They're going to smash it.
Okay, but enough about Vitality. I want to talk a little bit about KC because, well, we're talking about Vitality.
No, talk me through why you think they're good, actually. Has it been enough?
I mean, I think Vitality, they smashed Navi so damn hard. It was nearly a perfect game, that game 2. It just didn't look close. While normally you'd say, like, Navi is really bad, but when they actually played against MKOI, they looked really good. So I actually take a lot from this win and just think that Vitality has so much confidence.
Yesterday you were saying that it was Nako and Nako only. Do we think it's a bit more now?
Well, it's a little bit more. Yonkas, I think he had a deadless, really good game yesterday into Navi. So I do have signs of life, or I do have a little bit more hope. But talking about hope, I do want to talk about someone who I feel like elevated his champion pool a lot more. And I do think that he is pretty much, for me, a standout because it shows a lot of this growth. Because looking at Targamas, we always saw him as this enchanter player. Back in spring, it felt like we were seeing Targamas at his lowest in terms of comfort zone. He had to play a lot of these melee champions, you know, the Rel, the Alistar, they were staples in the meta. And now I feel like going into Summer Split, what's happening, he's transitioning more into the Enchantress, ranged supports top lane, because I'm always around there. We saw Nautilus one time, but at the same time, we did see a lot of the Lulu and a lot of the Nico, and I feel like these are his best champions so far. So walking into today and for the rest of the split as well, I am expecting Targamas to level up massively because that's where the meta on support is heading. The
Lulu or the Lulu, we'll find out about that later. But I caught up with Targamas actually ahead of the series in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
W.
Dub. Targo, merci beaucoup. We were just discussing your champion pool and how much we feel like it evolved throughout summer from melee champions to ranged champion god. What happened to you?
I mean, I feel like I always was playing those kind of champions before, like I would say years ago, right? But I don't know why this year. I think in winter, it was kind of like the label on me that we're losing every game on range support. I'm not sure why. I think it was just unlucky, honestly. Because I used to always play it, right? But I think specifically, like right now, I feel more confident on the Nico compared to spring, where I was maybe a bit late on pinging it. I mean, I was playing it, but I was not like sure if it was good or not, right? But now I feel, for sure, more confident on it.
All right. I'm glad you mentioned Nico because busted champion, or you're just that good on it? The impact you had the previous game was just insane.
I think it's really OP. Like, I mean, I think it's very easy to get good engage, right? Because you have so much tools. Like when you have flash, when you have proto belts, like it's for sure like the easiest support to get like a flashy engage on, like on 4 or 5 people. But of course, you need to be still creative with like the passive as well. There's a lot of usage. And the flanks as well. I think it's something that's maybe I was doing a bit less in the team before because we already have like Kana that always flanks, so it's not easy to. You can't really have always like 3 people on flank. But yeah, we are trying different stuff.
Thinking about KC and what is next to come, if you guys win today against Vitality, you lock in first. We keep on hearing on social media and everywhere that you guys are one best of 5 away from locking well. So how are you managing expectations, actually making sure that you don't get carried away? Because one best of 5 is super close, but yet so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I think it was also similar in spring, where it was not one best of 5, but 2 best of 5 to qualify to MSI. And we, in the end, we never really, like, we didn't make it, right? So for sure, we don't want to have the same thing happen again, where we are like in touching distance of qualifying, and then we just fall short at the end. So yeah, we're just gonna make sure this time we actually qualify.
All right. So focusing a bit on today, one player that you have to be careful about in Vitality.
I mean, I think Nako is probably the highlight for Vitality. Like at least in spring, it looks like he was always very stable in the game compared to his team. And yeah, I think mostly him.
All right, eyes on Nak. Let's see how it goes. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
Time to see if the flawless group awaits KC as their last series of the LEC summer lies ahead. On the other side, Vitality, who we finally got to see again yesterday. They got back-to-back days, they got back-to-back games, and after their win against Navi yesterday, they're in a pretty good spot. Daka,
They looked pretty good yesterday. I really liked how they kind of played around lane space, looking for plays on side lanes, getting those leads going for themselves, and we'll have to see now if they can do it against KC, because KC are a very different beast.
Oh yeah.
Definitely a step up, and honestly, I think the big talking point for me is going to be this top side. Like, Kana versus Nakanako is such an insane matchup to keep our eyes on.
One of them wears a towel under the desk while he's playing. I just noticed Nakanako, he's got his own branded towel, but not just that. Wait, Fletchy's got one as well. But I truly wonder if it's got his own name on it, because we saw it in the header yesterday in the intro of Vitality coming back to the LEC. And it's just such random merch. It's also just random that it's still, it's like a jacket. They're just wearing it on stage as well. Must be cold up there. I do want my own towel. I'd love my towel to say Kazi on it though. After the noise we've heard, I think I feel very encouraged by Kazi at the moment.
I was feeling Lince's vibes when he was singing along. I was like,
I dragi gledalci, evo nas nazad. Još jedan dan, još jedan lec, a danas iskreno čeka nas lagana žurkica. Čeka nas jako dobar LOL. U game broj 1, a u game broj 2 nas čeka 40 minuta gaženja G2-a, pošto je G2 našao svoj vibe opet. Zovemo Raleta, spremamo se za dan prenosa. I ajmo da imamo šta će biti u samom draftu.
Halo, halo, da li se čujemo?
Halo, halo, kolega, veliki pozdrav.
Pa desi.
Evo me, chillujem jako, moram priznati.
Mi smo u draftu i mogu da mi daš stream, s obzirom da znaš da imam problem sa njihovim feedom, nešto, to jest ne s njihovim legit streamom koji meni ne radi.
Ne znam iskreno zašto, ali evo ti svakako...
Ovo je 2-0, jel' tako chat?
Ovo je 2-1, sljedeće je 2-0.
What do you mean, zašto?
Vitality juče, znaš kako je stompovo, dva gejma. Crash, ali G2 Fanatic. Jo, juče je derbi bio inače.
Čekaj, izvini, moram podelim nešto s tobom, pogledaj chat. Mislim, ti vjerojatno ovo znaš, ali meni je sad uhvatilo vrlo off guard da bi upalio stream.
Ne, nisam video to iskreno. Ali dobro, daj ti YouTube ono što želiš da vidiš, ne znam šta ti kažeš. Čekaj kako ja ukucam isto. Ja se kod mene prvo ja pojavim, a onda ima treći link je Bollywood China Movies indijski film.
Indijski film.
Da, full Bollywood, evo brat na motoru, bleji, neki likovi s brčićima. Sad moram ja tebi da pokažem. Da vidiš ti taj indijski gas.
Molim te, treba.
Pogledaj dole indijski gas.
Gas. To je priča. Kaži mi šta je bilo juče derbiju.
Jao, znači G2 je ugazio Fanatic, znači ono je bilo kod da su igrali protiv Navija. Mi se smo Marija završili za 3 sata, slagaću te, 2-0 je bio stomp. Znači, da, 3 sata i 30 minuta je trajao let, ceo. To je sa intervjuom posle i sve, da. I 15 minuta sam ranije upalio. Da, znači 3 sata je trajao ukupno program, 15 minuta pre, 15 minuta posle i ostavio stream.
To je rekord.
Da, stomp je bio. Mislim, prvi game je bio Vitality Navi, drugi Fanatic G2, tako da realno... Bio je Stompić, onda sam ušao u LoL, odigrao 3 gejma i zažalio što sam ušao u LoL i onda sam igrao TFT, tako da bilo mi je interesantno juče. Juče, fun fact...
Vidio sam story da si ušao u LoL i teo sam da te smaram, zato što nisam bio zadovoljan time što igraš bez mene, ali dobro, ne vez.
Znaš ti, prvi game juče, uđemo u game, protivnički boten je bio 3.25 i pobedili su game.
Ozbiljno.
Da, jer je samo moj Pike igrao. Na topu sam imao Ivern OTP-a koji je buildo Botrk Iverna i Nashor Stut i Grifovo je. Na midu sam imao na Fury OTP-a koji je otišao 2.10 i jungler mi ruke nimao. Ja bio 12-0.
Ja nisam znao da to može.
12-0 sam bio, na kraju 16-4, izgubio sam game. I od tad mi se nije igrao LoL, iskreno, ali kao i da odigram još game 2 da ispoštujem. Drugi game sam izgubio, isto je bila neka kritična situacija i treći game ne znam kako sam dobio. I onda sam otišao na TFT, bio sam treći, prvi i jako sam se zabavio, tako da...
Verujem da si Yeti Prodigy.
Da, to je sad, to sam ja sad.
A šta nas našao u draftu? Opa, Ambesa. Zanimljivo.
Pikaju dosta midgema, ali je meta se malo razvukla na tipa 32-3 minuta gameove, gdje se ne događa ništa opet malkice, ali su bar pikovi takvi da ne idemo u 70. minut. Tako da sam nekako okej sa tim.
Odlično. Vidjet ćemo da li će da budu jednako dobri sa ovim mid-game kompovima i da zapravo završavaju meč onda kada je nama potrebno da završe po standardima kompozicije, mislim. A ja sam tu za sekundu.
Sve lagano. Skarner ban. No što mi nije jasno, to ću Raletu reći, pošto mu nisam rekao vezano za draft. A to jeste sam Nautilus i koliko je on bio impactful i koliko mi je čudno što ovdje u stvari nije pikovan. Nisam siguran šta se tu dogodilo, iskreno. Aleksa, Aleksa je doca. Aleksa je doca. Nazdravlje, Klaro.
Nazdravlje, Klaro.
Kažu ti, Rale, nazdravlje. Da, ovo je... Smanjio sam gain na mikrofonu, ali... nekad prođu zvukovi svako, nije strašno.
Nema veze.
I da, šta sam teo ti kažem sad kad se vratio?
Da, izvini, morao sam odmah da ustanem na samo kratko kažem sad.
Sve okej, Nautilus se strašno probio u meti.
Na kojoj, mislim kao, na osnovu čega?
Na osnovu toga da je dobio buffove i radi kao jungler.
Jao, da. A čekaj, su igrali u džungli? Jesmo na live patchu?
Na live patchu smo, samo što je bio permabanovan.
Ozbiljno?
Da.
Evo ga opet banovan, vidi ga.
Da. I jedan game kad je bio pikovan, bilo je... bio je nažalost na supportu flexovan. Što su ga pikali kao flex, pa su ga samo ubacili supporta.
Zanimljivo. Ok, ja želim onda da vidim na auto jungle, to mi je želja.
It's just the problem with Rakan is that you kind of want something that enables him to dive into the backline. Something that can't play frontline is the Poppy in that sort of situation where you jump to Poppy then go for the all-in, but it's less ideal than say something.
Dobro, ovaj draft izgleda dosta dobro.
Obećava, mislim, opet kad pogledaš obe ekipe, meni se više sviđa draft Vitalitija, iskreno, ali oba drafta su dobra. Samo kao subjektivan osjećaj, malo direktnije, linearnije mi je šta ima Vitality.
Mene malo počne nervira Rumble koji baš uvek ima high prio i uvek je ista priča i uvek po istom principu radi i tako me počne da me frustrira već. Nekako, nemam pojma, gubi mi point da jednog heroja baš jako ne mogu nikako da izbace iz meta. To mi je neverovatno. Ali dobro, šta da se radi. Naučit ćemo vremenom i zašto i kako dolazi do toga. Mi ćemo svakako uskoro ući u sam game, da vidimo da li su ovi opasni momci spremni da nam prirede zanimljivu partiju ili ćemo gledamo nešto mega dosadno. Deluje kao da ima potencijal. Deluje kao da ima nade za nas.
Vidjet ćemo, neko se nadamo će bude, ako ništa, bar eksplozivno i agresivno. Obe ove ekipe bi trebale prođu bez problema, tako da mislim da tu nema nešto preterano problema. Na samom dnu Navi by far užasni su. Nakon toga, da, BDS, SK su također na dnu. Dve ekipe ispadaju odmah, a druge LOS dve ekipe u grupi, to jest predzadnje ekipe, igraju cross match, koji ispada, što je to dosta interesantno.
Imaju kao, kako se to kaže, to je kao play-in, zapravo se to zove za play-off. To ima u Euroligi, recimo, od 10. do 6. Igraju da od 4-2 prođu u play-off i to se zove play-in.
Da, recimo, eto, da je to tako. Mislim da je playoff.
Što bi naši komentatori rekli, doigravanje. Idu u doigravanje. I dalje gledamo Taliju, i dalje gledamo Azir, i dalje gledamo Jin, i dalje gledamo Poppy. Bože, koliko će, znači, ako World's Patch ne bude neki banger da nam izbaci, ne treba čak da nam izbaci, daj samo da nas silu ubaci. Znaš kako onako volili svi da dobije buff i Varus da dobije nerf pred World's Patch, čisto iz gasa.
Vidi, Varusa će igrati na Worldsu da izbrišu heroja, oni će ga izmisliti opet.
Ja mislim, ja sam ubeđen čak i da mu oduzmu magiju, da ima 3 magije. Kao nema više Varus double.
Verovatno bi igran svejedno. Znamo da je Varus veliki favorit svim Worlds igračima i coachevima, tako da...
Zato što je ultimativan heroj. Objašnjavao sam, ali neću o tome, da se ne posveđamo ja i Miloš, kad kaže kako nije najbolje dizajniran heroj ikada.
Misliš kad kažem istinu, fair, razumem te skroz.
Od 160 heroja Varus je top 3.
Top 3 je strelaca, slažem se. Zajedno sa Ashe i sa...
Dobro, izgubio sam, ne, ja sam izgubio tu debatu na Reign of Arrows. Tu sam bio gotov, na opening ability za bilo koji RPG, tu sam izgubio debatu.
To je true.
Predobro moj kolega. Kaži mi kako si ti ovako, ja imam ozbiljnu upalu nogu dok je ovaj dosadan early game, zanima me, ja sam sad radio bio, pošto sad kad radim 2 puta noge nedeljno, nekad ono u 3-4 dana, jel tu radim 2 puta noge i sad upala drugog puta rađenja nogu mi je opasna.
Ja sam dosta lagan, našao sam neke nove, znaš ono mene kako počinje svaka moja česta, našao sam neke nove proteinske stvari u radnji.
Moraš da doneseš na posao.
Našao sam, pa dobro moram da odem da kupim još, neću pojesti do srede, ali sam našao proteinske gumene bombone, ali nov ukus.
One demove.
Da, ali sad nov ukus. Znači, bolje su nego one druge 10 puta.
Okej, to zapravo sljedeći put, pa dobro imam ja blizu da kupim, moram da probam to. To mi je bilo interesantno jer ja baš volim gumene bombone.
I našao sam...
Radi fleške bre.
Znaš šta je Fruit Loops? Neće, fajn su.
Ne, šta je Fruit Loops?
Ne znaš šta je Fruit Loops. Kao cereal.
Da, ali zašto su Fruit Loops ako su...
Zato što su kao od voća i okrugle su. Pa ovo je kao Fruit Loops, samo je čokoladno i... Pa da, ali ovo je čokoladni loops. Bukvalno se zove protein loops. Isto ima mleko i jedeš, ima insane statove, ja sam napravio sebi jednu porciju i fazon je 170-17. Mislim insane za to, zašto je to kao smeće da se jede generalno.
To je kao one moje isto, to su slični brojevi kao one proteinske granole.
Pa recimo da.
Mislim da oni imaju malo lošije brojeve od toga.
Da, ovo ti je 10-1 odnos, to je ono meni zlatni rešio je, tako da...
Da, mislim, ne, taj rešio je odličan. Meni se to dosta dopada. Ja bih volao da, mislim, ja čak i sad ako sam na bulku i ako dobijem kilažu kao besan, to nisam na bulku, sad sam na kao nekom game tensu, ali očigledno imam genetiku za dobijanje kilaže, a inače cheat je, moram da podelim sa tobom, da si potpuno u pravu da stomak izgleda isto, a broj na vagi se povećava, a stomak izgleda isto.
Broj čega se povećava, nisam razumeo?
Broj na vagi se povećava.
Da. Kažem ti ja, sve to ostaje kako treba, tako da nema frke. Ja sad imam nezgodnu enigmu, ali o tome ćemo na poslu da ne davimo program.
Jo, ja bi sad samo o tome pričao.
Da, isto, ali imat ćemo u sredu, se vidimo svakako, tako da... Mislim da se razumemo ljudi, čekamo da krene LOL, zato što takva je meta trenutno, nije ni jedna ekipa kriva. Jednostavno, gameovi u prosjeku idu na 35-6 minuta.
Kuki se rano ne loži se u chatu. Čekaj, izvini, mora izolacija da padne, nije dugo.
A možda ti ortak neki pa te troluje, ko zna.
Nema veze. Biće izolovan na 60 sekundi da malo razmisli o jeziku svom. Sljedeća izolacija se diže na 5 minuta. Jaj, clean. Flash igra jako loš ovaj matchup, iz drugi put je ovog stefovao. Ne je bio ovoliko tretovan da nije bio toliko low iz prethodnih tradeova. Moraš da se paziš kako se tradeoš u ovom matchupu.
Kaže Rale, kao dobar support igrač mu daje savete, tako da... Istina. Mislim, generalno svi ti supportovi jesu dosta nezahvalni. Da što sam rekao, Rexa i na Bibiju bilo je insane.
Jel probao novo Rexe?
Da, ali igrao je kao staru, igrao je tank Rexe. I vidi, znači meni je bilo naporno za protivnika što sam morao da gledam šta mu radi.
Ozbiljno.
Igrao je u Xantea i ne može džabe.
Šta je igrao, neki Howling Aliens, Sunfire?
Da, tank. Mislim da nije ni stigo itema previše na nabilda koliko su brzo pobedili, ali lane je bio onako nepodnošljiv.
Zapravo je dobio mnogo fleta da ja. Zapravo je dobio mnogo dobar buff. Meni je žao što ja sad ne igram LoL, ja bih sad igrao LoL, pogotovo čekam Silasa u džungli da vidimo.
Ne znam da ću vidjeti Silasa u džungli, iskreno.
Pa ne verujem. To je previše, pogotovo ako ga blindaš ili ako provale pa da uzmu agro junglera, mogu te invaduju. Tipa nidali matchup ne možeš da odigraš, nidali te maltretira dobra, nidali dušu ti vadi u tvojoj džungli.
A realno šta, svi igraju nidali, kad pogledaš jungle igrača u lecu, svi igraju nidu.
Nak-nako. Lepo od nak-naka. Čini mi se da ima... A ne, to je onaj Fury. Činilo mi se da ima triple tonic, ali nije bilo nešto čudno da ima triple tonic na topu. Nešto mi je bio mnogo crven, mislim da je dobio jedan elixir of rat. Bejrutanac više ne piše ništa, istekla mu izolacija i sad je naučio svoju lekciju. Žao mi je za ljudi koji nisu bili na MSI-u, izolaciji su bile mnogo više fan nego sad.
To jeste. Sad ljudi shvate možda previše ozbiljnu izolaciju, znaš, ne znaju da je to samo vreme da razmisliš o svojim postupcima u životu, ništa strašno.
Tako je, izolacija je kao kad vas učiteljice stavljaju u ćošak.
U ćošak malo, da.
I dalje vas voli, i vratit će vas na mesto za minut. Samo da shvatite, da razmislite da li je dobro to što ste uradili. Može, evo ga
Sergej je god. To je istina.
Vidit ćemo kad budemo imali neki dobar program koji bude noću, pa kad budemo svi umorni imat ćemo i veče viceva. Da vratimo i to u akciju.
Da, može.
Samo to moramo kad sudija ne bude tu. To moramo kad sudija ne bude tu.
Rale, dežurni hejter.
Dežurni hejter, samo sudijnih viceva. Ne, šalim se inače brze viceva, tako da. Koliko dobar input public execution-a. Džabe, nice. Ima taj mali gap cruise, ima besa kada može. Nadmeni smešan si. Jesam nadmen, Verutanac, ja volim tako. Rale, vidi za sebe, bravo. Vidite kako ste se dobro odmah uklopili u naš chat. Kompleksaš, tako je Verutanac, tako je. Bravo mačak, vidiš kako si se brzo uklopio. Vidiš da je izolacija dobro utjecala na tebe, sad napraviš sadržaj. Poenta je da postanete, mi moramo od vas da napravimo content mašinu. Radite izolacije, planiram da radim na kući pa da vidim kome da se obratim. Piši sign ili DM da ti dam moj broj telefona.
Rešit ćemo.
Ali moje izolacije traju od 1 minuta do 24 sata.
To jeste malo problematično, da. Nisi se nešto dugoročno obezbijedio sa izolacijom s raletom.
Pa gdje je 5 minuta? Ne može sad 5 minuta. Znaš šta je poenta? Izolaciju ne možeš da dobiješ kad ti želiš. To je ključ izolacije. Moraš da me uhvatiš nespremnog, da ja mislim da si me ti slučajno nešto, da si slučajno zaslužio izolaciju, bravo čajek. A, da je pogodio to Vladi, ja bi mogao možda da kazne. Mada dole je jako lepo targama s izromovo da zone auto je Flashija i Linkasa, taj entry tu sa strane. Čemu izolacija, čemu hit? Nije to hit. To je friendly banter. To je kao kad imate najboljeg drugara s kojim se mnogo gotivite pa se onda prozivate i nikad se ne posvađate zbog toga. To je tako. To je izolacija. Vi ste svi moji najbolji drugari. Dobro, kad se igra lepo. Jel stvarno misliš da Vitality može da im uzme game uopšte? Ti stvarno misliš to?
Mislim da postoji šansa da im uzme game, da. Mislim da je KC favorit i dobio ovu seriju, ali mislim da ako će neko uzeti game nekome danas, to je Vitality KC-u. Jer 2-0 dani su retki u lecu, realno, a ne vidim kako će BDS da pobedi G2 nakon onog što sam juče video. Iskreno. Tako da je...
Mislim, to je sad moji gotovi Fanatic. Lepo. Jako, jako dobro. Evo vidite, ovdje sad imamo jednu pravu izolaciju. Ovo je jedna prava izolacija. To je prava izolacija. A ovo nije šala izolacija, ovo je legit izolacija.
Legit izolacija.
Pa jel tako, kolega?
I legit izolacija, ali čisto da brat zna, to je tema koja je generalno zabranjena na streamu. Iako smo protiv toga, tako da odgovor ti je ne svakako. Ali mislim, ne moraš uvek to, znaš onako, prvo se obavesti, tu ide jedno upozorenje pred izolaciju, znaš, jer obično ljudi ne znaju.
Upravo si.
Znaš, mislim, on ne zna, možda je nov na streamu, i onda ne zna da to baš nije nešto što je dozvoljeno.
Ja sad mogu da vratim svoju izolaciju, ne mogu sam ježao.
Ne znam na kog si ga izolovao.
Na pola sata.
Čekaj, možda mogu ja, stani.
Molim te. Mislio sam da si rigorozniji po tom pitanju, bravo. Mislim da si mu dodao samo 10 sekundi.
Mislim da ne može se dodaje izolacija, mislim da se override izolacija, ali sad ću...
Izvinjavam se, neću više da izolujem, izvinjavam se, teo sam samo da... Vrlo smo protiv te teme na ovom streamu i znam da je moj kolega dosta osjetljiv također na to. I da se s tim baš pazi. Jer to je posljednja stvar kojom želimo da se bavimo. Rale, kako napreduje faks? Pa opet ne bih volao da odgovorim jer sam položio posljednji ispit, tako da ostaje mi samo diplomski.
Opa, Rale smurfa?
Da.
Ja pokušam da izvim trepavicu iz oka zadnjih 10 minuta i ne ide mi.
Ušto je to neprijatno kao list? Baš ti hvala, Rale, pa što mi se zahvaljuje čovjek? Šta se dešava? Ništa sakrine, ovdje se bakćemo Sajna se igra sa trepavicom. Ja gledam ovdje kako daju šta je sa KC-om, što su nasilni ovako? Ide odlično sve, bre. Rale ide na odmor. Hvala Lazare, hvala. Ti si dobro, Sentinel, te ubila trepavica?
Donekle. Sad čitam chat, izbunio sam se i pokušam da vidim. Ja sam isto ti pročitao komentar, ali ide na odmor i zadnje 2 minuta tražim komentar, ali ide na odmor i ne vidim ga. I onda sam provalio si to verovatno samo rekao i da je Vladi?
Čekaj.
Dobro, okej, možda ne mogu prvi game Rale da uzmu, ali zato drugi!
Pa pitao me kako si Rale, kako ide. Ja sam rekao da ide odlično, sam malo umoran i idem na odmor uskoro. To je bio kontekst odmora. Zašto je postao čovjek u izolaciju? Pa čekaj, ne sad mogu ikako da pokažem ljudima bez da to kažem, tako da...
Ništa što bi ti pitao, Lara.
Nije čak ni on dečko napravio grešku, ja sam ga slomio.
Rale te odradilo na izolaciju jer je sad krenuo, ušao u izolacija vibe, razumete? I onda ima slobodne sobe izolovane, samice ima dovoljne i onda, znaš, samo ubacuje ljude.
Da. Ali moje izvinjenje javno što sam zloupotrebio. Nije, trebalo je da, kako je moj kolega rekao, evo, da upozorim. Tako je, pirotanac. Jedino što nije dozvoljeno je smanjenje mog ega. Dobro, iskreno Kacija baš igra clean. Jako lepo abusio mid game, odlično ide sa popi, baš je sve na mestu. Nema šta.
Da, iskreno KC ih baš lomi. Mislim, što je najjače ovako je bilo i juče, sva 4 gejma, gdje jedna ekipa sam uzima jednu po jednu stvar, druga ekipa čeka da izgubi. Tako da se nekako plašim da će vidjeti isto stvar i danas, skroz, samo zašto G2 igra, mislim da je G2 samo... Ako budu igrali ko juče, ono je bilo insane.
Čekaj, šta? U kom kontekstu insane?
U smislu da 2 gejma nisu napravili jednu grešku. Bukvalno izgledali su kao da igraju protiv Navi, a ne protiv Fanatika. A da se razumemo, Fanatik je bio 3-0.
Ja sam tebe razumio da je Fanatik stompovo G2.
Ne. G2 je stompovo Fanatika, Fanatik je bio 3-0, Fanatik nije imao jedan poraz. Ja sam onda bio u fazonu realno, Ono, biće dobro, biće nabadanje, nikad jači Fanatic, nemaju poraz i samo vidiš 2 gejma po tipa 25-30 minuta i kao easy.
Zanimljivo zapravo. Ok, ajde vidimo da li će da, onda, znači sad da sam te dobro razumeo, misliš da BDS nema trika da
Da, tako je.
2000 the lead, 40 CS the difference. Like, how do you start talking positive about Vitality in this game when we did say again they need to get the ball rolling, they need to really snap engage with this mid jungle duo? It has been hard to cast this opener because.
But that was the thing. I was gonna say you can have options to KC go for Dragon. Let's see if we can cross map, look for a play there. But they're falling apart. And minutes before the objective actually happens, someone's dying, which means you're not getting the map set up in a way to
Nakon sa Ambesom, što se tiče lane-a, bio je fajn, ali toliko puta su ga izabljuzovali da... Mene malo više sad počinje da frustrira mid lane meta, iskreno, jer je bukvalno konstantno isto. Imamo isti pool heroja, nemamo više čak ni neki... Čak je Yon, eto van Jojo, recimo i konkretno Yon enjoyera prestao da se igraju, da? Ili se meni samo tako čini?
Upravo si, da. Nema... Mada ne znam, mislim, kažem, ja gajim nadi dalje u G2, u smislu pikova. Možda će Caps naći također nešto što može da izvuče, ali BB je očigledno jako raspoložen i spreman je. Nautilus se, kažem, vratio, pikaju ga, bio je banovan, tako da vidjet ćemo šta će tu još biti. Jedna cool stvar mi je, koji sam također teo da dodam vezano za juče. Danas, ajde donekle, možemo da obratimo pažnju. CS igrača je 50 puta bolje nego obično.
Mislite da omete?
Ne znam, ali evo, bukvalno više, evo, nije ni 18. minut, imaš 185, 181, 185 i 173. Realno je, a konstantno je, znači, juče je svaki game tako bilo. 5-6 igrača, 20 minut, 234 CS-a. Što je stvarno ono, za poštovanje.
Zanimljivo. Ja sam sad pokušavam da razmislim da li postoji neki razlog u meti zašto bi se to dogodilo u Unravel Dirt je bio dobro pozicioniran. Farkama se lepo engage, ali... Bravo, Vladi. Možda su smanjili health od miniona da bude lakše CS, pa to tehnički sakrijanje ne bi pomoglo da se lakše ubijaju minioni, jer last hit je dalje last hit. Zama sajno slažeš se sa mnom. Smanjenje CS-a,
smanjenje health-a ti dalje možda less hituješ, tako je. Smanjenje armora u teoriji bi, ali mislim da to nisu radili.
Da, zato što bi smanjenje armora dovelo do toga da tvoj auto-atak radi više, te povećava, da, bravo Miloše, bravo, odlično. Smanjenja defazivnih statova miniona bi ti olakšalo, jer bi onda tvoje magije direktno radile više i auto-atakove. Loše o engage, ja moram sekundu samo da odem da otvorim.
Sve je lagano. 7-0. Ušao setim juče koji je skor bio G2 Fanatica, da kažem Raletu kad se bude vratio. Želim da kažem da je bilo 12-0. Ali nisam 300 poje. Se sjeća nego koji je bio skor na kraju? Znam da je 0 bilo sigurno, samo ne znam da su uzeli više kilova od 12. Mislim da je bilo 12-0.
Are just so few and far between because KC have been able to attack them about a minute 30 to a minute out from these major objectives. 2 dragons now, Baron going to be up in about 5 minutes time, but still I think KC just scrape away the last of, well, Atakan and these outer turrets and then just fall back to the Baron once it spawns.
Now Vitality are hoping this is a mega throw, but KC, it's hard to believe how that's going to work. Fleshy coming from a unique angle from the bot side, but Kana now coming in from top. Nako's going to have to get an ulti of the gods. Fleshy is dying to a sun turret and an Azir. The all-in again, a wall presents itself and Lenses at half HP. Equalizer beautifully placed and KC are running him down again. This time Targus pops his own ulti and there will be no escape for Nako. Drakehound step is still burning him down. The victory lettuce on the side will result in...
Dobro, naši su jedan, eto. Karzi je našao jedan pa nego što je riknuo. Još sam igrači u većem fokusu, nemam pojma. Jer kao isti ovi igrači prošle sezone nisu ovako dobro farmovali, ali... Ko zna. A i ovo je realno kao najbitniji split, vodi najviše poena za Worlds i sve to, pa moguće da i to malo ovaj... Ne, G2 Fanatic je bilo s nulom, to znam sigurno, sam pokušao da setim tačno koji je skor bio. Ali znam da sigurno ekipa G2-a nije umrla ni jednom taj game. Dobro došao nazad, kolega.
Hvala, hvala.
Da, pokušam da se setim tačnog skora i juče ti kažem, ali G2 je dobio Fanatic sa nulom. Znači skor je bio tipa 12-0. Da, zato ti kažem da su ih pregazili. Znači nisu umrli ni jednom. To je taj Rek'Sai game bio. Mislio sam da hoće, ali nisu.
Wow.
Čekaj, di. Sad ću da pogledam da vratim game juče da potvrdim. 7-2, 13-2. Onda je Vitality dobio Navi sa nulom. Sad ću da pogledam.
I to je impresivno.
Da, mislim, stompovi su bili ovo.
Mislim, 13-2 je isto impresivno protiv Fanatika.
Sad ću vratim jučerašnji stream pa ću im.
It's also like in general, I think in LEC, we don't utilize Talia for all of her strengths. And you can kind of see Vitality struggled to get her out towards side lanes in the early stages as well. I think we should be valuing Azir just higher in general because of the way the region plays. And Casey kind of correctly identified that in the draft.
Lenses is getting half HP by a Poppy. That's the state of the game.
Linkas je mega fine.
Round and round, Lenses ult sets up. The Arclight of Ruins there again. Beautiful.
Lepo, Targamas, lepo.
Does it so easily with Rakan. Khalid's chasing them down. He gets over the wall with an untouchable shadow. And Fleshy thinks he's out for now, even though the Arclight of Ruins not aimed at his way.
Da, 15-4, stomp, Vitality Navi, da.
Again with judgment, and Fleshy will be judged severely. Kill number 14, and this game getting closer to finally ending.
And Barrett isn't even up yet. They're just going to crack the base. It looks like here, although Shy, oh no.
Bloody clean as anything. What do I say at this point, Daka? What do I say? This game was a total and utter stomp. Nay, I won't even use the word stomp. This was a massacre.
Nej. Još jedan game, još jedan stomp, pa da, mislim... Ne znam, baš su one-sided partije postale. Baš su postale one-sided partije.
It's a glaze session for KC, at least for game one.
Yeah, it won't quite be the fastest game. We still have the 18-minute one that came through versus Navi, but still.
Oh, wow.
Jedna izolacija za sajnu, pošto ne vjerujem svojim gledalcima.
Samo sekund. Izolacija za tebe, zašto si mišljao da mene možda izoluješ? Ili ti counter izolacija, kako ja to volim da zovem. Ne možeš meni da izoluješ, ja držim ključ od izolacije, ja mogu da se otključam.
Ima onu trap kartu što vraćaš, što... Znate zašto onu trap kartu iz Yu-Gi-Oh-a?
No you. Tako mi to zovem. Čovjek misli da možda izoluje izolatora, ne radi to tako.
To be fair though, I think Yikes has a fantastic game.
He has, but then so is Kalist and
I do agree, but I think Yikes did a great job to set a lot of that up.
Yeah, right, Yikes has been kind of insane, you're not wrong.
And I think for a man who has taken some criticism for how his early games have gone, I think it's nice to see him having a game and a performance like this now.
Bloody in, golden, that's the Sonya's. He's still tagged out, there's going to be a full-on dive, but... Carsey doesn't want to go in because he knows it's worthless and...
Talija ima tier item, Lucidity Boots i Crypto Bloom, ladno.
Da, on leči. item koji ima efekata kada dobiješ killa, imaš 1 kill u 25 minuta, mislim da baš nije najbolji razvoj događaja. Isolat. Verovatno, da.
Absolutely insane. Casey gonna get held up a second here.
Ma da.
It's a new wall. It's a new day. Yikes, Smurf.
Nema tog ugla. 17.400 golda, lida. Za 20 minuta, nevjerovatno.
Speedrunuju da dobijemo G2 koji također speedrunuje. To je današnji dan.
Ajde vidimo.
It did come from KC, and again, what is the second fastest game? We'll have to get a check on that because as we go to a break, KC, they're not taking prisoners.
Vrlo brz gameplay jedan od strane KC-a. Mi ćemo otići na pauzu nekih 10 minuta, 11 minuta, a nakon toga ćemo prije sada Game 2.
Tako je, idemo na pauzu, tu smo brzo.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp!
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's good to be back.
Stop stealing my thing.
I'm the fastest jungle in the West.
Wait, we're red side?
Wait, we're red side.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Wait, we prepare for blue, no?
Okay, guys.
So look on the scene slowly, okay? They are not together, we win this, Go forward.
I can also 3k, okay? Look at the cannon, look at the cannon.
Yeah. Azir on ult.
I kill one.
Nice.
I get one kill. We are not losing like.
Oh, I died. No, you died.
Welcome back, everyone, to LEC after an insanely dominant Game 1. Now I'm joined by an excellent supportive mind behind the scenes. Niski, tell me the secret to getting the perfect Exodia draft. Did you have to, like, was it like a mental, like brainwashing them? How were you able to get that one out?
It's just Niski diff.
Oh, it's the Niski diff. Okay, fair enough. Now I gotta ask, former team on the opposite side, are you hoping for 3 games? Are the boys gonna give them a little bit of mercy in your honor, or are you going all out as we go into Game 2?
Nah, I think it's gonna be a stomp again. Top diff.
Top diff. Look, you said it. Niski, thank you. It was quick, it was concise. Let's get ready for Game 2. Lore, take it away.
And after a game like that, after such a stomp, it feels like there were so many huge things that went wrong for Vitality. But at the top level, it's really all about the details. And I want to showcase some of the details of KC's bot lane that transferred their lead. You can see Kalist and Targamas were consistently able to get great trades utilizing Yunara and Rakan's longer range than their opposition. It's by getting these trades again and again and again. You see Targamas landing the Q, Kalist is spacing Karsi here very nicely, gets the auto attack, and this HP keeps snowballing to eventually where they get a point. Fleshy feels that he should try to engage on Targamas, and he gets chunked even more, and that is really the domino that sets the fall of Vitality's bot lane. As now, Fleshy is too low, they cannot no longer really defend tower, so they have to leave tower. Yike pulls up, Linsus can't defend anymore because his bot lane is too low. They get Karsi's flash, and they get a huge lead in bot lane. It was only at 4 minutes, already a 300 gold lead in bot lane, practically a kill. And against the top team like KC, they will run away with a lead like that. As I join my fellow analysts here.
Come with us. Beautiful breakdown. Thank you so much. And I want to say it's a massive dub in the jungle on the side of KC. Jungle diff even?
Man, that was one of the bigger jungle diffs. But at the same time, it just goes to show how when everything is in harmony, everyone just collectively working together, because that's how Jack showed it as well. Bot lane set it up, but at the same time, it was all about Yike's jungle patty. He does one full clear, blows the sum. Second full clear, gets a kill on bot lane. Third full clear, gets a kill on top lane. Fourth full clear, gets another kill on bot lane. So this man was just everywhere, and it's exactly from just the bot lane.
I think the efficiency from Yike this game was really, really unbelievable, especially the fact that he managed to snowball top lane as well, and how he felt like he was everywhere at once on the map. But it's also, I think, both how bot lane set up Yike for success, top lane did the same. And it's the fact that they have such strong lanes and they're executing them well that really made it so unplayable for Vitality.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is priority in lane, because I'm just wondering, I was looking at the replays here, whenever you see Yike on top, jungle for Vitality is on bot, so I'm like, how hard is it to catch up with the Chinsao in the jungle when you're in this situation like that?
Well, it just speaks a lot to the prowess that the laners have from KC, because when you get this sort of lead, especially from bot lane, you have this resource and it becomes a lot easier for you to decide on how you want to bounce it, because every time Yike was on the other side of the map, that the opposite laner was playing respectfully. He was managing his way with the lead that he was getting from Yike. So it was just becoming this back and forth between maximizing Yike's time that he spends on lane and also minimizing Linsas's time that he gets to have these opportunities on the other lanes.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that, like, I don't think this game was so much Lins's fault, more Yike taking advantage of his laners winning, because Linsas is in a lose-lose situation. Either he tries to defend his laners, which he can't really do anything. It just means that he stands there and hopes, like, okay, guys, let's try to not die. Or he tries to farm camps, which is what he did, and be efficient, but then your laners are dying.
It's too late.
And that's just to add more on the Linsas point, because as Jack said, it's hard for him and it's not really his fault, but when you go for this sort of draft, because from what we saw from Vitality, it really feels like they're this sort of impossible situation where they just don't have enough lane agency for Linsas to be doing anything, because you were seeing constantly top being shoved in, bot being shoved in, mid, yeah, sure, there was not a lot of attention, but you have Azir Talia, you know, just smacking heads, not much really happening, but at the same time, what can you expect from Linsas? He can't really find any sort of proactivity, because I do feel like KC somehow, as Niski said, they did a little magic trick, a hide, and I feel like they got 3 first picks, because for me getting Yunara, Azir, and Rumble on blue side, that's just crazy.
Yeah, for sure. I think for me, the only hope I had was that Vitality would be able to weather the storm of the early game, and then they have the Ambessa engaging in, the Rel engaging, Kai'Sa. They can kind of pull off this comp, like very Fanatic-esque when they had their Vi, Ambessa, Kai'Sa, that type of vibe. But I think they really need stronger lanes. I think if you give KC these strong lanes, they will just run away with the game. And Vitality have not shown us that they can persevere under that pressure.
Well, good news for Vitality, those champions are taking off the board here. So what I hear is that we want more agency, we want more lane priority for Vitality. They're staying on red side though, so I'm guessing they have a plan to answer KC's picks?
I mean, for me, that speaks to either like a top lane support counter pick. You're trying to betting on that, and maybe they feel like, as you said, there were a lot of first picks that went out the first game, so maybe blue side's not that valuable.
Okay, hear me out. So maybe this was the master plan where your red side, you give blue side 3 first picks, so when you go in game 2, there's just no first picks left, so that then you go red side and you just abuse counter picks. That's for sure the plan here.
Sounds mega cap. Mega cope
L cope.
L cope here, but Vitality, they have to come back. They will still have a chance later if they want to qualify in playoffs, and if KC grab this other W, they're gonna go lock in first in their group. Outside of the draft, gameplay-wise, is there anyone that we wanna pressure on the side of Vitality? Who can be the hero for the team?
It needs to be Linsas and Flashy stepping up.
All right.
Because I don't see KC individual laners are really going
Evo nas nazad.
to falter, but I think if
I dalje mi je čudno što ga zovu Linsas, ali dobro. I Tigera ne zovu Tiger, nego ga zovu Teja, tako da ko će ga znati, Kaži, izvini.
Kažem tako da smo navikli na drugačija imena.
Čudno, ali da.
Especially the Pantheon, I feel like it fits very well with how fast KC are looking to play and how much Yike wants to pressure the rest of the map. I can understand the Maokai, it's kind of like a noob-friendly champion.
It is Linsas. Honestly, when I think of Linsas, and I'm thinking Linsas over the years...
Linsas nemoguće.
Ja mislim da nemoguće, ali možda, mislim, ko zna.
Linsas, come on, bro. Da, Linsas bi baš underwhelming, mega underwhelming.
I didn't even remember Vi. I mean, Vi being open is quite criminal, I think.
Really? But it's Yike Vi.
Even Yike's Vi? No.
Isprozivajte Jajka, istina.
Ne volim ja njegovu Vi.
Da, isto.
Pogotovo što je toliko i meni prvobitno ostao upamćen po Kaziksu, razumeš? I da li želim da lik igra Kaziksa, meni igra Vi, kao to mi je underwhelming novo.
That can really peel for both carries, so we'll get to see what Vitality can find here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Vitality. I mean, I do expect the Wukong to come in, because once you decide to just go on red side again, you just want to utilize counter picks. Rise pretty much screams proactivity from the mid lane. You want to get Chayek involved, because I do feel like even in spring, when we were seeing Chayek...
Dobro, mislim, možda moja predikcija ima nade, ako će KC izgubiti game, to će biti kad Jajk igra Vi.
He's just roaming across the map, finding, unlocking pretty much everyone else, especially top lane with Nako. So I do hope that now they're going for this sort of 2v2 mid-jungle style where they can unlock each other and transfer this pressure to other lanes.
But for me, it reinforces the fact that they want to have prior lanes, because Rise playing from behind, that's going to be even more unplayable than the previous game. Jarvan is locked in, so is that the kind of jungle mid-duo that you want to expect here?
I would definitely think you'd go for something more like the Wukong or more of a carry jungler, because usually you want to have, like, if you have a setup mid, you want more of a carry jungler that doesn't necessarily need CC, but now they have both CC, jungle and mid, which is incredibly good at ganking. It's just
uvijek različite interpretacije imaju igrači u odnosu na...
a more scaling mid laner towards the KC side, and you have...
Kako smo rekli, ovo je od Amne ili Fin?
Sad nisam vidio siguran, iskreno.
Ne, sad ih je troje, to je cijela pointa.
Jack Spectra?
Može.
very strong top lane. I feel like there's barely any counters to the Jace right now. The Annie maybe not the strongest mid, but at the same time, you look at the combo, you look at the Annie, you look at the Vi.
U drugoj seriji uzmu igrači iz prve serije, to sam naučio.
Point and click on both of them, and the Yorick is one of the more annoying Jace matchups because realistically, Jace is just gonna bonk Yorick's head and the ghouls for pretty much 6 minutes. Yorick gets level 6, summons his wife, and then it just becomes for him to just get fire.
Da, prizove ženu. Pa žena i deca, ja ti kažem, vi se meni smijete tamo kad pričam NBL castu.
So the goal of this Yorick pick is really just
Summons
to
his
shut
wife.
down the Jace after laning phase and always match him inside and do you outscale him inside?
I mean, postoje bolji načini da se ovako nešto kaže, to sigurno.
Ne, žena i deca, 100%. Ja ti kažem, samo moraš da veruješ kolegi, to je žena i deca, ugao.
Pretty much any, I mean, you know your terror of an ADC playing against Jarvan. You don't like having just
Yorick isto giga jak. Yorick Rise je mnogo dobar setup takođe. Zato što ti Yorick samo daje ogromnu količinu splituš pressure-a, Rise ti daje moć da se rotiraš gde god. Yorick obično 1 na 2, 1 na 3, može dobija fightove u late game-u, ako dođe Rise ti 2 na 5 dobijaš, ako ti biraš fight i ti biraš tempo. Tako da mislim da je u stvari mnogo dobar kombo zajedno Rise i Yorick. Da ne pričamo o tome što skelaš besno.
Not the greatest in the meta right now.
And the Sivir Zaya out here. So I do think that KC would be looking for hyperscaler here, but
Odo je dobar na desku.
Pazi, mene samo zanima, jeste. Pogotovo što mislim da je Janko sve vreme.
Ali imam još jedno pitanje, Rale, za tebe, izvini, zaboravit ću ga, morate pitam, prekidam te malkice. Ko misliš da od trenutnih igrača, znači aktivnog Let's rostera, ko bi bio najbolji na desku?
And Karsi can pull something out.
My assumption is that they just believe this Alistar to be extremely strong because usually want to use counter pick on support, but now when you think, okay,
znam da treba malo razmisliti, ali me zanima...
Ajde ovako, prvo imam jedan hot take. Prošli put kad si mi pričao o Pobiju, ja sam poslušao malo njegovih intervjua i to Pobi deluje kao da će za par godina biti content mašina.
Fair.
Meni je Broken Blade.
Da, to sam ja teo da kažem, bukvalno. Ja mislim da je Bibi vjerojatno najbolji za prenos.
Bibi bi bio najbolji, da, Bibi bi bio najbolji. Verujem da bi Bibi bio najbolji. Samo zato što, prvo, treba da zračiš samopouzdanjem, on zrači samopouzdanjem. A drugo, znamo ga i da voli da priča i da voli da daje intervjue, jednostavno znamo da to voli da radi.
So when you have a comp that is has such a clear identity, why not add one more, you know? Just like
ja imam još jednog inače. Imam još jednog. Jojo Pure.
Je, vidiš, on iako deluje stidljivo kad ga pogledaš onako, ne znam.
Mislim, ima veze s tim što naravno Jojo engleski mu je maternji i onda je jako opušten kada priča, ali jedino što on mnogo psuje, ali mislim da je to ono kao način njegovog govora. Tako da mislim bi Jojo Pim bio insane na desku.
Pa sad me zanima, sad bi volio da vidim.
I možda unpopular opinion, ali ja mislim da Karzi ne bi bio loš na desku.
Njega se ne sjećam kako priča.
Karzi, ja bih ga poredio, da li se zvao, onaj Finac iz Fanatika stari.
Finac iz Fanatika?
Nije Melisan ili Melisan možda. To je bilo u Krepo eri, kad je Krepo bio komentator. Bio je još jedan lik iz Fanatika koji ono... Ne znam kako se izrazim da ne zvučim kao da ga flamujem.
Koji je rol?
Mislim da je bio jungler. Hoću pogledam. Nije Melisan. Jo, zaboravio sam, bio je mnogo dobar na desku, ali zbog specifičnog načina razmišljanja i pričanja. Cyanide, Cyanide, bravo. A zna Sergej, brate, zna u izolaciji, je čitao istoriju Lola. Zna Sergej, bravo Sergej, Cyanide. On je bio meni mnogo fan, ja mislim bi Karzi bio sličan.
Zanimljivo, ja se njega ne sjećam uopšte.
To je bilo davno, baš davno bilo, ali meni je on bio toliko dobar na desku. Ja tebi ne mogu da opišem.
This game within 27 minutes and 51 seconds. If they win this game within 20 minutes and 42 seconds, it is the fastest LEC best of 3 in history.
Yeah, that'll be a tough one, I'm gonna say.
24?
Baron anymore till 25 minutes makes it a very difficult one. But
24-30? Ali to rekao?
Da. 24 minutes and 30 seconds.
Mislim da nije nemoguće, ali... Da, Bipo je insane, Bipo je insane.
Mislim da se tiče kontenta.
Ma da, njega bi slušao, brate, da mi priča vremensku prognozu.
Ma naravno. Pa mislim, pitanje je bilo evropskih igrača.
Da, nego... Sakrin se dohvatio toga, pa ja rekao da podele mišljenje za Ameriku.
Which is huge. I mean, best of 5 could be, you know, anything could happen.
Kako ne volim Eni u trenutnoj meti, to je nevjerovatno.
Because we're getting towards the end of our regular season, Dagda. This is KC's last series before they get into playoffs, before they, you know, play their best of 5 in the upper side of the bracket. It's the last look of KC in this 1 or maybe 2 games, depending on how this goes.
It's a nice start from Linces, though. He's got into this top side quadrant of KC, managed to steal away all the camps here. And now he's going to be able to go back in towards his own jungle, and I am, like, Yike might be able to figure this out by the fact that Linces hasn't been spotted on that ward that was placed over by the Vitality Blue. Yeah, he definitely knows that something's up now.
Dobro, Eni ulta, da, Prioa radi. Mislim, to je fajn, to smo vidjeli od Orijane ranije. Orijane igrači su to radili non stop. Gde bukvalno kad god imaju ulti up, samo će da ultiju, ti ispritiskaju, skinuti pola health i onda uvate tempo. Dobiju dobar recall i onda ti ako se recallaš, ti juriš njega u tempu, što uvek gubiš ako Eni započinje recall. A ako ostaneš, gubiš tempo u laneu jer nemaš healtha. Jako lepo, jako clean.
Actually just goes for the play mid, and now because you've got a ward on the top side and in this bottom side, and Linces hasn't shown up, Yike is just free to go for this invade. He is push on bot, has control over the mid, and Linces now desperately...
Ja se slažem, Sakrene, da, meni je Monte Cristo go od kastovanja, tako da... Ja se apsolutno slažem.
Se lože na Monte Cristo. Svi OG casteri se lože na Monte Cristo.
Da.
U smislu kao... Za njih je on ultimativni komentator.
Jeste, predobar je bio, stvarno je bio predobar.
I za mene, recimo, ja sam eto blago mlađa generacija castera, kogu god možda budeš mlađa generacija u LoL sportu, ali kao za mene je Quickshot najbolji caster.
To je fair.
I kao za mene će Quickshot uvijek biti najbolji caster i to je to. Ja sam se pomirio sa tim. Niko neće nikad imati play-by-playa kao Quickshot. Ja da sam Riot, ja bih ga uvijek platio da mi radi shouting za Worlds, za najavu ekipa za finale.
No, tu jeste bila malo dramica. Šta čini jednog komentatora boljeg od drugog? Mislim su ovo super teme kojima možemo pričamo ovako sad pre nego što krene akcija. Znači, postoji dosta subjektivan aspekt u smislu komentarisanja, zato što nekog voliš, nekog ne voliš, ton glasa ti nečiji prija, nečiji ti ne prija, ali također postoje i neke objektivne stvari koje većina slušaoca ne može da zna zasigurno, ali može indirektno da osjeti. U smislu play-by-playa to može da bude intonacija, može da bude dikcija, može da bude razumevanje emocija unutar kasta, kada da podigne hype, kada da spusti hype. Ima tu milion i jedna stvar koju dobar play može da napravi bolje od nekog playa koji je okej. I u smislu kolora naravno ti je tip analize kada šta breakdownaju, koliko imaju game knowledge-a, koliko imaju insight u game, koliko mogu da naprave epic trenutke s nekim predikcijama itd. Tako da Ono, postoji subjektivan touch, postoji objektivan touch. Monte Cristo, zato kažem, objektivno je mnogo dobar caster bio, subjektivno voliš ga, ne voliš ga, mislim, to je druga stvar. Isto važi za quickshota, isto važi za dasha na, kao desk hosta, itd.
Recimo desk host je možda najsubjektivnija stvar, jer tu ulazi i, kogod ovo glupo zvučalo, fizički izgled lika, njegova gestikulacija, koliko ti smeta, koliko ti ne smeta, dok komentatora ti ne vidiš. I onda ti je sve do glasa i ti možeš da zamisliš kako Sajne i ja izgledamo ako ne znaš kako izgledamo. To ne postoji kada je host u pitanju. Zato host mora između ostalog da bude i lep čovjek. Mislim mora, bilo bi poželjno. Da smo Sajne i ja jako dobri hostovi.
Naravno, to se podrazumeva valjda. Ali da, u suštini, mislim, host je, ja hosta vidim kao prodavca. Host mora da ti proda program.
Tako je.
I kao to je to. Voditeljica Leca, Šoks je odlična u svom poslu. Dok recimo Laura meni se uopšte ne sviđa kako radi. Ja vam garantujem 10 od 10 sam puta siguran da je ona izmislila W ili L segment u Lecu. Verujte mi, skinuo sam sluške. A, chat, to je W, chat. Zašto? Ne znam zašto, brate, iz nekog razloga svi uzmu pogledaju šta radi Kai Senat i bukvalno ga imitiraju. I meni je to stvarno, brate, toliko mi je, ono, prezasićen sam toga da mi nije dobro, bukvalno. Svaki put kad neko čujem da priča sa ljudima, chat, i govori W i L, bro, smisli nešto svoje, molim te, ono. Znači, to je baš... ono, teško je, bar meni za slušanje.
Da, zato što postoje određeni viralni ljudi. Znači, evo sad vama da kažem, Kai Senat, Jinxi, Speed, to su sve ljudi za koje ste vi čuli. I ti ljudi nameću trendove, jer su izuzetno poznati. I kao, ne treba ih kopirati, treba možda napraviti autentičnu verziju nečega što oni rade. Jako dobar kolep sam vidio sa Vitalitija. Ali ljudi imaju tu tendenciju da takve stvari kopiraju i to je problematično.
Mislim, ja to vidim kao ekstremno lenje, pogotovo u konceptu Let's programa. Gdje ti kao radiš program za Let's i govoriš chat jer ovo W ili L. Laura, please. Znaš, to je baš, mislim da je to jako loše. Nisam dovoljno puta rekao jako, možda i nisam. Mislim da je to L chat, mislim da je to L od Laure, L Laura u chatu. Jedino što je bilo smiješno kad je neko rekao L Aura, to mi je bilo, to je u stvari bilo giga kreativno, neću lagati. Čak ću napisati. Laura, to je bilo dobro. Georgija Paras, a mislim, da, njoj je malo akcenat i malo lack of game knowledge-a bio problem.
Recimo, Defishio je bio jedan od prvih kastera kog su oni, malte ne učili da, vodili su ga na language časove, on je to pričao.
Da.
Jer je on Francuz, ili tipa Belgijanac, tako nešto.
Danac. On je sa Beksenom igrao u timu, da, on je legitimno imao akcent coacha. Znači čoveka koji je bio plaćen da mu izbaci akcenat iz govora. Zamislim, mogu Sergej zamislim onog sportskog komentatora koji to govori. Off of that experience from the red camp that is on that separate timer because he cleared its own lanes.
Watching Nuke trying to stop this base in the meantime. Kana's going for the all-in trades and it's fun to watch his top laners fight it out as Fleshy once again.
Lepo, opet oko mida igra Flashy.
And he's kind of getting the measure of Vladdy a bit better this game, I should say. Kraken's up in 140, but KC are definitely hovering a lot around mid. I think protecting Vladdy after Linces and Fleshy have just been on his case. Vladdy is getting perma-camped so far.
Da, dosta smaraju Vladdy ovaj game, to je tačno.
which is making it really difficult for KC to try and play around Vladdy. Traditionally, what you'd want to do is, okay, Vladdy, when you have your stun up, we're going to try and go for this play on mid and get the gank onto Chayek. We already saw it on the early levels and worked to great success. But because you're constantly playing catch up and you're getting invaded, it's been difficult to make that play rinse and repeat.
Za sada Kani ide fine, mada opet Jace nije u toliko dobrom stanju u meti, pa da možemo da kažemo da je Kana u fazonu odlična mi je trenutna meta, ne nije za Kanu.
I don't think Vitality's... Oh, they did see him now. Like, hang on a minute. What is Yike doing there? And he'll probably get cancelled by Kazi this, right? We'll see. No, wave gone, and he stands back.
A little bit of an awkward spot here for Yike, though. His topside camps are going to be spawned in just a few moments.
L chat.
Dragon in 20 seconds. So I think this should be Vitality.
Minus aura za chat.
Transition down from Lince's pathing towards this bottom side into a dragon take.
Realno je tako postalo, ne moraš ni... Možeš samo da ubacuješ viralne rečenice koji govore 3 popularna streamera i ne moraš ni da govoriš ništa što ima suštinu u sebi. Ok chat. W Yike. Plus 100 aura za Kanu,
Molim te, prestani, znači neprijatno mi je, molim te, sad stvarno ne pamtim u životu, ljudi, kunem vam se, ja i Miloš radimo 4 godine zajedno, ne pamtim da mi je skoro bilo neprijatnije. Ja se ne šalim, nelagodu si mi uneo. Koliko je užasno, nikad neću više govoriti i takve stvari.
Chat, šta mislite?
Nemoj. A ne.
Chat, El Rale.
Ne, bro, no, please. Please, ako imaš milosti, brat.
Prelep.
Kaže, El, chat, Rale.
Prelep.
Ovo, brat.
Vidiš ti. Kako to funkcioniše, kolega.
Kaže da je El Rale, chat. Kad si to rekao, mene preseklo u stomaku. Kakav El Rale, chat, normalni. El Rale, chat, kada si lud. Užas. Nije smiješno, man.
Predobro je. Ne, apsolutno je predobro.
Alo, nije smiješno.
Apsolutno predobro, ja tebi da kažeš. Ovo je nov način kako ćemo govoriti kada počne svaki trade, sad i svaki fight.
Nema novog načina, Miloše, radimo isto kao što radimo kad radimo zajedno.
Ne, molim lepo. Ovo je nova generacija... Ovo je nova generacija kastovanja.
Apsolutno nije, apsolutno nema toga ništa.
Ja komitujem. Chat, ja komitujem.
Nema,
komitujemo, chat, moramo komitujemo novi program.
Brate, s čim ja radim, bože mili. Kaže chat, moramo da komitujemo.
Ne, ljudi, Rale je Ank, on ne razume. Rale je Ank ne razume. Ne razume no wave, ne, on je Ank.
Ne, volim te. Ti mi milosti,
brate. Ank Rale.
Nije mi dobro. Mislim da mi je pozdalo upravo.
Rale puši 50. Stringovi auru.
We just need more animals. We need hippos. We need a giraffe champ. That'd be cool.
Kaže stream gubi auru. Ovo je strašno, znači ovo je poraz za mene životni.
Jako je bitno također da ponavljaš stvari 2 ili 3 puta, iako si prvi put bio jako jasan. To je, ne znam da si primijetio, to je isto dobar wave, to je isto sad, to se isto radi. Chat, trebamo play, trebamo play da radimo, chat, hoćemo sad play da radimo, chat. Ćemo play by play, chat, hoćemo play by play.
Ja ću izaći iz poziva. Ti ćeš sam raditi. Okej, čekaj, ajde, kad se, ajde. Bori se, igraj, bori se, ajde.
Ne gube samo fight, chat.
Chat, Zarazno. Moram priznati da je zarazno.
Inače, moj predikt se ostvaruje, ne znam da li primjećuješ kako Vitality polako li sigurno uzima ovaj game.
I guess. Preživio sam Milošev tantrum.
Jesi, ali ne brini se, uvotit će me opet, to moram u programa da uradim jednom.
Ajde, jedno ćemo se dogovoriti tipa da bude tu neko ko ne zna, fazom ljubav. I da krenemo samo ti i ja.
Može, ali ja moram stvarno da kad imam dovoljno moždanih ćelija pogledam Kaja još jednom, ili samo neko koga kopira, čisto da malo više naoružam vokabular, znaš što mi je problem? Siguran sam postoji još nešto, da. Siguran sam postoji još nešto, tako da morat ćemo da istražimo malo jače.
Ja uvodi off guard prvi put, znači ja nikad u životu se nisam osjećao neprijatno sa sajnom u programu, ovo je bio prvi.
Ali mislim da ti ja moramo totalno ozbiljni kad budemo u programu.
Da
budemo u tome, znaš, tipa nešto nas pita, Ljuba recimo, mi njega trolamo i budemo u fazonu, ali ja mislim da ovo LT kod Ljube, chat, i gledamo, pogledaš u kameru, mrtav ozbiljan. Chat, je li ovo LT kod Ljube? Chat, kucite u chatu, je li LT kod Ljube? Mrtav ozbiljan. I onda ja se nadovezujem analitički i kažem, da, Rale, mislim da ovo minus 100 aura za Ljubu. I legit kao 2 minuta održimo full diskusiju o tome kako je LT.
Ali šta, morat će dovoljno dugo da traje da bi Ljubav pomislio da smo mi ozbiljni.
Mislim da je to legitimno. Samo zato ti kažem, moramo još malo se naoružamo sa...
You're right, like not being forced into any of these movements as Vladdy is on the roam. Fleshy, that's an ingenious angle. He took the blast cone and Vladdy's like, wait, someone's coming. Sees the cow, but in the rear vision mirror, he's hitting 110. The engage, the unbreakable will, and Vladdy just has to stand there and take it.
Lepo, okej, Vitality se probudio.
Worthwhile, another turret, another kill, and where it counts, Vitality are really making the speed of this game go.
Dobro, 4K golda nije malo. Šta se dere ovoliko?
I mean, I knew you could take the Herald, but I didn't know you could mount it, and the Realm Warp kept going.
Wait a second, Yike
is here. Oh, peekaboo, Chayek gets him down.
Kao zanimljiva interakcija, teleport.
I met Chayek. That was insane for Chayek. I'm used to Vladdy being on the rise, but yeah, that was nuts.
All their terrorists down now. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get.
Čovječi, ovi sad mi te reči upadaju u uši.
Ja ti kažem, ja sam, ne znam si gledao ovaj pregame show, legitimno su imali segment L or W. Ja gledam i bukvalno mi nije dobro, ne mogu verujem šta gledam.
Nevrovatno.
Okay, we can really start to do business. You're seeing this Arabs very close to being finished for Chayek. Garzi getting towards the second item as well. This is now the point where you start to be a little nervous as KC trying to take these fights.
There's 4K gold lead. You definitely feel that they should be nervous at the very least. KC's such a stomp in game one, but this game is completely different. Feels like Vitality of... I don't know, it's weird that they're thriving with this comp. Like, I mean, again, it is off the back of Linces. We talked a lot about him in game one where he couldn't do much. He felt kind of flat. But the games where Linces...
Stojim iza toga da nam se više svideo draft Vitalitija i da Vitality sad izgleda dosta bolje, a kao što smo rekli zbog skilla, mislim će također biti dosta veliki faktor, jer Yorick ima jedan item.
Like as much as it's Linces, it's also the team as a whole from Vitality working.
VSD će biti dobar, Trust bit će dobar.
Eto rekao.
Ne, ja kažem da će biti dobar. Pošto Predator pita šta ćemo kad ubace VSD, bit će dobar. Samo će biti malo situacije dok se ljudi naviknu i sve to, ali...
Morate, nemojte zaboraviti da je Miloš Inović Riot employee, tako da on mora.
scared about going over vision. Bloody lurks in the wings and
Šta je kolega, nisi zadovoljan mojom izjavom?
Ja stojim iza toga. Ja stojim iza toga da stvarno miš će biti dobro, jer kažem, ja u drugim igrama koristim VSD rađe nego mouse movement, tako da... Zato kažem, miš će bude okej, jer legitimno koristim VSD za movement, mislim da je superiorniji od miša.
there's a lot of damage. Maybe trying to draw Yike in with Kazi and Fleshy on the way up. It's still being channeled, like, patience not dropped. On a ward now, they see 8k. And KC moving up. Kana's stuck under turret for the time being with the TP.
I think you want Vitality to just pull off this. Kazi wants to get more poke down before they fully commit to this. But now, half HP. KC gonna try? It looks like actually I think they're just happy for it to reset.
I mean, they look like, oh, Vitality, like maybe we can keep it aggro, but they pull off, you're right, but KC, I mean, it hasn't reset, Fleshy goes for an engage and fails. Meanwhile, top gets a little bit dangerous, remember, no reset here, Yike comes in, there's the engage from Lincas going deep.
Lincas. Pazi, sigurno se on zove Lincas onda, čim vjerojatno mi čitamo loš.
Moguće.
Kako je kad se zbunjen, čak će Kana biti solo killovan dole od Diorika. No, ovo je GG onda, ili da? Oni su... Oni čak DDL scaluju.
But there's just nowhere for the damage to follow. We'll catch it in the replay in just a moment. But everyone on KC gets completely zoned off again. You're like just going that bit too far forward when it wasn't ready. Like you'll see it as you move up into this position. Watch how you just completely zone off everyone here. With Chayak being able to push Kalist back, same with Fleshy, and then the Realm Warp to reposition up into the offside to finish them off. Like both Vladdy and Kalist could do nothing in that fight.
Sigurno ti nekad activity?
Zvuči mi kao da sam igrao, ali ne mogu da se sjetim šta je iskreno.
Jednom ćemo sešćemo kad budemo jednom do posla, ako budemo imali neku pauzu, neki Worlds nešto, ja ću poneti activity, da odigramo ti i ja u timu protiv nekoga i da to igramo na programu, jer ćemo prvo ti i ja da se popnemo jedan drugom na glavu koliko će to da nam bude dobro kad igramo u timu, koliko ćemo da se svađamo i sve to, a drugo, i dalje ćemo da pobedimo svakog jer smo superioran tim, razumiješ?
To zvuči kao fun day, može.
To je moja omiljena društvena igra. To je omiljena društvena igra mog društva. Jako lep kombo.
Ljudi su počeli da igraju Korkija samo zbog novog skina, ja ti garantujem.
Ja ga u ovoj meti ne volim zato što mi se čini kao da postoje bolje stvari u meti.
From the Vitality side, and the fact that Chayak just feels so confident to flash forward there, lock people up, knows you got Karzi the back, and Fleshy to follow here.
He's just walking under turret into a tippers. He doesn't care. Realm Hook going to be used. Fleshy has used unbreakable will.
Molim?
Will save, even though they get out.
Zašto ga nije ispratio Smor? A mislim, ja znam da on postane jedan targetable i da mora se cancel, ali nije mi to gas.
Ću ga vratiti nazad.
Great positioning here. Picks up Targamas, who this again is the second time we've seen him just solo face checking towards a dragon, and then Chayak finishing him off. But understanding again, you've got this 6, and he is so good when you can get that lockdown to guarantee
Kako su lepo odigrali. Flash W i Ziggs, bam i čao. Sad te dodam, oni su Milicu zvali Milika, a realno nije bio Milika. Tako da...
Ali ispravili su posle, sećam.
Jesu ga zvali Milica na kraju?
Ne, da. Znači, prvo su ga zvali Milika, prvi je Mea Master su ga zvali Milika sa Clicktechom i onda su, kad je Clicktek prošao, šta je već Clicktek igrao, playoff koji, onda su ga zvali normalno. Onda je bio Milica.
Moguće.
Ja se, verujem mi da se toga mnogo dobro sećam jer sam ja tad bio u ulozi gledalaca. To je meni bio ono... Ja bukvalno vividno pamtim kad, kako i gdje sam gledao Origin Clicktek. Kao to je meni ono... peak memory.
And as well, he can always just roam slightly down onto this bottom side and have access to this entire bottom side to keep himself in check as well. And keep his top laner within range of that ultimate, so it's never a fair fight. And Nakan doesn't realize on a ward though.
He does not, so Bloody gets a stun up, and with this duo, he should be dead. I mean, this is the mistake. He flashes over, gets out. Kana doesn't commit the flash yet, but hold on. Wait for the shock blast, and If there's enough damage is my first question. He flashes in. Carter! Shut down!
Lepo. Ovo može bude moment preokreta, ako Kana snowballa iz ovoga.
He's got that long range ult, but Kana with the phase rush, able to get in and get out, smooth as you like. And that's what KC need if they want to try and slow down this Vitality war machine. But with Baron up, I don't think they're in a position to really go for it. And Vitality are still holding here, just in case KC try to poke their noses in.
It's an annoying brush, but there is
Karzi juče isto igrao Zig za jedan game, to je game kad su stompali.
They don't see them in the brush, but they see that, you know, this is quite obvious right now. Fleshy looking to clear that. Yeah, he will.
Mislim, Vitality je 1-1, ali mislim da kad pogledam šta radi Vitality i šta radi recimo SK, BDS, Navi, mislim da bukvalno nije ni blizu koliko je Vitality samo bolji, iako skor to možda i ne govori.
End up not getting that bot lane tower off, and that could have been some nice gold to get into the hands of the Jace.
Now, I did misspeak a bit. I thought the river was a lot darker, but there are a couple of wards up. But the one from Baron is now control water. But there's that one that Vladdy's walking over now that KC are pinging. That is giving a bit of information as to where the next play is. Yike's going to be ganked on top of his walls. He flushes out, he Vault Breakers. And there's another summoner biting the dust.
Vault Breakers. Koja je to magija?
Vault Breaker, kao razbija sef. Vajku.
Vajku. Previše Clash Royale, pa Vault Breakeri su mi u glavi.
Pa da. So I think it's a good call from Vitality to just trade this bottom tier 1 for the potential top tier 2 here.
Yeah, right. And with Ziggs at this point in the game with 2 items, I feel like for Kazi, like his wave clue is insane. They can push turrets that quick. Satchel takes it down. Inner for outer always worth. Kana still getting this turret, but it's a TP flank. And Dagda, I mean, it's only one, but this is a sandwich.
But how many members of KC are going to be on this bottom side? Because I don't know if you're going to get outnumbered here as Vitality.
Realm Warp, Fleshy and Shayak come through. Linces from mid lane. KC turning this into a push. There's a Cataclysm on top of Kana. He sets it away with his hammer, but he's caught out. Shayak hits again.
Oh, yeah.
His rise is smooth, and it's a good punish from Vitality, a good move in the end.
The pathing was so greedy from Kana. He has no flash. They could have easily walked into River and walked out that way, but just stands in front of the tower and gives Linces the easy slam dunk.
Man, this is meant to be a game where we're glazing Kana.
Dobro, vratio se malo KC, sam vidio da li mogu skroz, Kana greška. Da li mogu sad da inforcio Barona? Kana je veliki holder Baron playeva samo zato što... Sve su pre sam mogao slika čita kao nikim jezicima, to je pravilo iz latinskog, vidiš, nisam znao.
There's been a couple of plays that have put gold back in KC's basket, but this Baron once again establishes that Vitality here to play.
And Soul in 25 seconds as well. Kana gonna imagine TP out as KC.
Znaš šta sam ja upravo shvatio da radim?
Šta?
Molim te.
Slušam.
Ja sam upravo shvatio da ja slušam tvoj stream, a da sam slučajno minimizirao Discord i da sam gledao stream sa chata koji kasni 20 sekundi. Što se meni kasni. I ja čujem kod tebe kako je Kana pick-offovan i to se kod mene događa 20 sekundi kasnije na ekranu. Ja sam znao kako je to predvidio kasnije, rekao, verovatno sam nešto, možda nešto nisam vidio, razumeš, kad se dešavalo u tom momentu na ekranu. Možda je on nešto uradio pre toga, pre možda flasha, ono, otkud zna.
Rale, u fazonu kako je on bolji od mene. Kako je on video to pre nego što sam ja to video.
Definitivno. Maiden. Dobro, kad se ovdje može da klačuje sa fajtom, ako Vladi nađe neki flash ult. Flashy. Ovo je jako dobro od Flashy, a Alistar želi da se ovo dogodi. Ne znam šta je kad se uopšte žele ovdje. Ovo je GG.
What a lovely supportive wife that is! Inhibitor drops down while Fleshy takes care of business. And KC are slowly losing the game to an NPC!
Yike failed the Q over the wall, so couldn't get into the Dragon Pit.
A da, oni su dun, pa su domisli nam šta mogu da rade ovdje.
Ma da, ovo je GG.
Marry that woman.
I'm still chasing Kalist!
Kalist is not going to win this either, because Shayak is unstoppable. The base broken, a satchel charge helping and...
I što su pričali u draftu u Game Over 2? Bili su fazonu da namerno je Vitality uzeo blue side i dao im je sve broken pikove. I sad su u fazonu u drugom gameu uzmu reset i nema više broken pikova da first pikuješ. Mislim, KC je first pikovo vaj. Komp im ima smisla, samo su ga loše odigrali. Kao, imaju dobar pick componi, nije da nemaju.
Da, samo što su i targama se raspanali, oni mali, iskreno.
So regularly in these skirmishes, but I want you to keep your eyes on the bottom of the fight here, because as we kind of have everything happen on the top side, Targum is trying to keep Fleshy out of the fight, Vladdy constantly threatening with that flash engage, and as Casey commits the top, Yike fails the Q over the wall just underneath the bottom of your screen, which is why he has to walk back up, but now he's completely out of position when the rest of this fight kicks off. Targamas ends up going too far, because he's trying to keep from the ring.
Nezgodno je kad niste odlučni, Leonu from behind, ili ovako kad mora da vadiš je teško igrati, jer kad pogrešno engage-uješ mrtav si sigurno i onda...
Nuke's Maiden took, I think, 2 turrets and an inhibitor. That's how long she was just there. And a really smart play just to leave Maiden.
Just as much as KC has this game.
Yeah, true. Wait, so the Maiden has done more than KC in game 2. And goddamn, if it's not impressive, Vitality, quick reminder for you all. With this last inhibitor turret, Vitality moments away from taking down Na'Vi in the process in their debut split. As the Maiden's back in again. Infuriating, trying to get back to Nuke as it's not pressed R. But with a Ziggs, I mean the siege is just unbelievable when a Ziggs ahead.
Mislim...
How do I step up?
No, Casey sad bira, mislim da oni opet biraju blue, mislim samo plava strana bolja. Ma koliko su izgubili na plavoj. I realno Yike neće igrati Vaj, tako da to im daje mnogo više šanse pobjede sljedeću partiju.
Da, Karz uživo u ovom Ziggsu, pravo. Karz zapravo uživo u Ziggsu. To je to. 1-1, idemo u game 3.
Ne brini se kolega, G2 će da nadoknadi vreme kad bude krenula ta serija, tako da sve je okej. Veruj.
Ma ne sumnjam, ne sumnjam. Ali znači G2 sad će da se raspadnu, ima izgube 1-2, 60 minuta svaki game.
Ja verujem, iskreno baš jako verujem u ekipu G2-a. Ali vidjet ćemo svako, mislim imamo pauzicu, trajeće nekih 11 minuta otprilike, tako da nakon pauze se vraćamo sa finalnim gameom ove prve serije, ali ću morati snimati restartom, upalit ću ga opet kad se vratimo s pauze.
What the hell happened in that game, man? What a turnaround from game 1. What was the plan? What was discussed between games to allow you guys to show that level of performance?
I think we really focused on getting good bot matchup, because if we get good bot matchup, we can play the game. And we have way more fighting power, so yeah, that didn't end up to be the truth, to be honest, but the mid jungle was kind of popping, so that's nice.
Hey, look, the mid jungle was certainly popping. What's going to be the secret for you guys heading into game 3? Is it just more singing, more confidence? What are you guys focusing?
I mean, staying confident is for sure. I think just having a good draft that can fight a lot, because they are players that fight a lot as well, so we need to match that, and I think it will be all good for game 3.
Sounds good, man. You can head back to your team. In the meantime, as we head to a quick break, over the last month, you guys have been spamming Yunara, so let's take a look at some of the best community highlights before we come back for game 3.
The eye sees, the fist crushes.
On trade. Boom.
This can't be the end. No absolution. Not for you.
Yike now has avoided this and actually gone for the gank.
He has stun, there it is, and Shark won't be able to flash yet. Bolt breaker in, Shark flash, but it's going to be late matched out, and Yike turns it into a gank first blood.
I open. Yes. Combo free. Yes. I'm holding combo. Look more. I'm looking Leona. Why no Q? Keep fighting. Combo 4. Why will die? Okay. Look here. Help back. I'm fine. Don't worry, it's fine. Any no flash as well. Is that too cool? Fight him. I'm keeping behind also. You did it before. That's endless. I'm going. Let's kill him. Where is he?
A very different sound from Vitality's communication here as they come back against KC and bring the series in 1-1. And they lock in playoffs for now. So I will bow to you. Not too much because it's not top 4 in the LEC so far, but they're on their way yet. Sadly, it means that we say goodbye to Navi for their playoffs qualification. They will play next week, but for funsies.
Maybe not so much fun.
For the glory.
For the glory.
Vitality had a lot of fun in this game.
They really had. They really had. And we've talked about jungle diff last game. Do we want to reiterate, but on the other side of the rift this
reverse jungle diff, or maybe it's only laners that matter that set up their junglers for success in this game with a different draft. It was laners that set up their jungler. This time it was for Vitality's side, or it was just jungle diff.
Yeah, I think it was just jungle diff. I mean, Linsa said that they had a lot more agency in the lanes, and I do agree, but I do feel like this man was on fire, especially after the game 1 bounce back. I'm so happy that he gets to have more laners that he can do stuff, because now with the Jarvan, we saw it yesterday as well. I felt like they had the same combo, the Jarvan, the Alistar. They were working so well together, and it's not really always about him here. It's just the duo of jungle support has been exceptional this game.
Yeah, for sure, and I think you could really see that Targamas and Yike, they just started struggling so much after they started falling behind. And I didn't think I'd say this, but Vitality had their number.
It was really clean.
Are we opening the Vi case or not?
The Vi case? I mean...
I mean, it's been open for a while now.
Yeah. No. I like the fact that they keep on trying. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it misses, and here it played in Vitality's favor. Everything made sense around objectives, though, for Vitality. So I want to ask you guys, do you feel like it's KC that was behind on tempo, or just the comp that was hard to play for them to be on objectives? Because, yeah, as you said, Vitality had their phone number here.
Well, it just really felt like the way the comps interact with each other, because you couldn't really say that KC didn't have tools to engage or fight, but it's just one of those things where, yeah, you get the picks that you want, but at the same time, enemy team comp doesn't really give you, options, because we said from the draft already, they don't have good targets to go for. They went for the Yorick in this case, where it's just like, a super tank, and it's just, when you're so squishy and you don't find this sort of engage opportunities because you're so limited, the counter engage does so much. The Ziggs is just buying so much space. The Jarvan and the Alistar are buying so much space as well. And it just becomes now impossible for KC to replicate their performance from game 1.
I mean, I feel like it was just super disjointed, honestly. You see Yike and Targamas in this fight as well. They get so cut off to the side. And then the thing is, nobody on KC can help them. But Vitality have a Ziggs. He can throw the ulti, he can throw the Qs. It's so long range that he's just able to kill them from a screen away. And KC can't do anything.
And that's what happens around these neutrals. It's just such a dance for space. And when you're KC, you're just constantly pushing forward to find the target. And if the Ziggs is baiting you in and out of range, well, all that time, you are trading HP for that space, but then it doesn't lead to anything. Just props to Vitality to how they played.
For me, the thing that made it even more fun to watch and impossible for KC was the fact that they're playing 5v5, and then you have the wife pushing at the Nexus, pushing at the inhibitor.
It's like a very intense fight.
Yeah, W wife here.
That's the benefits of Yorick. He's a family man, because when the game looks rough, laning phase wasn't really the greatest. But look at him, when you have family on your side, the wife and the kids push down the side lane, they generate you gold. He's probably getting last hits on all of these minions, and all of a sudden this game became not the 5v5, but just 6v5.
Bro, my ult is ending the game. I left it 2 minutes ago.
Left it 2 minutes ago, and yeah, she's doing God's work here. Obviously, Yorick is going to take an off the board here in this Superlight draft. Once again, sides stay the same. KC chose blue side here, so I expect that they trust the first pick that they want to have in next game.
I mean, I think for sure the Vi didn't work, and it's often not maybe worked, but I want to see from KC, I think, trying to recreate their game 1 game plan, having more proactive lanes that can actually win lane. Because we saw now, when Vitality had a neutralizer on top, they had kind of a neutralizer on bot as well, to be honest, and then a playmaker on mid. The game looked so much easier for them when they didn't start bleeding from early on. So I think KC needs to go back to the drawing board, get some more aggression, get some more early game champions that can actually make something happen, so that they can enable Yike to be better than Linces.
Anything else that you want to see in this game 3, Odo? KC should have the upper hand, but I'm so happy with what Vitality did here. I'm just wondering, can they do it again?
I think they just need a little bit more versatility when it comes to the draft, because you saw, typically this is one of those KC comps that you say, oh, they got everything they wanted, but at the same time, you can't just be so black and white. You just pick this. You need to look a little bit more and see how the team comps interact with each other. So you need more jack of all trades champion that don't just are so, narrow-minded, singular focus that they can only accomplish one thing in your team comp, because that's what we saw. They overloaded on the Vi and the Leona, and it just didn't work well into the enemy team comp. So I think they just need to kind of expand their horizons and get more different win conditions.
It's been jungle diffy so far. We've talked about this. Is that going to be the case again? Are we looking at both junglers here?
Jungle's a pretty OP role, and it usually decides the game.
Of course you would say that as an AD carry and top laner.
I'm traumatized by them as well. It's the tail all this time.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a jungle.
All right, Yike, Linces, all eyes on you here in this game 3. Let's see who can pick it up.
You won't believe what we were doing while Desk was talking. Yeah, he fixed my shirt. We were very close on the timing there of absolutely cooking it. And it would have been a bit sus coming to that. Now, I'll tell you what was sus. KC in Game 2, obviously, like that early game from Vitality was insane, and it is nice to see. It's just crazy that, like, the dynamics from Game 1 and Game 2, with more tools for Vitality, as I think Linces was saying in the post-game interview, where Vitality could actually pull the action out of the hat earlier.
Yeah, I think that's the big standout for me. It's sure KC
Evo nas
has some
nazad.
flaws, but it was
Samo
Vitality doing
da
a very good job of forcing themselves into
podelimo i
Jesmo
rale.
nazad?
that came from Linces.
Jesi čuo W-Wife?
Literally from the get-go.
Nisam.
Au, ne, moj kolega nije čuo W-Wife.
Let's see if they can have a repeat performance.
Ne, ovako, znaš, ako se potrudili u studio segmentu da ubace W negde.
And enable Chayek to start helping him out through that mid jungle.
I guess KC think, okay, our option again
Šteta,
is
iskreno
get rid
kolega,
of the
sljedeći put će
junglers
biti
against
bolje.
as much as possible. Now that the skirmish
Ostavit ću ti
is wrapped,
timestamp
Jarvan's
sljedeći
gone,
put.
the Zindao's gone, 5 Poppy. But on top of that,
W
you got
timestamp.
Maokai, which every jungler loves this tree.
Molim te, brate, stvarno, znači nemaš ono,
With
ti nemaš
Kraken as
milosti,
well,
bukvalno.
I'm thinking, I'm going down the list. Nautilus is a
Mislim da, znaš šta je fora, ti nisi konzumirao dovoljno tog sadržaja još, pa ja pokušam neko da ti dam crash course na trenutno stanje u svijetu kontenta. Tako da ja to za tebe, nemoj ti naš, ono.
Jasno, ne ti to zbog sebe, ti to samo zbog mene.
Tako je, naravno, naravno.
And also counters a lot of the junglers that are then left, like the Sejuani and the fallback path we see that tend to be more of those tanky picks.
Yeah, because if you go
Nautilus opet banova, ne gledamo Nota, nažalost.
or Wukong maybe, by the way, is just another
Not.
we haven't had Orianna.
Noti.
Not watching him.
If your goal is to
Oh,
limit
koliko
the
smo cringe.
impact that a jungler can have in the early game for Vitality, I think giving
Dva
that
najviše
Wukong
cringera.
across is fine. Because
Ja mislim da je to i dalje W.
pre-level 6 just isn't
Jo.
and I think Linces, if you
Dokle
get
će da
onto
traje
something
tvoja
like
obsesija
Trundle that
time?
can have that standout performance in the early game, still looks pretty good.
Jako dugo, jako
Playing
dugo.
towards sides and looking at terror
Znaš šta
dive.
namišljam?
Ali kad budemo išli da prankujemo, to mi je okej.
Imam drugu ideju, imam novu ideju za content.
Up against an AD jungler, but still it's
Uzet ću i počet ću da kopiram strane streamere pre svih ostalih. Radi mima i svaki put kad onda neko od naših krene da ih kopira, ja ću reći su ukrali ideju od mene.
as a pairing with this as well. We've had the Wukong together, which obviously is not an option in this game.
I hoću biti u fazonu, ne, oni su uzeli moj, uzeli su moju foru.
Knocking off 3 junglers that are S
Da,
A tier at the moment.
mogu bi da patentiraš foru, jel?
Da, ško, ja sam to smislio na Balkanu. Da govorim WL, Riz, chat i sve to. Jer kao, mislim, to se mijenja jako brzo, znaš, to je... Za 7 dana to više niko
Jedan od mojih
neće...
omiljenih klipova je kad meni Sajna govori skibidi toilet.
Da, to je bilo, to je bilo.
Ja burst out laugh, but
To je bilo dobro. A i što je, realno više nije fora, ono, to je nestalo, to je sad mator, ali tako.
In the lane doesn't feel as nice.
To ti kažem.
With the range
Znači,
advantage. Sivir gets locked
brzo
into
to
the
dođe i prođe.
80 carries is now being moved into
Tad imamo drugu
Galio.
foru.
That could be a flex, but most likely going towards mid since Rumble has already been picked in this series.
Yeah, I think it is just going to be going towards the mid lane. So, essentially saying I'm going to lose graciously in this mid lane. Play as a disengage tool, but also follow-up engage on the Wukong, and we can play for these big team fights. Again, though, you're taking something that innately wants to be tanky, going to this Hollow Radiance build, against a Trundle that is going to steal away a bunch of those stats. So I don't think the Galio is going to have the best of times in this scenario when it comes towards the team fights, but at least it should be able to buy some space for what is a relatively short-range KC.
Maybe there is a chance to pull out the Xayah ult as well with some of the all-in, but regardless, Xayah has just been picked up by Kazi, so no Rakan available for the pairing, but I do feel like a safe AD carry,
Randall,
a bit of dive threat being built up.
onako ima jedno solidno mesto u ovoj meti, to mi se dopada.
I'm also surprised Gwen has made it through so far this series.
Yeah.
She's a very, very strong pick, and something that I think Canon might try and eye up, honestly, in this top side. You got the
Ne znam,
speed
ja
up from
iskreno,
Sivir to enable him.
malo mi je drago što polako ispada iz mete, iako je, kao, ima mesto, a to je zbog toga što jedini razlog kad je u meti, to je kad su tenkovi meta, a ja jako ne volim da su ono seđu malo, pogotovo malo, kad i seđuješ tu i tamo mogu da podnesem, zanimljiv je heroj, ali kad mi ljudi izvuku full tank Maoka, ja ono, bukvalno mi nije dobro.
We want to pick an enchanter for Sivir, and we don't want like a stronger 2v2? Are they trying to angle out just the lane phase? Is it the disengage from all this dive? Okay, the Gwen person lost it.
Zaja u dive comp klasika, sve regularno. Ne znam zašto ne daju, ne banuju kasnijim fazama Zaju, tipa u treći ban u prvoj bounce fazi i tako.
Ja se zavisi šta rade Asus je legendno veliki puz. Sivir isto dosta jaka, Sivir Wukong se čini kao jako lep rundown komp.
Maybe KC are worried about a strong level 1 from Vitality, where you've got the invade that can come through with the Braum, the Trundle, and the follow-up, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Targamas is going to go towards. Now, you already heard the desk talk about it at the start of the day, how Targamas has been going more towards these Enchanter supports over the last little while. Like, we saw the Lulu, we've seen the Milio as well in their last series, so it's definitely something that he has brought back into his wheelhouse, but yeah, wait and see.
Now, if KC go Enchanter here, remember something like a Blitzcrank is still up and available. I'm just going to drop that in there. Na gets picked for the first time this split against a Cassante to bring a range match.
Nara. Ali sad kad malo bolje razmislim, Nari jeste dosta opao kada je u pitanju sama meta.
To jeste. Mene iskreno iznenadilo da čujem da je prvi put pikan u ovoj sezoni. A dobro, to je zašto mi gledamo svašta nešto odjednom i onda...
Tako je.
Blitz may be the option.
He does it too.
Pike.
Okej, na ruke, respect.
Which means an Oriana ball, it's a delivery service. And I just thought about this before we talk about the draft, Dagda. Can you imagine a League of Legends delivery service where food is delivered in an Oriana ball?
Malo je Oriana lopta na Pajka, ne znam baš. Jer mislim da je to baš ogroman lonin. Pajka ko baci Eze engage u kasnim fazama partije i ne baci ulti ne out. Ja mislim da on samo free kill, bukvalno.
Sigurno.
Fifth most played champion of all time, so definitely something that I'll be keeping my eyes on, because this is...
Ali mogu da imaju interesantan combo i sa invisibility-em. Ja volim i Trundle Oriana sa speed-upom. To mi je cool.
Da, to je malo direktnije, ono, baci pilar, utrči u njega, ulta i Trundle je još i više tanky, tako da on može u stvari da ostane dovoljno dugo tu.
Not secure yet. KC the only ones locked into top 2. Vitality could end this week with a 2-1 and then go up against Movistar Koi next week in what could be the battle for a top 2. And then Jack Spectra would be right. It's crazy. No one thought ever before that guy could be correct. But here today, maybe he believed when we all did not. Maybe he was right as we get into our third and final game of Vitality versus KC.
And I did just get confirmation from Arna and from Molecule in the production side. The Fleshy did used to be an OTP for Pike. So this is sick. I think it's really cool when you get to see these
OTP Pike.
These players that are new to the LEC stage, showing what they're worth on champions that they've already made them a name for themselves on.
Pike's going Halo Blades, so quick trades in lane with lethal tempo, not Conqueror on the Zaya. So I feel like I like that anyway with some of these hardcore trades. Bone Skewer, the pullback. Let's not forget that little slow, that 90% for a second after you get pulled back. It's really deep. As, okay.
What a tweet.
Nice. I can't tell the difference.
Shvatili smo, smešno je, shvatili smo.
It is subtle, it is subtle.
Shvatili smo.
There's a lot of personality on this team.
Dosta mi je, smešno je.
As we're seeing, you know, the comms have been...
It's hard not to be fans of them.
Yeah, that's right, you know? And hey, I mean, look, KC are meant to be the best. They took it to the best, and right now in a game 3, KC have a lot to prove that they are still at the top of this group by finishing off this series. This would be their first series loss. As Kana, he decided to opt in for the Na. We have not seen Na this split. Kind of fell out of priority, Dagda, but Bit of team fighting pressure, however, he's hoping for the lane here and the range advantage that he can force out and win against Nuke.
Ne želim da gledam botlane, iskreno. Mislim, razumem zašto observeri gledaju gore, jer znaju će bude trade, ali...
Outstanding performances. Nuke was able to get the better of him in the last game. Still, the Jace did well, but it was Nuke who won out with that maiden.
Ja želim da gledam na bada i na botu. U teoriji Karma i Kalista ako ne popiju hook, trebali bi da ih perma drži ispod kule. Kalist treba da uzme na levelu 2. Ovo je bilo hrabro što nije spell shieldova.
They are farming towards the bottom side now, so all roads lead south as just a quick reminder of how much work they did in their own respective rights. There were individual step-ups, game 1, game 2, respectively.
Lenses going to start to creep on in here. Knows there's a ward in his own tri-brush, so not sure if he's just trying to sneak around and to make a play on the bottom side. So yeah, he is. Will be spot out. Great play here from Yike, though. Ends up moving around to spot out this.
Second fiddle might work out. The pillar's up on the target. He flashes away,
Opa.
though, and the ghost water time.
Opa, Pike.
Dobra
Pike
taktika.
gameplay.
Sad ću da objasnim šta je uradio. Kada ejate i holdate Q, čovjek neće da flasha dok vi ne izbacite Q u tom momentu. Ako mu se dovoljno približite, on je napravio grešku, možete mu flashate iza da ga stanujete se. I čak i ako vam istakne Q nije bitno, imate pik kao što ste vidjeli. Vrlo, vrlo, vrlo lepo.
Will end up getting the push and get a quick reset for himself.
Matchup feels easy, but I feel like Chayek's probably exemplified from the second game. That Rise game, he was feeling it. Maybe he's just turned on in the series as well. Kalist getting the push here, which is nice and fleshy. Can't cover for this, so Kazi will miss a couple of minions. And with that kill, that means that Kalist will get probably the biggest advantage out of that 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, we're going to get to play on the bottom side, so Lenses gets a great
Da dobijem play dole. Lepo, lepo, baš je lepo odigrao.
Da.
Mislim, Pike kad ima dovoljno slobode, jako često možete staviti u situaciju gdje nemaš winning ugao. Znači kao, ono, samo te namesti da šta god izabereš u nekom trenutku nešto te pogađa. Da li je stun, da li je Q, ili eventualno neki njegov sajgrač ako se tapuje gank, tako da... To je lepo vidjeti.
Sneaks into brush. Targamas going to step up. Minion dies. But there's no bone skewer to be seen. We ignore that one.
This should give Karzi the push that he wants. Well, in theory, actually, I say it as Targamas actually able to ult Q the wave. But if you can get this shove.
Oh, there it is. Bone skewer. Kalist. Our root is all over the place now. Yeah, no feather going to collect.
Kalist did a good job of maneuvering around, so
Tako na topu trebalo bi potpuno da bude fine u ovom matchupu. Iako bude, morao bi da gubi CS, nije toliko važno. Biće fine.
If you can get this push for vitality, which is what they really want, you can then rotate Karzi towards that top side, and that's when you can unlock Fleshy.
Vladi čajk, lepo.
Oh, nice trade meanwhile though from Vladdy. Unlocking Fleshy, you're right though, is going to be a huge priority here in this game. I just feel like Kazi has his big desire in this game to just survive and just get through this early game as much as possible. Meanwhile, junglers, we talked a lot about them here in the early game. They're not being seen yet outside of that bot dive. And it's also because we're just focusing heavily on this top lane now that Kana is winning by a milestone. Nuke will be able to teleport back, but Kana is abusing the range.
Isto je i relativno normalno, Kana bi trebao to da vina, mislim.
Yike moving down towards his bottom side as well. Just going to look to pick up his camps, but also should be able to cover in case Fleshy tries to go that little bit too far towards interrupting these resets. But again, I think, yeah, if you can start to get Karzi and Fleshy out of this matchup, that's really where the focus is going to be for getting Fleshy access to...
Može, mislim da Gnar ne može da igra taj matchup.
Trying to deny Kalist and Targamas from fully abusing how strong this 2v2 is.
Karzi, čekaj, da Kana ne može da igra taj matchup.
Kana, pardon, da, mislim da Kana ne može da igra taj matchup. Ako ga svičaju u Karzija i Flashija. Gnaru miniju dobija u ozbiljne batine. Mislim, okej, da, ako ga povuku dok je mega Gnar, okej. Ali... Ne znam, mislim da je ovako relativno fajn. Hoćemo da ima.
To meni uvijek pada na pamet.
A mislim, vidi, Gnar, Pajka, ako Pajk napravi grešku, ovaj Mega Gnar skuca ga u zid i šota ga od 100 do 0. Znači, to je Ono. Pike je jako skviši, ali... Ako je mini, onda ga manje više oni šoti od 100 do 0, pogotovo sa Karzijem koji radi puno damage sa Zajom. Čak i da nema iteme, dovoljno perija, Pike drži metu na mjesto 2-3 sekunde, imaš 7-8 perija pull, to je root u shot.
Fleshy and Karzi and start to win out as long as Fleshy isn't able to get out onto the map or even start to get kills on the bottom side. So Yike doing a good job of matching Linces whenever he shows up on this bottom side.
Ne mogu da preživim Linces i dalje.
Isto, jako mi je čudno.
The patience is going to wear thin. Karzi receives a wave and good time to back away for him as well as bot is going to neutralize. So this early game is chilling for a little bit. It does feel like we talked about waiting for level 6 regardless, especially for KC's angle. As soon as Yike gets that, and especially with Grub spawning now in 20 seconds.
Čajk spava u ovom matchupu, Vladi također, mislim, klasičan sliperski matchup. Nema mnogo šta da se priča o tome. Vidimo Naknaka kako se muči, ali to je sasvim normalna stvar u naravno matchup, kao primit ćeš damage i to je to, preživećeš, you'll get over it.
Znaš da sam je juče kad smo gledali ove dvije serije, isto sam bio u fazonu da prva serija je bila Vitality i Navi. Samo da im što se dogodi ovdje pošto ispričam, šta mi je poenta. E pa dobro, Naknako...
Sve je promašio, ali lepo je Kana sve stepovo.
Gledao sam, da, Navi prvu seriju, da sam pomislio kao okej, takva je partija zato što je Navi, a znamo da Navi general nikad ne radi ništa, čekaju da izgube game.
Dobro.
Međutim, u drugom game sam vidio kao da je meta stvarno postala to. Prvih 10-15 minuta se stvarno jako malo događa na Riftu. Mislim i ovdje isto, okej, trade-ovi, ljudi traže neke skill checkove, ali kad pogledaš 10 minuta 2 killa. Što stvarno nije ništa.
Šet, potpuno razumem šta se kaže.
And KC able to defend their top turret on top of that.
Kalist got so much on that bottom side of the map, and KC, like, Donacije is going to be fine to clear out these waves, and you've got Targamas here to support him. Bit of a whoopsie from Vitality, and it was just over-aggressive to try and get the kill on Kana when they just needed Naknako to reset and match on that bottom side.
Vladi is getting bullied out. Chayek is doing his best. Shockwave interrupts.
Ovo ne sme, da, ovo je maksimum što može se dođe u matchupu, pogotovo kad si već dobio Ruby Crystal i null Magic Mental, imaš i bonus health od ove dva stvari još.
No. Naknako did make his way down to bottom meanwhile though, so him getting a bit of damage down is nice considering that Vitality lost so much with the plating, but still there is a 300 gold lead and it does feel like that one play did cause a bit of a ruckus with set gold.
Fleshy moving down towards this bottom side to match with Naknako, but I think he's in an even worse position if he tries to match. Then he did match with Karzi with the Cassante, because there's just nothing you can do in this sort of situation. It feels like, unfortunately for Vitality, this early game has been controlled by KC, and you still haven't really broken that game open. Fleshy has hit 6, which will help on him working with Linces, but they really need to find these picks now.
That Wombo is unreal. Shockwave, death from below. It's not as unreal as I thought it was. Naknako's in trouble. He's getting autoed to death by Kalist, and Yike is on the way in. I'm looking to see if Pike can help out this situation, but he's far away for now. Linces was starting off the Dragon. Yike sees it, and Linces, he's still hitting this, but I would be scared. Vladi has ulti, and he's right there. Kana's just walked down for this as well.
You're kind of going to help control this mid wave, which is a good call. And you've already got push from Kalist on the bottom side. Little low on mana though.
Ćemo imati fight oko Drake ako ništa. Možda.
Pazi, ja ne znam koliko kad se želi to da bije sa Galijom, Sivir sa 2 itema. Jedino Vukov ga ide. Sivir sa 2 itema, Sivir bez 2 itema, sam da kažem. I ne treba bar neki Navori ili SS River Infinity, šta već bilo.
Dobro vidi,
uzeli
su Drake-a, sad samo full out.
Bežanija.
Full flashy. Da. To je ono što sam rekao, ko baci Yes Engage, samo je doomed. Ali to vam je Pike. Ili ćete biti hero ili ćete...
Fancy footwork from Fleshy to make it happen. But KC knew what to do. They completely turned that fight around. And it's just unfortunate for Vitality, there was nothing that they could manage.
It was like a Nara versus the Shockwave, and Canon was just that much quicker. Now, Nako has a bit of help here from Fleshy. Canon the dive, or should I say the jump. Fleshy can't get him, and we look at a replay.
Nećemo još jedan. Ali gledajte Pajka ovdje, to ono što smo pričali. Probao je Flash da engage, ali level 6. Video je Pilar, rekao je ok, imam ugao, ali onda Flash E ulti. I šta onda? Bukvalno samo se okrenu i šotaju ga jer nema kako preživi.
And this ult from Kana is perfect. The Orianna doesn't even have a first item here, so she just doesn't really do much. It's more of a CC coming through from the...
Avgust je objašnjavao na jednom streamu da je Pajk možda jedan od, da ima jedan od možda kao težih za podneti ili najmanje da se očekuje onih dropova u gejmu. Da si kao najjači na mapi do 15. minuta i onda u 15. minutu u jednom trenutku samo postaneš najslabiji na mapi.
To je fair.
Čudan osjećaj. Dakle, od heroja koji pravi pakao i pick-offuje i šotuje svakoga 15 minuta, u jednom trenutku, oko 15. minuta, jel te, kako prelazi u mid game, čim dobiju iteme odjednom, svi tebe šotaju. A ti ne možeš više da šotaš toliko. I to je jako underwhelming za sve Pajk igrače.
To jest. Ali mislim ono, realno koncept supporta i treba bi dopadneš u nekom trenutku, tako da relativno je okej da se to dogodi, samo što mislim da problem je što je njegov high toliko high da jednom kada se spustiš na zemlju kao support i pogotovo što kao ti nemaš utility mimo toga. Ti si i dalje playmaker koji radi damage i koji traži execute-ove, ti nemaš nešto da kažeš kao a da sad ću da ne znam ja scalam ovo ono, ne, ti si Pajk. Ti cijel game moraš da radiš isto, samo u jednom trenutku kad te preseče, ne možeš. To je to.
Apsolutno se to lepo objasnio.
Linces approaching Yike and River.
Ja čujem još jednu Linces, prerezat ću sebi vrat.
Unstoppable, nice Nuke. He can all out here. Mega Gnar in the meantime. Nuke holds onto his ult. And yeah, bot is getting frisky in the river. Now, Fleshy, he's still level 6. He has not absorbed away for about a country year. And you'd say that's good for Kazi, but Kazi's also a level behind completely of Kalist.
Yeah, and that was because Kalist was able to stick around on that bottom side for the boy group fight. That's where we saw that lead open up experience. But again, it's Vitality trying to attack points on the map that they don't really have any business to because control for Kalist in mid.
25 seconds. Business in top, I wonder. If they're going to move up there immediately, because Herald is coming up. Quick reset from bot lane. Flatty will receive this wave. He does have TP.
And there's no pressure on KC to step outside and try and fight toe-to-toe against Vitality, which is why they're kind of ceding that control as Vitality go in for the potential skirmish, because if they scale, they have the Sivir who's going to do fantastic. Vladdy's going to get tankier. Your Yike is going to get towards the second item. Like, you are fine to just continue taking these team fights. And Vitality just don't really have a window apart from looking for these quick picks and quick plays. So KC, you're just happy to sit waiting for the objective fight.
And I mean, look at top, like, Nako can't join in. He's getting chunked out by Kana every which way by this 20 CS lead Nah, who's happy to chill in the 1v1. Lince's coming in looking for a steal, but the eye's going to expose. Move down to 1k, and the attempt on Kana. Chayek is going to shockwave Kana.
Okay,
he's not going to go flash, and he's dead, so good opportunity. Eye does go to KC in the meantime, but Yike has a way out of here. All he has to do is clone through his lenses, walks it out. A kill for the Herald, that's going to be the trade.
KC still moving up towards his top side. That's a very isolated Orianna.
She's going to back, but now she's going to TP. Yeah, I understand Flatty. He's going for the wave first. He's not going to shield it around the empty brush and take a chance. And Chayek will get out of there, but now teleport is burned, and Dragon's up in 10 seconds, so Chayek's going to have to get this push in and stick around for what it's worth.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world on positioning, just not being able to get the reset before is a little unfortunate. Still though, KC now coming back out onto the map. If Vitality can continue to look for some picks, maybe it can work out. But again, it's very slow, and you've got Rift Herald that can grow both in that midway.
Fall out, hang on. Flatty, he's going to take damage here. Flash and Natoba strikes are hitting. Goes back in, the flash match, and Nako looking at a solo kill. The sidestep huge, Flatty still slowed. Another Natoba, another one, and yeah, that's Cassandre for you. And solo kill with Nako brings you some hope for Vitality.
I thought the phase rush on Galio might have been enough for him to escape. but Naknako just about able to catch him in the end, and now Vitality move over towards the objective. Naknako needs to reset. Dragon going down fast, and KC gonna give.
And having that TP advantage, I mean, and not having Vladdy for another 15 seconds, Dragon is a good take. Vitality one on the board, and Naknako, meanwhile, with the 2 grubs, is doing some good damage to the turret ever so slowly.
So this is, again, Vitality kind of getting some of these picks, and this is not the best position for them with the
Yike just jumped in, the feathers fly, doesn't get a root down, the Herald comes in, 2-man shockwave, Yike, that's the real deal. Another distance, and he's down.
Nice flash.
But she will not get a reset on the ulti as Vitality managed to defend, the Herald not getting a charge either.
Linz is able to stop that Herald getting the charge thanks to the Trundle Pillar. Big wins for Vitality in the last couple of passage of plays. So they end up getting the kill for the Rift Herald. The Rift Herald gets no value. They end up getting the pick now over and get the Dragon. And they've got the kill on the top. So overall, Vitality starting to get some control back into this game. If they can keep going for these picks and punishing KC for the overextensions, this could be the way that they turn this game around.
As you said, Linz's pillar just does so much, but I think again, Chayek, last game in this game, he's having such a time. Now, because of the matchup, he's 20 CS ahead, but this Orianna with double Phoenix Codex is going to be 2 items up soon. We'll have infinite mana hacks, sure enough, as well. And these shockwaves might indeed find them all with KC. This feels like the game for it, you know? So optimism there. It is nice as a caster when you start off a series seeing such a stomp, and you go, man, KC is so good, and oh yeah, Vitality, this is kind of sad. And then game 2, you get thrown off a bit. And then game 3, anything's possible. It's like you go to Disneyland or something, you know? And part of the theme park is closed and you get disappointed, but the rest of it, oh boy, it makes up for it, you know?
Yeah. Well, see, I've actually never been to Disneyland.
They don't really close things off, that's not a thing. They're very consistent.
Nikad nije slavio rođendan?
It's like, I don't know any other theme parks. I know Wonderland we had in Australia, but that got shut down. That's like 2007.
I know our talent manager loves Disneyland, so she's always disappointed when I tell her I've never gone to
it.
Yeah.
I've been Shanghai, I've been Japan, Disney Sea in Japan as well, and I've been Paris. It's good. I feel like I'm not trying to advocate, right? I'm just telling you guys what I did in my time off as Kana.
Kakav spor tempo opet.
Da, baš su ga slomili. 20 minuta, 6 kilova. Čak nije bilo ni toliko kao Pajk koji bi trebalo pravi haos. Šelige mu 0-2-1. Čak ne mogu da kažu ni da je uzeo nešto previše fleševa ljudima ili nešto, pa sad kao naš, ajde, komitovali su za njega, pazili su se mnogo, igrali su dobro oko toga što on postoji, džabu jok.
Casante will die, Naknako down, and KC do commit, but first turret of the game goes to Vitality.
So Vitality using the Trundle tower killing pressure to at least get the first one on the top side. But Adakan is still about to spawn. You can see immediately Yike is going to turn on to that. So there we go. This is the reason you don't want to leave Trundle alone in the side lane for too long.
Ovo samo govori koliko brzo padaju kule, koliko je pasivna partija. Opet 20. minut farm, ovaj game je malo lošiji. Sivir, mislim, koja je 3-0, trebalo bi da radi više, ali s Essencom na Warriorem samo ne radi. Kao, mislim ne da ne radi, ali treba je mnogo više vremena.
Moving down, Fleshy just going to spot this out that this is happening, but at 4K it's way too late. Adakan goes down, Vitality going to try and make a move for mid lane turret, but Vladdy can defend this. He can get a shielded round under turret, get turret aggro onto Kazi. Even though Linz is ult in the end, Vladdy's buying time. Yes, he will go down, but as Kazi steps up, KC are on the way. Fleshy, good defense, and the bone skill probably scared KC away. So Vitality will survive after doing some damage and killing the mid lane.
Ne bi trebalo da je rip stream, mislim da sve radi čim ja mogu da vidim.
Ne, radi. Čim ja tebe čujem, mislim. To bi trebalo da bude dovoljan dokaz da... Ne sve ok. Kana.
My brain's gone.
Flicker blade, flicker blade. Just think of Beyblade. No, think of
straight for the IE, which means he's gonna just hurt.
Što se tiče scaling, ja mislim da ekipa kad se scale samo kroz karmu, iz prostog razloga što Pike ne scale kao Pike potpuno useless.
It's not a shuriken like it's a big one. Okay. It unfolds. That's what that is.
Lik je bukvalno najnebitniji čovjek ikada. Već sada 22. minut. Kao on već sad nema nikakav value.
Sorry, I'm kind of losing my marbles.
To je fair, mislim...
But I regather them.
Ne znam, zato recimo to ko volim Niku ovih dana da gledam u lecu, jer mislim da...
Niko, ali na kom lane?
Support.
Šta radi Linkas? Kao super, nadali u meter i dalje imobilan tank. Mora paziti šta radiš. Evo ga, flash i value, uze flash, to je to. To je sve što Pike može da uradi sada. Gle Kano. Gle ga što peca. Isteklo mu, ne vez. Probao je.
Vitality trying to push in on the mid wave. KC looking to defend as they take it, but Karzi a little bit back forward.
He's auto down with the flicker blade. You talking about the bone skewer in, but Kalista's walking up. He doesn't care. Boomerang.
Akalist je sad zverka sa Karom koja ga perma speeda, pa on nema ni jedan problem u životu. On uživa, on bukvalno uživa. Dobro, možda uskoro bude i kraj. 22. minut. Kolega, jel te čeka hrana na narednoj pauzi, pa možeš da se raduješ ili kako ide?
Pa ne znam, jedem turbo malo ovih dana, tako da nisam ni siguran. Da, neću ni jesti, verovatno još. Možda sam nešto tipa šljive ili nešto malo.
Da, rekao sam da si navučen na šljive, umeđu vremenu. Čekaj. Koliko ovo nije bilo trebalo, nije trebalo kad se Valkane i Kalisti sami da ih iznesu možda, gle.
Vitality come out of the woodwork and end up picking up a bunch of kills off the back of it. Nako goes for Targamas, knowing that he has no flash, he can pull him back and get the kills. Lince is then able to get the speed up to chase down Kalista as well. Flatty, like a
počinje već previše da mi ulazi u uši to Lincus.
Sad ga namerno govore,
a ja sam uzio da on to namerno, da bukvalno namerno pričali. Znaš da namerno priča?
100%.
Ne, ja nemam drugi odgovor, pa što bi mene maltretirao samo, ne razumem. Lincus, pa daj, pa nemoj me maltretiraš. Kaže so who won it. Kaže good one. Ja, ovo je bukvalno kad Sajna baci najgoru foru ikada pa mu ja kao dobra kolega, dobra. A ne da nije dobra, nego u sebi kunem.
Now makes it easier for them to push mid with Kalist and move up towards that top side. So I think in the long run it gives more map play to
biće bolje kolega, biće bolje. Bar ako ništa, slušajući ove njihove kastere, samo skapiram da ono što mi radimo je sasvim normalno.
Da, u fazonu, čak ono što mi nama zameramo, da nekada preterujemo, ne preterujemo. Definitivno ne preterujemo. Ono, dva most reasonable guys ikada. Dok sam sklopio ovu rečenicu sa tri reči na engleskom i dve reči na srpskom. Mogao sam da kažem celu ili na engleskom ili na srpskom, ja sam izabrao da izmiksam. I čak i izvučalo loše, nisam ni izmiksao tako da zvuči dobro.
Neka treba.
Ma gde treba? Evo ovo je sad bilo good one. Bukvalno si to uradio. Nemoj kolega da mi daješ lažne nade. U redu je da mi kažeš, ale bacio si lošu foru, molim te prekini. Čak možeš i da budeš ono s nekim majčinskim glasom, kao dosta. Rastko mislim da je bilo dosta. Nešto top fazon.
Taman posla.
Jel chat pati s izolacijama s obzirom da sam ih ugasio? Odnosno ne gledam više chat.
Ne, mislim da je YouTube je eksplodirao upravo i zašto je puklo za pola ljudi je pukao stream, što je malo unlucky.
Kakav? U koji smo mi meti da Trundle sa Max W-om i Orianom i Dead Man's Plate-om biva engaged tool, brate. I kao je uspeo je, glega. Šta je ovaj ultovo? Okej. NT. That bike finds a peak of legends. Zanimljivo. Hajde kao, lepo, interesantnu stvar je rekao. Čekaj, hoće Vitality da pobedi KC, šta? Jel mi u tom alternate reality živimo?
U tom timelineu, da.
Mi živimo u timelineu gde KC gubi prvu best of 3 seriju protiv Vitalitya koji već ko zna koliko dugo ne liči ni nešto. A ovo mi namjerno radi, ovo mi već namjerno radi. Svaki put kad kaže Lincas ja se ospem. Čak, znaš kao, prvo sam mislio Masajna preteruje, kao, ma nije toliko strašno. Onda sam bio u fazonu, dobro, ajde, kao, ne preteruje, malo nervira. Onda sam bio u fazonu, dobro, kao, ajde, prestaće ili neće toliko da mi upada u uši, navići ću se, znaš. A sad samo više nemam izgovora za kolege, sad sam samo ono prolupao skroz.
Da. Kaže tebi tvoj kolega, ne bi ja tebe nikad trolovo taman posla.
Nisam na tebe nekad. Kako ide? Ne smijem sad sam shvatio da ne smijem zbog programa, ali ima ona čuvena iz dnevnjaka. Da, Sivir at this point je samo menace.
Ne znam, i do YouTube umire, ne znam zašto, ali do YouTube je ovaj put. Has gone Meganar though, which I think is why Vitality are willing to try and push through here. Bloody has reset, but he has the ultimate to get back in.
Vitality, they're on the scuttle ward, so it's very obvious what the HP is. Yike for an angle here with Smite up and available at 5k. The root for the feathers and the Smite. Valentis comes in, but the engage sets up a...
Okej. Pajk je uradio nešto u odnosu na ono što je moglo da se desi. Nije bilo loše. Uvijek su Sivir i to je huge. I ovog puta se kolega dere s razlogom.
Lepo.
Je li on to rekao knock-knocka whack-whack them? Da, to je rekao. Knock-knocka whack-whack them.
Moguće. Ja sam gledao samo Pajka šta je radio.
Danas im nije dan.
On the push, but KC, they're looking to turn. Lincas went a bit deep, and now that his pillars down, the chase is hard.
Jel Cecina pesma ovo pa ti to meni namjerno radiš? Jest.
Da, jest.
Hoću da pevam našem kolegi.
Eto, dok si ti to stigo, ja ne mogu da verujem, vidite šta vam radi previše leca, a tek je prva serija. Ja se izvinjavam za što god čujete u sledećoj.
Targamas can do nothing to peel for them, while the rest of Vitality buy the space on the back line, and that was where they just didn't then have that damage to follow through. Kana didn't have the Meganar, somehow Knock-Knocko manages to steal that one away, and now Vitality in a position where they can actually look for the cleanup, but even look at the mid, you end up with this push coming through from Karzi as well.
Iskreno, ne bih da smaram Kalista, ali količina backline dive koju ima Vitality nije ni blizu dovoljna da Lady Sivir sa Lady Karmom umre. Znači, to čak ne vidim ugao da se to događa. Ima i heal, ajde, nema Mikels, nema Shurelio, pa kao da kažem da mu i to pomaže, ali kao ima dovoljno drugih toolova da uradi tako nešto. Yet again, nije dovoljno.
Ja slažem se, on bi trebao da bude više nego lagan ovde. Mora se paziti da duše samo Pajka, da ga ne iščiza, ali kao... Ne bi baš trebalo bude slučaj svakako.
Jel Ganarov hop mini formi daje neki attack speed pa on skoči u mesto?
Da je attack speed nakon skoka, gdje god skočio.
Pošto vidim da je sad skočio u mesto da min-maxuje udaranje kule, da je uzme što pre.
Da.
On je u Megi, ovdje stižem, aha, u Megi, ali 2 sekunde. Vozi, ajde, imate top lane wave. Vladi porta iz top lane wave da uzmeš tier 2. A, Vladi backuje. Bravo Kana. Late game gnar sa Karmom je isto mnogo naporan. Svi heroji su im naporni s Karmom, osim možda Galio, ajde šta Galio, mada i Galio je naporan, može da dobije način da gekluza sa Tontom, tako da sure.
It's going to be his work that is capitalized again. This bot side turret has no inhibitor turret remaining. And KC want to finish off the inhibitor as well.
Fleshy's trying for a bone skew, but now he's found out.
Flashy level 11, sad juriš level 17 Sivir. Slučajno kine ka tebi, mrtav si.
Ja, ovo će da traje 1000 godina ako ovako nastave da igre. Počinju već da me nerviraju. Ali kao treći game uvijek često da bude takav, i suprotno od 5. game u best of 5 seriji.
Da.
Try and go in onto Kalista, and Ninz is thinking I can just get some of these spells and run out, but Targamas with the root buys enough time for Vladdy to come in, the TP from Kana, and they manage to finish him off. Again, Kana, the speed up that comes through thanks to Targamas here is the reason they're able to chase him down. The flash forward, consistently hitting
Tajek je bio toliko lepo, koliko volim da gledam Bergnara kako rundownuje kad ima Karmu. Kogod je rundownuje s Karmom, ja sam u fazonu super. Jer mnogo volim taj koncept, da chaseuješ nekog svog saigrača da mu pomogne za rundowna. Kalist ima nenormalne iteme, mislim ima i Karzi, ali Kalist Sivir. Sorry, samo dajem Sivir veći. I pritom on ima Karmu, ovaj nema, žao mi je.
To jeste.
Targamos treba redemption ASAP, znači Targamos mora napraviti redemption što pre. Jer sa redemptionom praviš veliki problem njihovom Oriana kombu. Malte ne, sokuješ 60% šokviva, s obzirom da ovaj ne ide na burst build, neko ne ide ovaj šta god, golicani build. Ne nanosim štetu build. Jo, Pobi igra, Pobi bi ovdje imao Voidstaff, Rabadon, Shadowflame i Ludens.
Sigurno, da. On uvek ide na ruke,
Ali bi ova dva itema bila Ludens i Shadowflame ili Ludens i Voidstaff, ne bi bila tier eklipta. Da, bravo Vladi. Stani u jedini čovjek u kom ne vidiš da Pike može da te kuka preko zida, bože mili. Mogu da nađe drugi ugao da proveri to, a ne da može da bude kukova. A i da, jeste paničio, nije mora da flasha, kao imaš 2 itema iz onju, to je Stasis. Ovi daju Drake-a, boli ih uši.
Zabada YouTube, ljudi, zabada YouTube. Ovaj put nije do mog neta, iako ovih dana jeste bilo dosta, ali ovaj put nije.
Vidio sam ti sinoć umro na svrtak.
Sinoć nije, preksinoć jeste.
Preksinoć.
Da, jeste, preksinoć jeste.
Ali da, ovo je ono kad Vitality udaš Barona, znaš. Ovo je ono kad Vitality pokloniš game. Kana će ih prebiti. Ljudi, Kana je gnar igrač, please take care.
Vitality move ground. Vladdy joins in as well, but he's going to get sandwiched. He's going to get hit by a ball. And Oriana, who tries to find them all, but only one for now. Vladdy's damage is good. Running for his life. The fight on the back end, dangerous. Flashy's caught out and dead to Kana. Vitality in a choke. Feathers out. Vladdy goes golden. Oh no! KC running amok. Vladdy running up.
Šta rade? Ovo je bio naš predstavnik Internationalu.
I just saw Kalist disappear in front of my eyes. I thought, where is the Sipper? Vitality get back on the Baron buff as well, and 2 are dead from KC. Somehow alive, Vitality stand.
KC just want to knock as many of these Baron buffs off as possible, but they're not going to be able to do it. Vitality protecting crucial members in this. You get to see the initial fight where Vitality think, okay, we just need to try and escape. After this great shockwave comes through, they're like, no, we're going in. Managing to get the pull on towards towards Kana, keeps him at bay where he can't get mega value from the Mega Gnar. And Vitality,
znači sve laguje, da, onda YouTube samo prso, ljudi, šta radim?
Denies Kalist and Targamas to follow up perfectly, which means that then Vitality are able to get Chayek into a much better position and continue forward. But then the turnaround here, as the feathers go down from Karzi, he's able to get a lot of damage down very quickly as Kalist watches he comes through. Gets caught by all those feathers and immediately goes down. Karzi playing that so well.
He disappeared from my screen and I
thought... Jesmo i to opet dobili replay. Ili sam preskočio nešto, znači ustao sam na 30 sekundi sa stolice.
Ne, preferiraju da nam pokažu još jednom.
Aha, okej, dva put smo dobili replay.
That is leading to potential 4th item Oriana, potential 5th item for Karzi as well. The AD carry who was behind an item, no more. He's up in gold. and he should have what could be a GA here on the next back.
Canon just trying to be that split push nuisance on the top side of each eye, who's set to answer him.
Joj, kakve glavobolje nam daje.
Close to completion for him. If you can pick up a couple more
Jel
of these waves,
prsu YouTube skroz?
2.5 minutes of Dragons.
Ne znam, ne mogu da izvalim da li je prsu ili nije što najgore.
Relatively strong. But for KC, they want to see if they can find that quick pick, but it's actually
Da, meni ladno ne izlaziš. Evo i sad mi izlaziš.
Ali nije samo moj stream izgleda, evo kaže Sakren da je sve prslo, tako da...
Ma danas, koliko meni treba da loadam tvoj stream uopšte.
Da, YouTube nešto, evo svi kucaju, svi pao, sad sam ušao na neke druge streamove, ista priča.
Što je na Reddit? Ma da, nije do tebe, evo meni sad frizovalo. To se meni dešavalo onda jednom s njihovim streamom, ali... GA i BT, u ovoj situaciji šta bi više volao da imaš kao Sivir Zaja, GA ili BT?
BT. Mada, zavisi u što igraš, u Pajka definitivno GA.
Ne, kažem ti, to te pitam.
Isto ne igra heroja.
Znači misliš da su obojica uspeli da izbilduju šta treba?
Jeste. GA faktički tradaš item za Pajka, pa bi tu samo trebao da umre, a ti skine... Da ti skine GA, što opet nije baš turbo vredno, jeli, za njega. Opa.
Okej, Jajk je odlučio, pazi, Jajk je odlučio da je kraj gejma. On je u fazonu, braćo, ja ne mogu više da odigram. Da, braćo, ja ne mogu ovo više da igram. Mene mnogo smara ovaj game. Zašto ne tankuje ovog Canona, ja, poga TP, poga vadi TP. Za wave. Ne jer TP, nego ti ne znaš.
Provalio je, da. I uzeo je, prelepo.
Da, spasio mi game. 0-7 Vladi spasio ovaj game. I to sve zato što Linkas nije utrčao s jednim Canonom živim.
Čo šta kaže? Kaže, brat, that's why we work in pairs. Skapirao je da je zezno da je TP u stvari bio giga dobar.
Oni kao doće da završi game i dalje. Ali Sivir je za 5 ljudi. Ali oni pushuju kao doće da endaju. Ali nisam siguran kako go for the end. Siviri su živi, kripovi su živi, Sivir ne može. Kripovi su živi, Vitality je završio. Kako je Linkas, kako je Jajk samo odlučio da je kraj gejma.
Lepo, iskreno giga lepo. I to je ono što sam rekao, Vitality se pita. Definitivno su ekipa koja može da kontesta.
Nismo to očekivali, ali očigledno da su i provovali. Između ostalog u Vitalityjevom staffu je i Lukezi, kog upravo vidite pored, čini mi se, Karzija. Ne, nije, ovo je... Da, jeste, ovo je Karzi bio. Da, pored Karzije je bio Lukezi, tako da naš staff radi posao, ovo je pobednik best 3 serije, Vitality. Lepo, 2-1 serija, vidjet ćemo šta će sad uradi G2, na pola smo, tako da 2-0 za Vitality, 2,5 sata im je trebalo. Kolega, ja verujem da ću imati pauzu tipa 12-ak, 13-ak minuta.
Mislim da je 15 minuta pauza, koliko trenutno mogu da vidim. Tako da, da, duža pauza, dobit ćemo intervju, nakon toga se vraćamo, nadam se će YouTube do tad malo se popravi. Tako da smo na pauzu i tu smo za 15 minuta.
Fleshy got a couple of really big bone skewers that forced off summoners in the late game, which means so much. Nuke's Cassante was crazy on on Kalist at the end of the game. Like that Cassante play was kind of nuts where he 1v3'd.
That is insane.
They got GA in, and they got to snap back for the rest of the fight. Now, Vladdy tried to save the game, but in the end, the wave came through, and with Vladdy still dead for so long, I guess that TP didn't work out the way they wanted. I hope really that Dracos with Chayek in the Pomarian post-game interview can give us some insight into what the hell just happened.
Thank you very much, Hysterics. We are here for the Mary Bomboy post-game check-in. Dude, I just talked to Lincius. I didn't think you guys were going to be able to repeat it. What is going on in this mid-jungle synergy? 2 games back-to-back. Game 2 was all you guys. This game, it feels like it's so much of what you two are doing. What glow-up happened this week? What occurred behind the scenes of Vitality that allowed you guys to just completely pop off?
I would say we just stopped overthinking. We just play a simple game. Like, I think week 1 was a lot of overthinking. Like, we were scared to play the game. And I don't know, I think we just transformed into a complete different team from the week 1.
Yeah, so what do you feel like is the biggest change you said when it comes to that overthinking? Is it just that you're more confident to make plays together? Are you just working better together? What's the biggest shift you've seen?
I think we just play, you know? We just try not to overthink stuff like, oh, they could be here, maybe they can't be here. It's fine, we just send it, you know? Like, if it doesn't work, like, we will try to rebound. If it works, it's perfect. Like, that's kind of how we play right now, I would say.
Look, man, it worked pretty well. 2 wins back-to-back, you guys are looking good. Of course, you had already locked playoffs, kind of getting that first one at the start of the series due to tiebreakers, but now you're feeling good, you're sitting pretty. How do you feel about that cross-group decider? A lot of potential opponents on the opposite side. You'll get your chance at a best of 5. What's going through your head about that?
I mean, I'm really excited. I think, like, we're showing pretty good League of Legends right now, and I'm looking forward to play anyone, actually, from the other group.
Yeah, I think other really important question, we have a lot of people here who are really excited for you. I'm not sure if it's the Hornets or which portion of the Vitality fan base. How does it feel when you come off stage to have people cheering for you specifically? There was one person who's like, Chayak, you specifically kicked ass today. How did that feel?
I mean, that feels really nice. Like, thank you, everyone. Like, it means so much.
An awesome thing to hear. Thank you, Berlin. Thank you. Last question for me. This one not serious at all. There's some singing happening on stage. When do we get your vocal stylings? When do we get to hear that in the comms? Do we get it today?
I can do it against MKOI probably.
Ooh, you can do it against MKOI. All right. What is your go-to on-stage karaoke song for the people to know so they're ready?
Let me think. Maybe Golden by Demon Hunter, you know?
Okay. Yeah. Damn, all right, respectable. Last note, you are the Kia player of the series. So, how does it feel? Do you feel like, was this good today? How would you rate your own performance out of 10?
I would say I played pretty decent today. But if I could, I would probably give the MVP to Lincius. I think he played insane today. And I'm like really happy.
Hey, man. Good supporting actor, it seems, to set you up for that award, so congrats again on this victory, and to Team Vitality for qualifying for playoffs. That's going to do it for us here. We're going to head to a quick break, and then the desk's going to be joined by Carzzy ahead of G2 versus BDS.
That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in-game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
I think we die now.
Yeah.
They're coming, guys, okay? They're coming.
Yeah, don't die.
Fast play.
He will die, he will die.
Nice, good job. They'll die. Fight.
We are going around, we are flanking.
Go on, Galio.
Galio is gonna ult, look here.
I'm looking. We can ask guys, no?
Yeah, we can.
Kill him. Karma.
No flash cam. Who's good?
Turkish combo! Look, Sivir. Front. Nice.
Hit the turret.
Turret. Nice. Good shot. Go!
Well played, boys.
Amazing comms once again from Vitality, who reversed with KC here and deny Navi a chance to advance to the playoffs. Now we're going to talk about what happened here because we've locked in our top 4 teams for Group A: KC, Movistar Koi, Team Vitality, and GX. But the seeding is still up in the air as KC is locked top 2. For Vitality and MKOI, they're fighting for that remaining seed that auto advances into the playoffs. For the 3rd and 4th seed, they will play in the crossplay decider to advance to playoff. And for now, GX is guaranteed to play in that decider as the highest seed they can now earn is top 3, 3rd position. Now let's turn your attention to Karzi, the victorious Karzi, the loudest moan in the LEC, let's say. How are you doing? After the Secret Lab ad, of course. But yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Fine, okay, yeah, let's call it that.
I mean, it could be better. I'm kind of sad about my own performance in the last game because I had some like choke moments, I'd say. But other than that, I'm really happy because my teammates stepped up like really a lot. Like especially Insaz, I think he was playing insanely well. I haven't seen him play and call like that before.
All right,
So,
yeah.
props to him for our victory today.
Let's keep the spirits up. You guys made it to playoffs. Congratulations for that. But I want to focus on the next game because Jack Spectra coming into the off season.
Yeah.
Skewmond on the side of G2 and Paris on the side of BDS were the hottest prospects that we had for entering players in the LEC. How have they developed, respectively?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I'm sure as you're probably scrimmed BDS Academy, they were like the best DRL team with Paris and Skumon leading them. And they just looked like the two best players coming into the league alongside Kalist. And then Skumon, I think, has done fantastic on G2. It's looking like one of the best junglers in the league. While Paris, a lot more mixed. I feel like with 113, he didn't quite click. Even now, I still don't really see quite the potential in him that I saw in ERLs. And I don't know, it's sad to me because I think like when I played against him in ERLs, I thought he was insane.
What's your take on that, Karzi?
I mean, I also thought he's insane when he was in ERLs. But I feel like in LEC, I feel like he's a little bit more stressed, maybe.
Okay.
Because even in solo queue, he was like really, really good.
Yeah.
But it's also hard to say because it all depends so much on like the team environment and on your teammates. And as a support, usually, like if the people around you are not good enough, you will not look that good, you know. So it's really hard to say. Maybe it's just team issue.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine, especially with all the roster changes that they had. What do you feel like BDS is missing so far in summer with everything that they've tried to revamp? Where are they going?
I mean, for me, it was weird because I felt like BDS was starting to kind of play a lot around 113. He was playing like Nidalee and stuff and carry junglers. And then they replaced him. And now Bukada is more like kind of this facilitator. But the carries, I feel like, are decent. I think Nuke and Ice are not bad, but nothing is really happening in their games. I feel like they're kind of just chilling.
There is no real proactivity in their games.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's something that they can get against G2, because G2, I feel like they pushed to 5 gear, honestly, on all the games that we saw, especially coming against Fanatic yesterday, 2-0 against them. We've talked about Skumon, but LeBron, man. LeBron James. What a legend. On the All-Star yesterday. We can talk about the laning phase. I feel like there's a lot of improvements to come here, but Karzi, as someone who has to play with supports, what do you think of LeBron in summer so far?
I think he's playing really well. I was a bit worried when he joined G2 that he would have struggles with performing under a lot of pressure.
I mean, he's doing God's work on and off the Rift, selling merch, engaging with Alistar, but yeah, please go on.
And I think he's playing really, really well. He's like lately, like the first 2 splits, it was not so hot, I'd say.
Yeah.
Or like the expectations were a little bit higher for him. But I think at MSI, EWC, and right now he's playing.
Right now,
yeah, and he's playing really well now.
Yeah.
I feel like for me, the biggest things with him has been like I think in winter and in spring both, he looked good, and then up against their most important matches was when he kind of like, I'd say, choked a little bit. Do you think he's still, like, is that what you see his biggest issue is?
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought that Labrov is really, really insane. And like, he's been playing well for most of the times. But then in finals, when it matters the most, like some crazy stuff starts happening, you know? Like, I remember this from my 2023 finals against BDS, where like Labrov, in my mind, like he played, I could play that game super player.
Oh my god!
Any other game he's playing like really insane well, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Maybe the nerves here, but hopefully the nerves shouldn't kick in today, as I would give the edge to G2 in this matchup. And we have Odolame joining us. We're going to be doing the draft here at the desk with Karzi, of course. You're going to stay with us as well.
Are you a draft master?
Well, we're going to find out.
Leak all the scrap.
So
what's the first pick?
What is the first pick? What are the best? Tell us everything. You scream those teams. You should know.
You know, I never want to go to analyst that. I'm gonna be.
When you retire? No. But yeah, it looks like a mismatch on paper, obviously, especially given G2's level lately.
I want to ask actually a bit off topic, but why was the Wukong prio so low in your guys' series? Do you not think Wukong is OP champ?
I think everyone thinks Wukong is OP champ.
Yeah.
But Linsas has been doing really, really well on Jarvan. So he just felt confident playing the Jarvan.
Yeah, fair enough.
In the second game. In the first game, I don't think... I mean, to be fair, I don't know. I usually don't pay that much attention to that.
I'm one of those guys that just sleeps in the draft meeting. They just chill.
I mean, we don't even have that many draft meetings. We should put it behind our backs.
There's a lot of topic. Yeah, I'm putting a pin on that. There's a lot of topic that I'll talk about with your coaching staff, maybe, and investigate what the hell is going on with Vitality. What do we want to see here? As you just maybe on this side.
Honestly, pretty much anything from the Azir, the Wukong. It's kind of the choice you want to make right now because game 1 Fearless, they're just... I feel like most of the time both sides get a lot of OP picks and are quite happy with the trades that they're making. I wouldn't really say that there's a correct thing that you do. Right now I'm looking at probably an Azir Wukong trade. There's probably...
I mean, cards you should know about this. You guys gave an Exodia draft to KC in game 1. So how do you make sure now that you lived it that they don't... Yeah, there you go. History repeating itself in front of our eyes.
Vitality, you give them Azir as well, right?
And okay, preferably.
So that's what BDS should not pick. Just don't pick them so that the blue side gets them all.
Exactly.
Hey, what for you guys? Game 3 it was... Yeah, see, it's happening.
Yeah, I mean...
There we go. Another blue side, three first picks. There we go. Here we go again.
Is that a flex Nautilus?
It is a flex Nautilus, I think.
Alright, we haven't seen it in jungle yet.
Speaking of Nautilus jungle,
it's a myth nowadays.
W or L?
I mean, I think it really depends. I think with Talia it can be good, probably. Yeah. Since it was already good from support.
Yeah.
So that would make a lot of sense. Although I don't see it work that well into like Trundle, yeah. Like he hooks pillar, gets one-shotted and...
Yeah.
I think it's just the threat as well. It's on that side. You can't ever hard commit. Well, now the Trundle, you can hard commit to the Trundle because it's a universal
Halo.
thing, but then this happens, yeah, where you just think two.
Gdje smo tu, kolega? Nismo tu?
Well, maybe it screws up your team comp a little bit.
Aha, tu smo, ti si mene pustio, dakle, verovatno. Sad vidim. Zdravo, kolega će da uzme malu pauzu da završi svoj obrok. Umeđu vremenu ću ja da vas zabavljam sam. Sve u svemu, prva serija je prošla vrlo napeto. Vitality pobedio BDS, dobro BDS, KC-a 2:1, a sada gledamo G2 protiv BDS-a. G2 u derbiju protiv Fanatica izgledao vrlo clean, kako kaže Simon, nisu napravili nijednu grešku. Što definitivno zvuči impresivno, mi vidimo priorite na Ionari, Trundlu i Brownu s njihove strane. AORUS je blindovan Nautilusa, međutim Brown bi bio open te Labrov bira jedan vrlo no-brainer matchup. Vidjet ćemo da li će mu proći onako kako brojke kažu da baš taj matchup treba da prođe. Vidjet ćemo da li će blindovati, ovdje kolega caster, ali strani, objašnjava nam potencijalnu situaciju da biraju da li G2 želi da blinda top i mid, sad ćemo da li će morati top da blinduju, mid imaju counter pick, dobro. Vidjet ćemo šta će blindovati Bibi. Ne bi me čudilo da blinda nešto što nije tank, pa da je lepo što smo banali Siona, Bibi je Sion dosta clean. Jace smo vidjeli od Kane prošli game, Xante underwhelming, da, Jax je dobar ban, odličan ban od strane Strikera i Menkjua. Radili su dobar domaći za pripremu ovog best of 3-a. Da Rooster u toj situaciji potencijalno uzima i Gragasa, recimo, i slično nešto o tome, Baukadi, Barman Najver, Barman i Niko. Nisam siguran gde su oni mislili da ovo Niko ide, ali dobro. Da li ide Niko na top? Da, ali... Ovo će naod biti u džungli, bre, ljudi moji. Ovo će naod biti u džungli, on je dobio buffove ove peče, ja potpuno zaboravljam to. Prebačen je u džunglu i ovo je prvi put, možda i da je ostavljen naod, tek sam dobro sam ne razumeo. Tako da ovdje može baš svašta da bude. Ipak ne, ipak Wukong, ali zašto bi ikada izabrao Wukonga? Jer kao Brown ima dobar matchup dole onda ako mu daš Nautilusa. Ovako samo mogu si da uzmeš tipa Korki Karma i da bulijaš Brauma, da Nauta pošalješ u džunglu i opet imaš čak i damage output i dodatan boost sa Karmom, pominjao sam Xanta kao potencijalnu opciju za blind, za BB-a. To će biti slučaj.
Finn thought this champ was completely useless.
And that's why Finn is an analyst now.
Yeah. Well, Odo is too. We need to see a battle of 1v1.
I was losing a lot of that, but Ambessa last pick, it does bring a little bit of firepower, but I do agree with the sentiment that Karzi had.
Evo, kolega.
I feel like BDS is...
Sad sam ti napisao, meni ne radi stream uopšte.
Kao ne vidiš...
Ne, evo ti screenshot.
Čekaj, ne vidiš na YouTube ili ne vidiš na Discordu?
Ne, vidim na Discordu, evo ti YouTube kako mi izgleda. I ovo je posle više refresha i više svega overloada.
Da, ali YouTube je prso, to ne mogu da rešim. Jer gledam, imam 0 dropovanih frameova, upload mi radi savršeno. Mislim, idemo na TV svaku, tako da nije...
Sve to mi je jasno, ali to je čisto onako obaveštavam da znaš.
Tada evo, sad gledam i kod drugih streamera isto, svima chat kuca. Neće, ne radi. Puko. Znači, bukvalno svi kucaju to. Na svakom live-u koji sam otvorio.
Da, ne znam šta ti kažem. Šta da radimo? Evo nekome radi, evo sad neko kaže da radi, tako da ajde. Nekome radi, nekome ne radi. Mi ćemo da radimo za 1% ljudi kojima radi.
Dobro, radit ćemo za TV, uživo smo na TV-u, tako da...
Tako je.
To je i dalje stvar, program i dalje vozi. Šta sam propustio u draftu? Kakav Tariki, što se događa, o čemu pričaju?
Pa ništa, u suštini vidjeli smo nauta koji je bio R3, ne R2, izvini. B3 odgovor je bio Brown. I ja sam mislio će poslati nauta u džunglu, jer ne želiš Brown matchup sa nautom. Onda su oni odlučili da R4 bude Wukong i da daju Brownu free matchup for some reason. Umjesto da odu recimo Korki Karma i da bully auto i Naru i Brauma, ali imaju na auto u džunglima, da ajde možda na auto ne može baš da se bori s Trundlom, ali iskreno ne vidim kako. Jer kao verovatno te lako chase-dono, ali ti kao na auto imaš slow od imaš hook na zid, imaš hook E koji ako ne prokaš pasiv je također način kajtovanja, imaš double auto attack reset, imaš mnogo načina da kupiš vreme, ako ništa da ti neko izrotira moraš da se paziš, ali kao gledali smo i gorih jungle match-upova, tako da ne znam.
As expected, and then you rewatch the games and you go, oh no. Many question marks.
Slažem se, čudno. Nakon toliko također target banovanja tog Nautilusa, da bi ga izvukli iz džungle, da ga samo ne uzme malo...
Ne razumem zašto ne koristimo mogućnost fleksovanja, jer čak je i G2 respektovao njihov flex u druge ban fazi pa je banovao Niko u slučaju da Naut ode u džunglu kao jedan bully support za Brauma, razumeš? Tačno su oni imali istu ideju koju sam imao i ja, samo je BDS bio u fazonu, ne, to je bio prank da vam uzmemo jedan ban. To je to. Tako da kolega, ja sam clueless, to je... Malo je reći da sam clueless.
BDS across the ages, he as a player, yeah, that's the other top laner who also has had great performances specifically yesterday.
Bring that one up in a second. That one, there you go.
There's the comparisons. You can see in terms of his stats performance and just his individual performance, Rooster has been playing very well in his isolated 1v1 matchup, and already in these 1v1 trades, he's been getting the better of Broken Blade, even if it's not amounting to a huge amount so far. But ultimately, he is kind of one of those players that we are keeping our eyes on. Oruame talked a little bit about in the draft. It gives them a little bit more firepower. It gives you a little bit more skirmishing potential when looking to attack the side lanes, maybe. But Kazi was
quite Yonara i Brown za sada uzimaju kao neki prio. Level 1.
He was not a fan. He had strong words. You know, that said with the man who just took down, or the confidence of the man who just took down KC, right? So it's. I feel inclined to.
Rooster je
be completely honest with you.
Imao counterpick, imao R5, BB je blindovao Xantea, banovali su mu Siona, to je isto možda valuable informacija. BB-ev Sion je baš neprijatan blind.
To je istina također, da.
But yes, as Kazi was highlighting, it's a very difficult matchup. Ooh, Ice is stuck around.
Good block coming in from Lebrov. Eric's just gonna back up.
Šta će još naći Han sama?
Ovako ne bi smeo da funkcioniše prvih 3 levela bar. U stvari, možda bi smeo, baš zbog Brauma.
Vidiš šta god Han sama da radi, ja sam u fazonu, dobro, ovo ima smisla. Bibi je samo don't. Možda nije don't.
Rooster je fine.
Nuke going in. Caps looking for the solo kill. Caps still has flash.
Just a shield.
Extra movement speed. Skew on to the way down. Flash out.
Uuuu, da je Nuke solo killa Capsa, to mi se uopšte ne dopada.
Is there okay? Suddenly, Nuke just solo kills the EU GOAT just like that. No hesitation.
Nuke just solo kills the EU GOAT. Dokle ćemo više imati tu floskulu? Dokle ćemo više čoveka zvati EU GOAT?
Ja protiv junglera u solo queue colorized. Pa dobro.
Smešan je moj kolega.
Ovo je samo bacio na minimapu i bio u fazonu vodi me gde god me vodiš.
Vodi me gde god me vodiš.
A to ja, mislim, svi igrači tako kapiram da samo kliknu na mapu bilo gde, samo da da bace što pre TP.
In isolation was doing great, but BB getting the extra support, resetting. Going bottom lane with his TP means kind of a nice position for G2, right? They're first on the swap, BB's first to the bottom lane, gets much more out of that TP.
Game right now still finds itself relatively even. But the fact that, like, we gotta come back to this. Nuke just solo kill Caps, okay? Like, what happened?
Can we just
rewind?
Can we just get a zoom in on the Annie?
Because we didn't get a replay.
What happened,
we're gonna
brother?
remind the audience.
He can't answer me, but we just...
Because, you know, Caps comes back, he was having a straight... He was the highlight of MSI for G2, I would say. Even through their struggles, he was the man carrying them when the chips were down. EWC as well. I heard he had a fantastic performance against Poby yesterday. Poby's very consistent laning. It was being challenged by Caps.
Su rotirali gore za grabove, koji su punili za 2 minuta, malo mega rana rotacija, ali...
Late game Z is always a potential win condition, especially here in EU. We know how powerful this champion is, just because a lot of our teams end up devolving into big late game team fights.
Yeah.
Oh, there's this. We get the replay.
Is this the replay?
They're both at about 50% HP, trading back and forth. And then Caps just goes to last hit some of the minions. He takes 2 autos from the Azir soldier. He realizes that, like, I've got a flash, saves it for the last minute. But the flash auto attack comes through. I mean, that's just a clean solo kill for Nuke.
Ako BDS danas dobio G2, stvarno ne znam više šta da kažem.
Nema šanse, ajde izrci jedan kill polako. Don't jump into conclusions. Biće okej, kolega, biće okej.
Ja se nadam.
It's gonna be okay. Nuke. A zato što Capsu daju Annie, pogledaj ti ovo, koliko ovo izgleda strašno. Aha, da Medved prokuje Bramo pasiv, bilo bi jako. Tu bi uzo kill.
To bi bilo Beyond Broken.
Zamisli kako je to
dobro. To bi bilo Beyond Broken.
Još ono skill expression da targetuješ Medveda da prokuješ svima Bramo pasiv je baš seksi ono.
Ajde, mutat ću se na sekund samo da zovnem editora na sekund. Pošto kažu da na tebe nema slike, moguće da je zabolo, pošto je prenos preko YouTube-a vuku, a YouTube je prso.
Ajde.
Sad ćemo da imamo.
Sada ćete konačno da vidite pozvanog čoveka odgovornog za editovanje i sve ostalo.
And of course, for Caps, that O2 start definitely not ideal. Nuke going for some defensive itemization as well. Much more focused on just keeping that pressure up in lane.
Nuka koji i dalje bulija Capsa. Si super electrocute, solidan i start, ima i blasted one, ali džabe, Nuke to respektuje sa Merksom. Ima 2 killa, ovo je odličan početak za svakog Azira.
And you're now just less afraid of the stun because of that extra tenacity that you do get from the boots. Of course, when a support comes to your lane, Nuke is forced to play a little bit more defensively. He will be denied that cannon minion. It's a small advantage gained, and closing that gold gap just a little bit.
Yep. Of course, Paris roaming mid as well as the Brav roaming mid did mean the top lane 1v1 was isolated, so it has been Hansama able to accrue a bit of a CS advantage, a bit of a gold advantage. That is kind of the consolation prize for G2, but again, it's a little bit rough. G2 obviously have been very committed over the course of the year to keeping Caps on these more utility.
Ok, da, izgleda je prso i pull odakle god vuku i to je
Znači, to znači da ne radimo ni za koga.
Ostaje sačuvano na YouTube-u svakako, kapiram da YouTube kada fiksa ovo će ostati sačuvan. Ne, ali ne možeš da odeš, sad sam shvatio, ne možeš nigde da odeš, radimo do kraja. Moj kolega je u fazonu, super, day off, ne day off. No day off, žao mi je.
Da si ljut na mene.
Zašto mi je trebalo malo da skapiram na šta ciljaš. Da, trebalo mi je malo.
Zašto ti je trebalo toliko malo? Mislim da ćeš brže da skapiraš, iskreno razočaran sam.
Vidi, ko zna, popravi se YouTube u pravom trenutku kada ne radi ni jedan stream i onda svi stranci uđu na ove live i GG, brate.
Dobro, ja ću samo da kažem da me teraš da radim Sizifov posao.
Ne, kao šta fali.
A znaš koliko je čovjek nemotivisan kad radi Sizifov posao?
A jao, pošto si u skorije vreme baš mi je motivisan.
A ti si ubio si sam motivacije.
Vidi jako, veruj mi, meni je lepo bar. Da li sam motivisan, da li nisam, meni je jako lepo. Tako da ima i toga, šta fali.
Hoćeš sad da ti vratim, a šta ću? Hoćeš sad da potegnem artiljeriju malo jako.
Slobodno kaže da gubiš auru, samo da znaš. Bravo, Velokse. Elarale.
Ne, ja sad mogu da ti dam onako ultimativne odgovore na pitanja i da pobedim ovu debatu, ali dobro, nema veze.
Sve dok ne kreneš o hrani da pričaš.
Vidiš, tu sam te čekao. Ja znam tvoju boldnu tačku.
Pojeo sam 600 kalorija do ovog trenutka.
Lagano.
Ovo već nije bolna tačka, ovo je problem.
Onda moraš da mi se izviniš za ono što si rekao malo pre, inače ću da krenem da nabrajam šta ću da naručim nakon programa.
Vidi, ja ću da krenem da nabrajam na koliko ćeš procenta masti biti kada završiš tu narudžbinu.
To nije cool.
Samo ću to da ti kažem. Samo ću ti kažem da što one pločice što si gradio, pa, kao loš keramičar, upravo će nestati na još 2 narudžbine.
Da, puklo posle godine dana.
Da, pa ti vidi.
Ko ti ovo radio?
Pa ti vidi. Da li ti se isplati, što bi se reklo.
Lagano. Rešit ćemo se. Dobro, prestajemo da se mrzimo, je li to u redu?
Fair.
Ja nisam dobio slobodan drugi deo dana od tebe. Ti si me isprozivao, ja sam ti pomenuo hranu i to je to pobedilo. Obojica smo pobednici.
Da, mislim da je to razumno skroz.
Možeš da mi kažeš samo, ti si pomenio jučer neki G2, mnogo opasan, mnogo superioran, mnogo ne prave greške. Svašta nešto rade. Šta se dešava po tom pitanju?
Ne znam, nije ni meni jasno.
Vidi pikov na Roostera, vidi ovaj flag, šta radi Bibi, bože mili. 100 mu gromova, dođe vola. I sve druge floskule koje mogu da kažemo da su dozvoljene na programu. Da, okej, oni su ovdje samo izbulijevali Roostera, Sherry i XP i super im je. Ja bi bio ovdje crashao, oni nemaju nijedan timer za dive, imaju samo timer da umru ako blokada stigne, tako da begajte. Zato i Caps patuje gore, pod kako ih protektuje od blokada. Oni znaju da je blokada tu. Upravo što su pametni, gle ovo. Kanterovo je prvi knock-up od ultija, ali nije Kanterovo drugi, šta će sad samo da umre? Neće, hoće, neće. Jao, da je popao plant. Bio bi baš nice play. Nisi sigurno zašto su Capsi i Bibi bili u fazonu, sad ćemo da napravimo play 4-2 i proći će i kao ispalo je fajn 1-1, ali...
But I still think this is just a net positive. BDS, look, getting the push in the mid lane. On the bot side of the map, you can see what was about a 300 gold difference between the two AD carries has been able to close once again. A lot of that largely just being the CS advantage that Hansammer is sitting on.
Ja, Nuke uzima drugi play, treći play.
Advokat Azir.
Jeste, Attorney Azir.
Iskreno jedan od boljih skinova.
Više protiv Janitor Trash.
Šta više voliš?
Janitor Trash.
A dobro, fair. Ja rekao neki drugi Azirov skinova da mislim da Azir ima okej skinova. Onaj Worlds Azir isto bio insane.
Meni je omiljeni Warring Kingdom, on je mnogo cool, zato što ne menja mnogo boju, a baš izgleda dobro.
Ne znam što vam pričao ja, da imamo potencijalno lik ko radi Worlds pesmu ove godine.
Ko?
Baby No Money.
Ne znam ko je to.
Kako ja sa tebi dobislim ko je Baby No Money?
Pogledat ću, vratno znam neku njegovu pesmu, kako se zove, tako da laga.
Baš, mislim, poslušaj ga, zna, čuo si njegovu pesmu, tipa Eda Mami je pevao, ima... Šta je, koja je njegova najpoznatija pesma? On pravi one troll pesme, napravio sa Big Vizom isto jednu pesmu. Većina njegovih pesama su giga troll.
Nisam upućen.
Mene blago zabrinjava iz prostog razloga što mislim da ne znam kako će on napraviti epic pesmu. Jer kao svaka...
Ne bi bio prvi put da za Worlds nemamo epic pesmu.
A daj mi koja nije.
A sigurno ima neka pesma za koju smo rekli tad kad je izašlo nije dovoljno epic.
Dobro, to stoji. Ali, kao, čak i ono sa Zedom, Ignite i sve to je bilo čudno.
Zed Ignite je very banger, što je to meni omiljeni World 16.
Da, ali prvi put kad smo čuli, neki kad su čuli, bili su u fazonu čudne, zašto nije bila tad tipična... To je izašlo nakon Legends Never Die, razumeš, ne možeš da ideš u fazonu, da, to je jednako epic, nije.
To je izašlo, zar nije to izašlo nakon Worlds Collide, ne?
Da, ali kao, razumeš, poenta pesama je bila ono, Legends Never Die, Warriors, i onda sad treba da izbaci Baby No Money pesmu. Ja, mislim, njegov stil, on bukvalno je parodi reper, znači pravi troll pesme.
Dobro, ali ljudi koji su parodi reperi mogu da imaju dobar potencijal da naprave pesmu vezanu za igricu.
Ne znam iskreno, ne znam šta ti kažeš.
Of course, BDS don't have full information as to where he is, but quite far away from the objective. Yeah, the thing about this timing.
Dobro, ja ti kažem da ja mislim da ima potencijal. To ti ja kažem.
Ja se nadam, evo Klara misli sam hejter, što je fair.
Pa jesi hejter.
To je fair, ja ne kažem da nisam.
Sad bi sad sve što ugasu da te prozivam, zašto sam počeo i malo pre da se prozivam. Ali nije mi nešto vibe za to, nisam dovoljno odmoran za to, a žao mi je kad si na katu da te prozivam, nekako dušu imam, razumeš?
Ne bi ti bilo pre žao, nego sad znaš kako mi je.
Da, pre sam bio u fazonu, ma koji kat, ma šta me briga, a sad sam u fazonu, a mica, a cica na katu je, a duša. Hoćeš da dođem kući da ti pomognem nešto, da preneseš ormar. Kaži mi, jel ti treba bilo šta, razumeš, to je ono, proces spoznavanja kata. Proces spoznavanja kata.
Ja trebam do decembra da budem na istom, tako da...
Da ti si najlaganiji čovjek ikada.
Kako sam krenuo, biću. Ja činjenica da trenutno blame na traci dok to pričamo.
Right now, there are 2 dragons to 0. Nuke.
That's true.
The superstar right now of BDS.
To be fair, Carzy is a part of the Vitality lineup that gave KC their Game 1 composition. So perhaps...
That is true.
Mayhaps he does not have all the info.
Of course, this is all in jest, and of course he's speaking from a perspective.
Ali biće bolje.
Everything is equal, which makes sense.
Well, I mean, you can't really anticipate
Malagac?
dying 3 times at the start.
Ja sam ti poslao moju omiljenu motivacionu foru, a to je show them your time, one more time.
No, absolutely. I will say the thing I like about this is Nuke, I was a little bit skeptical after the initial kills if he was going to be able to push this lead, right? Goes for the Merc Treads as
a defensive option. But
that last little play on a caps is a good indicator that he has the level of bloodthirst you want to see when someone on your team has a 1,000 gold lead.
Oh, yeah.
Not afraid to use those marks to just dive in face first.
I just love seeing Nuke have these pop-off performances because we think back to even last year. Oh, the butt's wiggling. Ice is taunting Han Summer. But when we think back to last year, Nuke was constantly contesting those top 3 mid spots, right, alongside BDS. And this year, I think we haven't seen that same level of impact. And so when he has moments like this, it's a nice reminder to show you that Nuke is still a top-tier mid in the league, as he's now the target for G2.
Stun goes down. Big damage. Nuke now trying to retreat as Bukata gets a little bit more space, but it's once again going to be Caps in trouble. They really don't have a good way to peel for this. The exhaust is there, but it does not matter. Naka finally coming through. Bukata healing up a little bit, but he has the Triforce. Now the Thunder Sky. Dash back to the minion. Just in time.
Lepo. Imaju ga.
This could be the angle. This man is going to start taking lives in a moment. Broken Blade trying to follow. Rooster on the backside demands Hans' attention, but it's Broken Blade going all out. The Cassante trying to make a difference. Hansama caught. The Rift Herald might have to just be the escape path. It's a bit of an awkward placement.
Dok je BDS dobio G2, ja ne znam, retirujem se.
To safety. He needs
Ali ti, quote, nisu napravili nijednu grešku juče, ali bukvalno nijednu. Quote, end of quote.
To je istina. To ne menja činjenicu da juče nisu napravili nijednu grešku. To što su sad napravili 1, 2, 6, to je druga priča.
14.
Tako je, to je druga priča.
22. Down by the river.
Making this play happen alongside Paris. Look at Nuke on the back, fighting for his life against Tibbers. Desperately trying to survive.
Sad zamišljam Tiber, zašto si napomenuo ranije da proka Brownovu pasivnu kada Annie umre i kad dobije onaj bolestan attack speed i ti ga gledaš i u fazonu si, welp, okej. Instant stun, Halo Blades Tibers.
Initially, you can see with so many blinking health bars, the angle for Hansama, he ults, he's got access to the dash, maybe he can get it in clean house, but he just can't afford to ignore Rooster, and fortunately neither can Caps, as the Herald will return. Oh, Rooster getting away from the Bear! Once again, the Bear on the chase. Bear versus members of BDS, the battle we've been waiting for. Once again, the Bear is not enough.
My goodness.
1-5!
What is going on? Caps is getting caught left, right, and center. The craziest thing about all of that, the Herald got value. It hit the bottom tower.
That is insane.
Mislim, odličan game od BDS-a, samo da vidimo da li mogu da kroz snowballuju kroz ovo, to mene interesuje mnogo više.
And he is very close to killing people. If he had another 600 gold, maybe it'd be different. But he doesn't, and the man has to chill. There's just the gold lead in mid lane especially just continues to grow. But again, the fight's not free, and Hansama is just continuing to free farm, stacking up gold, getting closer to a second item. Maybe that can be the difference.
I mean, Nuke, he's picked up the Rylai's, he's bringing the chill to the Rift now. That constant slow that he's going to have.
That he is.
Going to make it that much harder to get away from him.
Okay, here's my question.
I love questions.
We have a minute till Drake, so maybe we have time.
Yeah.
So, when a person dresses up as an animal, we just call him like a furry or whatever, right?
Oh, sure.
But that bear is wearing a little girl costume. So what do we call it when a bear dresses up as a little girl? Is that... What is
Isn't there, what did we call the wolf in Red
I to je kostüm samo u alternate realitiju, gde su ljudi medvedi, jel tako?
Pa recimo da.
Si gledao ti Rika i Mortija?
Da, ali ne toliko.
Ja to trenutno gledam, ali rivočam ne celo, jer nije bilo toliko epizoda kad sam ja posljednji put gledao.
Koliko ima epizoda uopšte?
8 sezona po... 8 sezona po 10-ak epizoda, recimo.
Dobro, to nije strašno, sam mislio da ima mnogo više od toga.
Mada ima mnogo više od toga, je bio najsrećniji čovjek na svetu.
Izgleda nam se YouTube inače popravio.
A to je zato što sam ja teo na pauzu.
Da. Čuli su ovi s YouTube-a i rekli su ne može.
Ne može, mora da radi danas. Jel ti čuješ moje background soundove?
Ne.
Dobro. Pošto se očigledno igra rugby utakmica na igralištu ispred moje zgrade. Ali igraju rugby bez pravila. Nema faula, znači tako zvuči. Rugby, ali nema faula, sve je dozvoljeno. Znači,
to zvuči odlično.
I imaju, znači, selektor pored startne postave bira i oružje. Znači, ne znam da, ja stvarno ne znam šta se događa, neću ni da vidim, ali tako zvuči.
To zvuči odlično, to zvuči kao partija rugby koji bi ja...
Koliko sam dobro forum bacio sad, da.
Ti znaš da postoji jedna igrica takva. I da je ta igrica jedna od mojih omiljenih svih vremena.
Mnogo sam dobro forum bacio. Au, ja ću da umrem.
Dale, previše ponosan na svoju foru.
Izvini, vruće mi.
Šibanje s loptom. Ne, ima, legitimno postoji igrica, američki fudbal, gde ti je deo, ono, praviš sezonu, razvijaš likove itd. I onda deo budžeta ide da potplatiš publiku, deo budžeta ide da slomiš protivniku nogu i da sudija ne vidi.
Kako se zove ta igrica?
Zove se Blood Bowl.
Čekaj, to je nešto prastaro, verovatno.
Pa imaš 4 dela, ja mislim da ima 4 dela, zadnji je sad skoro izašao. Blood Bowl ti inače, ja inače to nisam puno radio, to je tabletop game, originalno bio. Znači kao društvena igra. I ti kao sedneš, bacaš, rolaš kocke. Ja nikad nisam bio preterano za to dok nisam probao, sam fazonu jako je cool, sam probao da igram Blood Bowl na kompu. I bilo mi jako dobro. Jedino što imaš taj fantasy aspekt, znači imaš rase. I tu je sad malo bude...
Čekaj, kaži mi... Ja to sad moram da pogledam. Zašto ta igrica nije popularna? Šta je fali?
Pa, ne znam. Kao ja sam igrao, bila je giga dobra, ja sam igrao prošlu verziju igre. Igrao sam Night Elfove jer oni imaju veliki dexterity, imaju dobro quarterbacka i jako lepo dodaju loptu, ali su mnogo slabi. I onda mi se star quarterback povredio i pao sam u depresiju. Povredio se zato što mu je...
Zvuči kao najbolji football menadžer ikada.
Ne, ti ne razumeš koliko je dobar. Mislim, giga je... Samo što, fora je što... Nije klasičan menadžer jer ti igraš. Znači imaš sezone, ali također uđeš u game i ti igraš. I to je turn-based, malo je čudno kako se igra. Sam gameplay je čudan. Jer je malo RNG, ali je isto tako je presmešan. Jer tipa možda zamisliš ono, ne znam, igraš Night Elfovi recimo protiv patuljaka, a patuljak linebacker vozi parni valjak. I kao pregazi ti lika i pregazi ga još 3 put. I platio je sudiju da sudija ne vidi i ubije ti igrača.
Ali to je predobro.
Presmešno je. Znači, znaš kako je ta igrica dobra. I onda svaka rasa ima nešto svoje, ali imaš orkove koji se nabadaju, imaš...
Blood Bowl.
Imaš star playere, tipa ne znam, ono... Star player ljudi će biti neki paladin, star player undeadova će biti neka mumija koja ima 4 metra i 300 kila, razumeš?
Koji? 3 onda, verovatno, vidim da je on najnoviji.
Pa najlepši ti je najnoviji, ali onaj prošli je bolji, ja mislim, po recenzijama, sad nemam pojma.
610 na Steamu, to je baš loša priča.
Zato što to igraju, mislim, to je kao... Dosta je closed fanbase, ljudi ne znaju za tu igru. Ta igra nije popularna, ljudi ne znaju za Blood Bowl. A ljudi koji znaju su ono diehard fanovi tabletopa i onda se bune protiv svega što ide od tabletopa u suštini.
Ovo je baš cool, predobro i izgleda zanimljivo. Ovo je kao strategija.
Da, mada, da.
Je li ima online?
Da, imaš online, imaš čak i turnire, lige online s drugim ljudima, svašta nešto.
Što imam drugara koji možda mogu da navučem na to. $12, ma daj, džabe. Funny.
Mislim, to je nešto ja mislim da bi ti volao jer kao koncept je ono, fantasy lige. Kupuješ igrače, prodaješ igrače, no troll, potplaćuješ sudiju, kupljaš svašta nešto, ali kao... Igra se zove Blood Bowl, znači to je fantasy američki fudbal. Ti imaš ono, svaka rasa ima neke svoje benefite, ljupam. Patuljci su recimo mutavi s loptom, ne možeš se dodaješ uopšte, jer ne mogu da uhvate loptu, ice.
Oni su verovatno mnogo jaki.
Da, ali se nabadaju jako. Oni su durable, ono, primaju puno damage-a, a ne umiru.
Ok, G2 je obrnuo dok smo mi se smejali moje fori i pričali o Blood Bowlu.
Isolated indeed, Mr. Day. Well punned.
Thank you.
Again, the goal difference essentially evened up. Now they have priority on the Atacon. This is going to be a massive swing, and this is the fear. When we see BDS play the early game, the lane, some of these picks, they can be good. But you have to be clutch across the entire game. Ice, a false sense of security.
I mean, just, yeah, look at the minimap right now. They're all on the top side. Broken Blade had already come up through the river. And a very quick collapse. Everyone in the perfect position from the side of G2 to secure that kill.
And it's doubly brutal because G2's composition doesn't really have those angles. It is really, the random Trundle pillar shouldn't be enough to beat the Corki Valve. The Cassante shouldn't be able to just walk into melee range, but it's a good angle, it's a good timing, and that's G2 a massive advantage. The good news for BDS though, third Drake, Soul Point, something to play for.
And here's the good news for BDS. They put themselves on Soul Point.
What?
Okay.
Just you did the thing.
No, I know, but I'm saying it's great news. I'm reinforcing your point.
I thought you said
reinforcing. You think I would say the exact same thing, that I don't listen to you? That would never happen. I can't believe you.
Vidiš šta su dogodili, si čuo ovo, Rale? Nisu se slušali. I onda je ponovi isto što je rekao i ovaj.
Dešava se svima. Ali Sajn ima poseban, skoro se desilo kad sam ja skontao. Pa sam ti rekao, što si ti verovatno do sada pomenuo i ti si iskolačio oči i klimao glavom, baš je bilo smiješno. Pre možda 2 nedelje.
A dobro, sad realno se quality trollamo.
Ma da. Već je previše ušlo u naviku iskreno.
Paris, initial hook going in. Rooster ready to get things kicked off. Backstep there. Need to keep their eye on Hansama. Be careful. Broken Blade has isolated Paris. Ice still continuing to poke over the wall.
Viš, on je Pariz, nije Parus.
Hesitating for a moment. Cap still on the bottom
Da,
side of the map. Again,
da, to je baš zabrinjavajuće, ali baš je zabrinjavajuće što je tako.
Ne može da bude Pariz, ali
Opet je Pariz, opet je Pariz.
BDS sinking a lot of cooldowns into that one. G2 didn't give up a single summoner spell.
Yeah, I mean, G2's comp is very good at reacting defensively. When you have the Cassante, the Braum, but BDS is going to force the issue. They know how strong Nuke is.
This is one of the power of the Azir, right? 3 items, you absolutely shred this objective. Skewmon does have flash, can't get into the pit. Are they willing to risk the 50-50? What's the call? For now, continuing to DPS, it's a bit split. Broken Blade in the midst, did use his ulti in the previous fight. Bukata starting to reach it, and it goes Cap!
Okay. Oh, yo.
6 times! He's there right when you need him!
I lep ulti od Nuka, ali džabe.
Cut out of the pit, my god! He just...
Uspela je Eni da dobije konačno neki malo bolji value.
Put it in caps lock.
Ne, to je baš bilo nepotrebno.
The engage comes through. Just look at Cat zooming through. He sees it. Flashes in. 3-man Tibbers. The combo comes down. Beautifully done. And Nuke just doesn't get to play the game. G2 with a one-sided team fight secures the Baron, and just like that takes full control over the game.
And again,
Hashtag Paris.
That a champion like Annie brings in the game, you have to respect the flash ulti. The fact that it is Caps as well. And a Caps who essentially spent this entire early game feeding is just insult to injury for BDS. I don't really know what you can do to come back in this one because it's just getting harder and harder to find a fight where now can do anything.
He's now higher in level. He's got all of the gold back. He was 1.5k gold down. He's now ahead with the death cap of his own. Working towards the Void Staff.
There's Caps. Doesn't have flash this time though. They've opted to leave Lebrov, or have they? Caps looking for the setup. It's another bear. Dropped in face first. Broken Blade there with the footwork to keep him standing.
Lebrov is just too tanky.
G2 je tako lepo preuzeo momentum ovog gema, baš mi se dopada što su radili.
To force things that they are bringing the fight to G2, but when it comes down to the execution, they are just falling short.
Lepo.
Pressure up from G2.
Svi oni imaju soul poen.
BDS had the advantage, right? They still have soul point, but Baron's another minute 30. That Drake's going to be up. I don't think they're going to be able to get it on this one, and it seems like G2 are in an excellent position to break the base. 2 lanes of pressure. Caps. Can't tell if it, oh no, the Bear's still alive. Hard to tell for me sometimes if that's ulti available with the Bear's still up. But the Bear's still up. Still annoying. And Rooster, I mean, all in on Broken Blade. Broken Blade,
Ne vidim kako ne bude Hansama pravom pomogne.
Mada, sad su svi došli, sad mogu da ih kazne. Mogu da ih kazne. Kako se preokrenu G2? A meni se samo čini da BDS nije bio dovoljno... Kao imali su lead, nalazili su pikove, Capsova Eni je imala 5 smrti što je sasvim regularno za Capsovu Eni ponekada, ovog puta je bar malo promenio build pa nema onog ranog void staffa nešto, nego ajde Shadowflame je malo bolja opcija. Ali nekako BDS kao da nisu dovoljno našli, oni post 6 treba još više da bulijaju, oni tamo na Wukongova 2 itema treba još više. Znaš, nekako, Azir je otvorio sa 2-0 u laning phase-u, to su sve tako divne stvari.
Si mi Nuke imao nekoliko jako dobrih ulta koji samo činilo da nisu radili ništa.
Mislim da Kap zna ovo. Ne, on je mrtav. Bravo, okej. Dobro. Sad je Parus mrtav. Par je zaprostiti.
They take out Caps, but the cost was their carry. Nuke falls, he's going to be down for 40 seconds. And G2, while the Baron have worn off, they have a wave on the bot side. They're looking to secure an inhibitor. They're looking to maybe even end the game. They have the numbers advantage. They have Hans Summer, full health.
4 items. Yep, we just kind of looked away and he suddenly had 4 items. That is the power of farming up on the side lane, scaling up to these late game situations. BDS still fighting, but they don't really have great wave clear without Nuke alive.
Nema šanse će da završe, ali hoće, oni nemaju Azira. I dalje, 5 sekundi. Da li može da stigne, možda Nuke za clean up? Mislim da može, da zato i beže.
This is the reason why when a team at the top of the standings plays a team, you know, with mixed expectations, it can be so hard to set good expectations, right? Carzy said it, compositionally BDS seemed out of luck. Then they found all those kills. Now G2 are about to find a lot of bodies, I imagine, as they full commit here. LeBron looking for the knockup, double flash.
Mislim, jedina stvar, kao realno potrebe game, ali mislim da ako BDS s ovim startom im mogu nađe ništa, mislim nema što traže ove serije.
Mislim da sljedeći game treba bude 20 minuta clean up.
Da, najverovatnije da.
Please come fight us. He has so much money, we would like to use it.
Exactly, and then it's just that angle. You clump up a little too much. And this is the thing about Annie. Old school champion, works in a very linear way. As long as you drop your combo, your job's done. Anything after that is a bonus.
Yeah.
But your main responsibility, set up for your AD carry, and Caps did exactly that. Landed the Tibbers, set up for Hans Summer, who, you know, has kind of gone under the radar this game. 4-0-5 scoreline, is yet to die. I think he was deathless yesterday as well in the Fanatic series.
Shout out to production who have conveniently put us there. He has a 58 KDA.
58 KDA so far.
Because if he was deathless in the series yesterday,
no, he was.
Each member of G2 only had 1 death in the first series versus Team Heretics they played. So he's died once. He's died once.
All of summer split.
All of summer. Now, to be fair, it's a pretty short split.
Admittedly, yes, it is.
And again, this is only the 3rd series, but that's...
But now we have a fun thing to track.
That we do.
Remember that G2 is looking to secure their 1st place spot. Win here will secure that.
That will. Again, owning that head-to-head against Fnatic, big to have. Skewmon continuing to chase down Bukata, exhausted, 1 stack of the ult, already used the clone, does just get killed. BDS getting run down, Rooster's TPing in, I think it might be a little bit too late, now dashing backwards, Caps is coming in up behind them. A messy exchange as Rooster just going to continue to run, but Hans
Samo Doom previše je kasno, nema on kako da defa. Par ispada.
Nautilus has been sent packing.
Been sent to the depths, one could say.
Bibi trola. Ništa novo.
Let's see if ice will melt under the heat. Caps is fishing.
All right, calm down, man. Come on. All right, Cap push back. That's a nice start, but he just paid with his...
Da, ovo sam over, odmah dano i to je to.
Ice holding on, refuses to melt. Oh, I'm lying. Contom is going to kill this guy for sure. They're going to full commit. Pillar? No. G2! It was a shaky start! It was a damn clean finish.
To je to. Iskreno G2 katastrofalan početak, ali nakon toga mnogo bolje.
Skewmon 0 deaths, Hans Summer 0 deaths, Lebrov 1 death, 7 deaths.
Da, kapsimo 7 smrti, bože meni. Ne, njegova Eni stvarno nije dobra i meni se stvarno to čini kao da postaje konzistentna stvar. 1-0 vodi G2 protiv BDS-a. BDS ima dobar start, što znači da sljedeći game vrlo moguće će biti mnogo lakši za miljenike većine fanova Evrope, tako da sajna verujem 10 minuta pauze, pa se vraćamo u Champions League broj 2.
Upravo tako, tu smo nakon pauze, vidimo, ostajte s nama.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Join the WhatsApp.
Join the WhatsApp.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Nuke going in. Caps looking for the solo kill. Caps still has flash.
Just a shield.
Extra movement speed. Skew him onto the way down. Flash down. Auto. Nuke.
Am I faker or what? What is this?
He's got access to the dash. Maybe he can get in and clean house, but he just can't afford to ignore Rooster. And fortunately, neither can Caps, as the Herald will return. Oh, Rooster getting away from the bear!
Insane, guys. Caps is our today.
Turning. I'm him. I'm fine, by the way.
Looks good.
Go. No flash. Front line, guys. Front line. Very good. Very good, guys. Answer flash. Very good. Nice. Nice!
I'm speechless. Nuke, what is this? But I mean, it made sense. They were doing so good, but sadly, G2 leads here against BDS 1-0. That was a rocky start of the series.
Yeah, you don't trash talk Caps like that, because I feel like when it came to the clutch moment of the series, Caps showed, you know, who is who today.
The only player that can go like 1-5 or just completely run the game down. Actually, him and the Boss, to be honest. They can run the game down, and then suddenly a miracle happens. They just find the magic.
Dr.
Magical
Jekyll
players.
and Mr. Hyde, magical player, and the magical engage. So let's look at what actually worked well for G2 and when it happened, because it took one fight, one engage for them to come back.
That's all they needed. Caps was just at the right place at the right time, flashing in, gets the 3-man, nearly the 4-man, and it just pretty much won the game for them. They get the Nash off of this, they get a huge gold swing, and after this, it pretty much just looked easy.
Yeah, but guys, it didn't start off like this.
But that's really unfair. Like, come on, that Annie was around 2K gold down at that time. That happened, and then just that is just crazy. But yeah, as you said, it didn't happen. It's like, I think it's one of the first times where I see, well, Caps sometimes he's getting solo kill, but an Azir solo killing an Annie at level 4, that's a little bit unheard of in my book.
Yeah. And
was on fire today.
He really was. He really was. I mean, Carzy said it. If one player can save everything, I think he said it was Nuke and it was Azir, and he knew what he was doing in the early game.
Am I faker or what? What is this?
Well, buddy, no, you're not faker, sadly, because...
And your team is not T1, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it wasn't enough to bring it to the end and to the Nexus. But guys, on pre-show today, we've been giving Ls and Ws for stuff that happens in the game, so I actually want to do the same thing. Let's talk about Caps.
Yeah.
L or W this game?
For me, he's my MVP of this game, to be honest. He just died 7 times, but he just showed that KDA is a myth, especially when you're playing Ani. For me, it's a huge standout in both ways.
I
You
think
see
W,
this man, what do you do?
I think W being able to just int it and then carry. It's why everybody loves the Boss. This is a W for me.
I mean, that edit behind us is just an absolute...
It's diabolical.
Yeah, that's a fat L for me because he's just so good.
1,500 death for Caps after this game.
How many games did he play?
Yeah, ever.
Because
A
when
lot.
you think of Caps, it's one of those things where you're like,
More
either...
than 600, so yeah.
I'm like, I can see it both ways. It's either a really good stat or a really bad stat.
But okay, for this game, he turned the L into a W, is what I hear.
Yeah.
Yeah?
The
All
craps turned into claps. It
Then-
was really, it was the synthesis of what we always talk about when Caps is at its peak. You know,
Yeah.
craps and claps.
Dr.
all in
Jekyll
one.
and Mr. Hyde, all in one, in the same body. What do we think about Nuke, though? Started so good,
I mean,
but the build?
I think for sure Odo had a lot of criticism towards the Rylais. I
Alright.
agree.
So what happened was that he got accelerated, so the Annie was feeding someone, right? So when you're looking at the Annie, you're looking at, oh, Annie's just inting, that's fine. But at the same time, someone on the enemy team is getting extremely fed. So the problem I had is that he went Rylai second, when I felt like he's playing against triple front line. His job is to shred through those guys extremely hard, you know, keep catapulting BDS's lead over and over, and, you know, just maybe 2-lane a little bit, keep funneling gold. But I feel like the snowball stopped partly because of the build. Sure, he got to Rylai and he got to Void Staff later, but for me, that build was just was a big L.
I mean, I agree. I didn't love the build. At the same time, though, I've seen a lot of vegan mage builds, and he did go Rabadon and Void Staff. And for me, there's like 2 rules. With mages, your build is okay if it has Rabadon and Void Staff, and your ADC build is okay if it has Infinity Edge and LDR. And he had that, so for me, it's still a W.
No. You cannot say that. So the moment he finished those 2 items, the game was lost.
Well, that wasn't his fault. That was his team's fault.
All right, last one I have.
Okay, buddy, okay.
Last one I have. Hansama's KDA this summer is 62. 28, 1, and 34. That's a massive dub.
That's an L for me.
What?
As a great man once said, KDA is like having a nice ass. It's nice to look at, but truly, is it actually useful?
W analogy, Jack. Well done. That was great. Good job, Jack.
How do I recover from that? It was so perfect. It makes sense. But he's been playing really well this summer, hasn't he?
He has been playing very well. But the KDA is not the only thing that represents that. But I think this game, he showed that even when Caps is struggling, that him and BB can actually be cores and pillars of this team that bring that stability that I think is great for Caps.
Because that was one of the issues that we had for Hans, is that when it came to these moments when he needs to be clutch, he used to falter. Sometimes he would lose to the shopkeeper and stuff, and he, you know, cursed our dreams for many years.
I feel like it was a one game.
It was a one-time thing, man.
See, the thing is, it hurts so much that people remember that it was for like years, you know? That's just how...
But see, because that's a bad build, because then he didn't have LDR.
Okay,
he missed
let's not
the
talk
key
about builds,
pillars.
Jack.
All right, pro players, not pro players, analysts actually, chill. Let's focus on the next game.
Good jab.
What do we want to see next game?
For BDS?
I did not expect the game to be so close. I mean, it was close up until it wasn't, right? But like anything we want to see on the side of BDS, maybe?
I mean, I think I kind of agreed with Carsey that they had a pretty hard draft to execute. They didn't really have, like, they had a full all-in comp into a team that was really good at receiving engage. So I think just a draft that isn't so hard thematically countered would lend them so much benefits towards the mid game. Because G2 is going to be the better team in mid game. So if you get this early game and you can stumble off it, you can win.
I feel like it's just, sure, the draft adaptations, but as Zero got fed, I feel like they really need a little bit more proactivity in mid-game. I feel like they need to keep the map a little bit more condensed, you know, open up 2 lanes a little bit more and just accelerate each other ahead.
All right, make it easier for yourselves, BDS. You had this. Maybe you can do it again. Let's see, Casters, what do you think?
What do we think?
Why are you putting that on us?
Evo nas nazad, draft game broj 2, ekipa G2 uspela da okrene prvu partiju, to poprilično dobro. Tako da vidjet ćemo da li će moći da ovaj put možda ne padnu behind za početak. Mislim je bio dobar start, ali vidjet ćemo. Mislim, i Nvidia se dobro pokazao rano. Solo kill na midu, early game pressure. Sve to izgledalo relativno okej. Tako da sad BDS samo mora da ponovi, to je otprilike to, ali ovaj put da u stvari nešto urede sa leadom koji su našli u earlyu.
Because Broken Blade is the guy that plays new stuff.
True.
Yesterday he played Kled, he played the Rek'Sai, and then we saw Bwipo over in LTA playing the Singe top. So this is my request to both Broken Blade and Rooster. Are they really going to be outdone by Bwipo?
You're going to have to ask again in Korean if you want Rooster to understand that request. Sorry, brother.
That's true. I will Google that right now.
There you go. All right, do it.
No, I will offend a lot of people.
You're just trying to speak Korean, bro. There's no shame in that. Oriana immediately locked in. I know exactly what it is.
It's not done, isn't it?
It is 100%. We all know what we're getting. It's time.
All right, let's find out. The experimental hexplate buffs, they knew it.
Veruju Kleda, interesantno.
Saying, we know this is going to be good on you.
Not enough.
Wasn't enough.
Was not enough.
Still.
There's so much movement speed.
He is
so much attack speed.
Let's see how BDS respond. Ooh, you talked about it. You were talking about it earlier.
I was. What did I say off broadcast? I said, EU junglers, I love you guys. Back to Sejuani.
Dobro, ništa, gledamo Seju, nisam nešto zadovoljan, ali zašto vidimo Seju ovoliko rano, zašto je Trundle već uzet, tako da kada Trundle nije u opciji, Sejuani postaje 6 puta više viable.
Cool, fun stuff.
That would be cool. Also, immobile champion.
Oh, Victor.
Okay.
I mean, it's a super Nuke champ. He does love his control mages.
It's solid, you know. It's not. It's classic, classic control mage mirror mid. We don't get as many of them these days as we used to, but it'll be a lane. Now, last lane I didn't expect anyone to get solo killed, and someone did, so we'll just hold off on.
Well, Trundle Wukong gone, Pantheon banned. In terms of junglers like Kuko Zin.
AP junglers notoriously good into the Sejuani, but you've already locked in Oriana, which makes it a bit awkward. So instead, they're just going to go for an early bottom lane secure.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. I guess they know that BDS can't lock in both options, which means that G2 can likely guarantee themselves a strong bot side matchup.
I mean, Xayah pretty... I mean, Xayah's tricky. Jack brought this up, right? It's sometimes hard to find space in the itemization for an early LDR, which will make Sejuani stronger. But on the bright side, Sejuani's ult is not really going to be a concern when you have the Xayah ult at your disposal.
Ooh, the Aphelios full ice. One of his old school favorites.
Yep.
Back when he first joined the league.
And we did say, hey, simplify BDS, and they're really simplified.
Oh yeah, front to back composition really starting to be crafted. I think also G2 are confident with the jungle pool that they have left, because even if you ban away Nocturne and Jarvan, for example, which I think could both be great,
Aphelios.
There's still the Xin Zhao that's available.
O, vraća se. Mislim, Jinx...
Alongside the Oriana.
Jinx Aphelios se vraća.
A oni svaki put naprave neki random comeback, nema veze s nikakvim promjenama, samo kao meta se opet prilagodila da smo mi opet dostupni.
Mi i dalje nisu Nisu eksplorali lepote ovog patcha, ja čekam Hexsplit Mordekaisera.
Nikom ranije nije palo na pamet.
U solo queue mnogima jeste. I mogu ti reći da je verovatno jedna od najtoksičnijih stvari koja postoji u igrici.
Meni to zvuči skroz gotivno. Što fali eksperimental? Kome smeta jak Mordekaiser, ona čuvena fudbalska?
Pa vidi, problem je što sa tim ne treba mu ni Rajalaj. Jer ne mora, čak ne mora da te pogodi, mislim, možete samo desni klik ode AFK i on te 10 puta ubio njegovom ultu. Jer su oni toliki tunnel bacili na to kao tada nerfujemo Nocturna pa moramo da buffujemo njegov item. Pro nije njegov item, može ga kupi ko hoće. Ne znam da li su toga setili ovi iz Riota, ali... I kao u istom patchu daćemo Morde u 120% bonus AD scale-a na Q. Morde te uhvati u Brazilu... Pa bukvalno! Morde te odvede u Brazilu u full speed modu, iznapada te... Hoćeš mu bežeš, ne možeš brži od tebe. Hoćeš da ideš na ruke, ne možeš jače udara od tebe.
Ne, ovo izjava tvoja je top 5 sajljivih izjava. Nije njegov item, svako može da ga kupi.
Pa mislim, tako se ponašaju. Kada buffuju druge heroje, daju im AD scale-a, kao nerfali smo Nocturna, okej. Nije.
Jeste. Jeste. Potpuno se slažem sa kolegom.
Pretty good. I mean, hopefully it's Mundo jungle, and we still have room for Malphite top.
Fun fact here, of course, G2, remember there are some stakes for them if they win here, they're locked number 1.
Također se slažem, kolege znaju.
As they own the head-to-head against Fanatic.
Ajde, Bibi, ako će neko to da uradi, cavo jedna. Bibi je cava. Igra Warwicka i Rex i neće igra Malphite-a. Kao ne, flash im ulti, pa šta? Baci E sa Frozen Heartom i stani pored protivnika i on ne može da igra.
Yeah, I know it's weird. Paris played it once in the game and he looked pretty good. I kind of want a range support. Win bot lane.
Maybe even a Lulu could be good.
Because who are you hooking? You're gonna hook the Mundo? You're gonna hook the Poppy?
I mean,
this man better have had like the Pope come down and bless
that hand. The Jacks. You were right.
Kakve glave.
I mean, the potential for flex is there. These are the two Mundo enthusiasts. They just happen to be on the same team.
Down. Great.
No, I appreciate that.
Ovo Pope fora mu je bila dobra.
They tell 20 seconds. Those little teases.
Ja ne znam zašto bi ikada pikovao Blitzcranka u Rakana, ali dobro. Ikada. Jel znaš onaj isečak iz Sutra Bobaš s kojim sam je ove i sutra.
Mislim, slažem se sa tim, s tim da mislim da je i to i dalje onako tunnelovano na bot, jer postoji Mundo s druge strane. A šta ćemo s Mundom? Kao...
Koliko mi je žao što niko ne gleda državni posao, a Drago ima pištolj, čuvena fora igra. A Mundo ima sekiru i šta ćemo sad s Mundom?
To je legitimno, šta radiš s Mundom?
That's all these things.
Yeah, you go on the one, again, tiebreaker.
I'm not gonna go in there, because I don't know all the details. All I know is if BDS can win, would be great for them. And we still have 2 games to do it.
All I'm saying, G2 fan, when you continue to hold up the sign that says, can we get a Yumi, it's implying that you want a game 3. So, we'll see if BDS can give it to you. Here we are, onto the beautiful rift. One man, boxing gloves in hand, and my eyes are on him and him alone. Because if these hooks aren't hitting, this Blitzcrank absolutely ain't it.
Yeah, I mean, so he...
Čuo ovu tvoju rečenicu. If it ain't, if the hooks don't hit, it absolutely ain't it.
Šti. To je klasičan plat 3 solo queue invade kroz bot side. Jer kao piko si blica, pa onda što da ne bi probao da invadaš. Možda radi u let's game-u.
A što ne bi radilo? Što si hejter?
Slažem se.
Look, I'm trying not to be a giant hater.
That's fair.
If he hits the hooks, it's good. If he doesn't, I'm not.
Ah, bro, it's fair.
Hits, mislim, dobro, ajde, sad. Možda kapsa bude peco.
And we sit there and go,
Ajde,
talk us
pustimo.
through the logic of this pick. And they go, I don't know. It's like, it's nice to have that relatability, you know? Sometimes it's fine to not know. We'll find out, is what I hope.
Yeah, I think we certainly will. Of course, game one, if you missed it, G2 won. And if you just looked at the end of the game, you'd be like, dang, that's a dominant performance. But it did start with Caps dying a bunch. This time around, I think that's much less likely, a much more even mid-lane matchup. No reason for either side, really, to die.
Nema ovo veze nikakve sa mid-lane matchupom, ovo je katastrofa za sebe je bio taj game.
Tank-orientated, focus on clearing, priority on covering for laners rather than making a bunch of ganks happen. And both compositions function in very similar ways. A lot of scaling, very front-to-back type of gameplay. But in terms of the priority, Victor should be able to get the push in early laning phase against many mid-lane mages. And on the bot side of the map, Hook does connect, but in terms of the trading power, Zyrakan just has that slight advantage. So Hunt will be able to get the push there.
Yeah, Ice, of course, really excellent guns in the sense you have extra range, you have sustain, but you don't have an ability at level 1. So Ain't is not able to do too much. You mentioned, right, we could maybe expect a slower jungle clear, but with some bot lane prio, perhaps there is room for Skewmon to pay early attention.
I will highlight, look at the mid lane CS difference. 4 CS already within the first 2 waves. I mean, I know, but like for a mid lane matchup, someone who plays mid lane well, that's a pretty big deal. It can like
ja posle se kao zalećem. Čovjek je rekao da on vodi za 4 CS-a.
Znaš šta, moram da kažem da si izuzetno tačno stvar rekao danas, a to je da što više, sad kad smo počeli redovno da radimo sa drugim casterima, shvatio sam da neke stvari koje mi radimo su stvarno mnogo cool. I da nekada kada mi kažemo da smo možda nešto radili loše, budemo malo too hard on ourselves. Da se slažeš s tim?
Da, apsolutno.
Jer kao ono što si ti rekao bio kao, sad tek shvatim da kao mi pričamo fajn stvari, mi smo baš nekad too hard on ourselves. Kao super ekstra casteri, alo.
Dobro, da, mislim da to snemuje do duše od ono, dosta puta koliko kad radiš i kao onda neko bude u fazonu, pa realno kao možda ste malo preterali i mi budemo u fazonu, pa dobro 6. game je u danu, ono ja sam malo umorni, game broj 2 ove serije, braća pričaju da papa treba da ga blagoslovi, razumeš ono da bi, mislim, ja ne znam, ono, mi smo najjači onda. Naš 6. game je ništa u poređenju s tim ako mene pitaš.
Da, i ti ja su uvek, mislim, vadimo, pričamo kako utiče na naš cast, recimo, kad smo to što ti kažeš, umorni, ili ne znam, danas su dosadni game-ovi, ili nešto što nema rezultatski značaj i to, a ovde, brate, što ti kažem, ti i ja smo super, oni out of nowhere pričaju svakakve neke stvari.
Ima istine.
Tako da, eto, hteo sam da istaknem, pošto si to pomenuo danas kao izuzetno možda važnu stvar za naš nastavak castovanja dalje.
Does it hit? Bukata has to back out. It looks like, ooh. BDS, I guess Bukata was CC'd and couldn't reactivate the permafrost. I thought for sure we were going to have a hook under tower sort of situation, but...
Kakav je Felio, sad si ga igrao malo?
Po zadnji put sam igrao nije kad smo ti ja igrali zajedno, tako da... Tad sam prebio Kazih sa ko budalo, to vraćinom zašto sam bolji. Šal na stranu, mislim da u slow tempo partijama kao što je Lecio.
Ali mislim ima dobro supporta, ne? Bravo, ja igram šah. Ti si taj LoL sam igra, je? Dobro, Miloš, ne već.
Tako neko je bilo, da, mislim, ja ne znam, ne mogu sjetim kom je beše bio. A da, ti si igrao teš.
Aha, da. Bezobrazno si, ali ne, već gotim.
Manje kalorije.
E, da, morate da razumete. Sajna je rekao da sam ja kao razumem ga sad jer imam to iskustvo, ali vi ne možete verujete koliko je... Sad šta god da Sajna kaže, makar bilo ono nešto ružno da mi kaže budu pozorno, Rale nemoj ga, znaš šta se dešava, nemoj ga, to je tvoj kolega, ti njega voliš, on voli tebe, nemoj ga, bit će to okej, rešit ćete vi sve.
Teško je. Samo ću reći teško je.
Ma šta je teško, ti si fac. Evo, ovako se podržava, vidite kako ja podržavam. Znate šta je meni on radio, ja kad sam katom on poruči burger. Opa.
Ja se ne sjećam toga.
Zato što se nije desilo, sad sam izmislio Halsama, come on.
Ja to nikad ne bi uradio.
Bi, ali ne bi... Ja, ne znate, jo morate da...
Ti si naručio pre 2 dana hranu! Šta pričaš? Ti si taj...
Ne, nisam naručio nijedno na poslu do sada.
Šta, izlazio si, rekao si stigla mi hrana, evo da, evo sad ću da izađem, izašao si da uzmeš hranu. What do you mean? Kad? Bukvalno prošli, pretprošli IBL. Znači sad me već trola kolega. Trola me kolega 100%. Trola me kolega 100%. Ne, naručio si, nemoj sad da se vadiš. Nemoj da se vadiš, naručio si.
Šta sam naručio, podsjeti me.
Znam šta si naručio, ja sam radio naporno dok si ti jeo.
Nisam ništa naručio. A ja sam bukvalno teo da ispričam kako od kad Sajna katuje, a ja sam katovao pre toga pa znam kako je. Ja sam bukvalno... A pusti me da ispričam, ovo je real.
Ajde se pretvaramo da ne baronišeš, ajde.
Ovo je real, stvarno. Ja gledam kad on nije tu da jedem, da me ne vidi da jedem, da mu bude lakše. Jao, i Ruster. A ja stvarno gledam da jedem kad on nije tu, da bi njemu bilo lakše. Eto kako sam ja kolega.
Pa, to je...
Jesi mi vidio da jedem nekad?
Pa nisam, zašto jedeš dok ja radim?
Ne, nego ja jedem, nekada sam jeo i dok si ti tu, ali se sakrijem da me ti ne vidiš.
To je ono kad si naručio pre 2 dana, ali tako?
Nisam naručio.
Okej, dobro, sveko.
Nisam naručio, postavi me na miru.
Ne, dobro, opušteno, nisi, okaž da nisi, mislim, šta sad? Ne bi ti naručio, a da nisi naručio, znam ja to sve u redu.
Ne, kolega, danas si, mrzim kad Sajno jer je bezobrazan.
Pa lako je te početak. Biće gore, kolega, biće gore.
U piku će biti Worlds, pa ne, ti ćeš biti nepodnošljiv.
Da, 100%, ali to je okej.
Ne, kome? Kome je to okej?
Ne brini se ništa, sve će biti u redu meni. Sve će biti okej meni.
Nisam tako mislio.
Ti ne znaš šta se dogodilo kad sam kiflice jeo sa ljudima, ne znam si to pričao.
Mnogo mi je žao šta je da nisam mogao da dođem.
Jeo sam kiflice i u ta 2 dana sam prešao 50.000 koraka.
Ajoj.
Samo sam uradio sav kardio.
Sajne, koliko si kardio uradio, da.
Ne znam kako ova traka radi dalje, iskreno, jako me fascinira. Očekivao sam da će se pokvari. Išao sam peške na kiflice, peške sam se vratio s kiflice, onda sam seo da streamujem, igrao sam TFT i hodao sam na traci. Da, baš sam ga iskidao jako.
That's a great question, and I'm fair. I really know. Severum is the one, and then it's Crescendum.
Ja znam sve, napamet. Koja ga zanima?
Jel on to rekao Crescendo upravo?
Crescendum. Crescendum i Flamethrower.
To je Infernum, zar ne?
Ne, Čakrem je Crescendum.
A to on izgovara ga tako. Mislim da je rekao Crescendo kao su ona ulti.
Ne, nije. Crescendum je... Čekaj, kako je sniper?
Caliburn. Tako nešto.
Caliburn, Severum, Infernum, Gravitum i Crescendum. Nije Čakrem. Čakrem je ime oružja, kao Flamethrower kad bi rekao. A Crescendum je ime Čakrema.
Moguće. Crescendo mi zvuči jako čudno.
Šta ću naći? Gravitum.
Crescendum, jeste Crescendum, da.
Tako je, odnosno Čakram je. Flamethrower, Canon, Sight i Rifle, tako je. Evo to ljudi, to je možda, to je recimo jedna od stvari koju sam ja učio kad sam počeo da kastujem, to sam čitao. Tad je bila Jigsaw Felix meta, ja mislim, kako se dobro sećam. I baš sam, znao sam neka oružja, ali nisam znao sva, ali to je recimo korisno da se zna. Ali ipak najveći flexer kad su magije u pitanju je Sajna, kad izvadi iz zadnjeg džepa gaća, razumeš, izvadi... Čoga to je?
In isolation when he has his caliber out, it's hard for Hansama to just walk in the wave without eating damage.
Well, I mean, also, like, I guess Orianna did ult. Skewmon also, I guess, wants to go back to base, pick his item.
Apps ima spellbook i koliko volim ovu spellbook metu, ne mogu ti opišem.
So they will just concede the objective, and BDS more than happy to play this slower game. They know this is about the scaling, they want to play the front to back.
Koliko će BDS da scale, ovo je nevjerovatno. Mislim, Baukada, fajn, nema šta mnogo da traži sa Sejuani, ali mislim da ovdje mora Skillman da igra brže. Skillman mora da traži više, jer će biti outscalovani.
All I'll say is, when BDS were a top 3 team, what did they do, Vedius? They stacked dragons and they team fought.
They did.
And they're already on the way to stacking those dragons. They got 3 grubs as well.
Now, I have to acknowledge, Scumon's Poppy, really good at getting CS leads.
Yeah.
He did it against Heretics in their first week, and he's doing it again now. Like, the man is just a farming machine. He has an 800 gold lead over Bukada. And so while objectives may have been conceded, he has been stealing camps, farming away, running rampant in the jungle, and this Poppy, one scary individual.
Yeah, who needs objectives when you're broke, you know?
Okay.
I mean,
money's the most important thing, yes. Objectively. All right, Broken Blade continuing to push. Some would say push a few more times. But no Heartsteel as of yet. We are going to be in an interesting situation in the later stages of this game because there's not really any peel for Mr. Ice, as Blitzcrank's not super good at that. So if he's ahead of the curve in terms of damage output and has good guns, Broken Blade will get, like, popped. If he's behind the curve, Broken Blade's just going to walk at him and he's got to die.
Warmogs first.
Against the Jax, not bad in the sideline. You walk away in between waves, you get the healing back, makes sense, but less dopamine, most certainly, as Rooster is just free farming plates. Paris.
Oof.
God, I don't...
Close one.
It's not like he's Paris.
Ali ne može, on bukvalno ne može da igra drugačije.
Unless he connects the E, that Q ain't connected.
I mean, it's just... He's got the Swifties.
I believe he's going to get a crazy hook. I have to.
I mean, what did we learn last game from the Annie? No matter how bad it looks in the early game,
you know what?
If you hit the one in the late game fight, that's what matters.
All you need is the one.
So we're again in a game situation where the game state is super close. It's G2 with the gold lead. It's the objective lead for BDS, so they're not, you know, in the best position. Single item completion for Nuke. 2 first items completed on the side of G2 for Skewmon and Broken Blade, as we see. This is where Mundo is pretty favored. Rooster doesn't have a Triforce yet. So PB not afraid to take these aggressive trades. He backs off, he starts getting the Warmogs healing. It's going to look good as Paris.
Oh, can he connect on
Šufijasto od partije što odgovara Blicu! Pa dobro, to smo rekli, ako Huko Orijano, mislim da nema.
Popi ulti je na 7% odradio Victory One fight. Dobar disengage.
The Poppy ultimate was clutch there from Skewmon. As you rightly identified, Dracos, the hook connects on the Caps. You think Caps about to get one shot, but no. The Poppy ultimate comes in, provides the clutch save. And meanwhile, all of that was happening.
Push.
Broken Blades.
Radi.
Okay, so uses Suitcase to end that deal.
Oh,
Cash
the
money.
money sound. That's rude. Okay, so here's the thing. We love the hook. The hook, it gets LeBron's
Okay, we love the hook.
That hook, we love that hook. It got the thing, it got the Capsy thing, it got the Skewmon ult. That one, observers, we're already, at a certain point, we're just bullying, you know, and I don't know what that point is, but you gotta pick, it's either us or you, observers, you gotta pick.
Wait, go bot lane.
Volim što sad evo vidimo, recimo da se i oni izazivaju sa observerima, nama je to uvijek zanimljivo.
Jel to onaj klip, Ash protiv Munda nije baš...
Onaj klip.
He wants more.
Here's an invitation, Broken Blade. Do you want to join the glorious evolution?
A lot of ages.
Alright, this is a nothing burger. But as casters, it's our responsibility to try and make something out of nothing.
To make something out of the nothing burger. Think of what could be in that burger.
Think about it. It's a surprise. We won't tell you. We'll sell you on it, though.
Yeah, we're keen. Alright, Ice doing what he can to hold down the lane. Okay, things that we're looking for. Aphelios has opted for Collector. It's a burst damage build. He's going to be casting spells, likely IE second. When he gets there, he's going to do a lot of upfront damage, and if his skills connect on Hansama, or if Paris hits a hook, someone will likely die.
That's what you're looking for. I'm looking for bloodshed, violence, anger, aggression, emotions that evoke an extreme response.
Yeah. Oh, hook! Found him! Knock up! JCC! Oh!
Okej, uspeli su konačno sa Blitzom da nađu nešto. Čini se konfesan da šanci da okej. Nice.
Fantastic. That's going to get them another objective, Dracos. That's going to be 3 for 3.
Mislim, malo je G2 pristao na Fiestu na koju nužno nisu morali, iskreno.
Yeah, sure. Ali i dalje opet, pazi, G2 želi da uradi nešto, jer s druge strane scaluju Aphelios i Victor. Kao ti imaš borbu da ne želiš da fiestaš zbog blica, a s druge strane ne želiš da pustiš previše, jer će Aphelios i Victor da se otrgnu u kontroli. Jer, pazi, oni nemaju nenormalan wombo, combo, DMF i Malphite ulti pokriju preko.
To je fair.
Good question. I think there's multiple feats. But Paris is coming around the corner. Ice on the way in. Good guns for a fight.
Kako on ima... Labro, baš lepo igra. Čovjek ulete u hook distanka. Jer je znao da ima Mousepad i način disengage-a.
Jako dobar kill. Ali gore, Mundo. Gledaj šta im radi. S kim on čisti ovo? Kako lepo igra, zato što zna da ima bolju poziciju. Pogledaj šta im radi.
Dobar.
Kako je lepo odigrao. Bravo. Ja, nabrave, zašto niste hitao? Daj mu kvadru, nice. Prelepo. Maestralno.
With the engage, setting up with Ice on the back line, doesn't connect the hook onto Hansama, so he's able to connect the root. Meanwhile, on the other side, LeBron...
Mnogo lepo vidjeti ovakve stvari. Nice.
You think at this point the fight is all over, but look at Broken Blade on the back line. He turns his attention onto Ice. He removes him from the fight as the top laners both take out their respective AD carries. But then G2 caps, connects the shockwave, flashes over the wall, and Skumon then sees...
Ja mislim da G2 ne može da izgubi ovo sve dok igraju kako treba. Oni u položenim fajtovima samo kidaju, Blitz će postati sve više i više useless.
Nice. Predobro.
No more corporate middle management for Broken Blade. This man's straight to CEO. Oh yeah. The board has decided. Promote that man.
It looks like G2 might be looking for more.
Skumon keeping the chase going. Nuke, no room really to play. The exhaust already down. Broken Blade right on top of him. They just don't have the damage. Nuke running, but Broken Blade unstoppable. He's debating. I don't think he cares about the turret. He's literally dancing on them. My God.
He doesn't need another meeting for that one. He knows that can just be a quick email. Wrap that one up.
That one could have been an email, BDS. We didn't need that one.
Već su se sad opustili opasno, gotovi mo.
The game is quickly snowballing out of control. BDS liked the slow, controlled pace. But once Corporate Mundo had put his action plan into effect...
Yeah, there was no room.
Nothing is slowing this man down.
Sorry, BDS, the rift is being downsized. There's no room for another team.
Okej, našli su bar tier 2 dole, mada koliko Jax može da uradi u ovom gemu, to je pitanje.
I mean, solo second tower gold is big. You're just throwing random terms.
Yes, I am. LeBron with a nice two-man knockup. And then Skumon and Broken Blade.
Kako pro... Nemaš šaldi carry koji može da nosi ovo. Aphelios su legitimno treba 4 itema da može da razmisli o tome da im radi damage.
What else we got?
Don't worry, they'll come. We gotta wait for a moment.
Okay.
It's an appropriate.
Kad će u tebe Mundo i Popit igraš jadnog Apheliosa s kolektorom i fazonu si momci polako.
With a win here, they pretty much locked. I'm pretty sure they have locked it.
Yeah. I'm quite confident. The BDS will lock. They lock first here. Fanatic would then be second due to the way things boil out. So then G2 do have another game against SK next week. BDS will play against Team Heretics. Yes. As long as they win, it's okay to lose to G2 here. But
yeah, so that basically BDS still have good position to get 3/4 in their group.
Their fate is in their hands.
Yes, 100%. For Heretics, that matchup is going to be a lot scarier. Herald are going to be dropped in mid lane to get a bit of damage down.
Okay, so time for the silver linings on the cloud. Oh, never mind. Oh no, the cloud's out of linings.
Ice locked up, he can't even push any buttons. Caps found the kill, Paris running. Bukata gonna leave him to die. Heel running forward. They're taking Paris for a walk. Paris continuing to run.
Ali, ja ne znam šta ću sa Parisom, viš.
Skewmon on the way. Who are they gonna give
Šta
that?
će?
Oh, there's Captain America. Just comes in with
Ako ništa, bar ga nećeš dugo gledati jer on je samo useless u ovoj partiji.
This went from playable to completely unplayable very, very quickly.
Yes, it certainly did. The gold gap is now 4.3k.
Mega brzo.
Broken Blade is monstrous on a side lane.
Okay, so it's not a good sign when I'm about to give my silver lining speech for BDS that they immediately lose 2 members. But Ice unfortunately has to delay the IE. Will pick up early armor pen again because he needs to do more damage. Nuke close now to the
Damage,
entries,
okay.
which will help.
Nema. Ice do Infinity, a čak i tad nema dovoljno attack speeda da bude relevantan, tako da i to mu je rip.
They need G2 to go on a 2016 vacation.
That is absolutely what they need to do.
Oh, hook connects.
No follow-up though. And this is the problem when you fall behind and the enemy front line is really beefy, is now that you're running out of good hook angles.
Oh yeah.
It was already tough in the context of the composition, but now it's not impossible, but it is more improbable than it was previously, as BDS just doing what they can to hold on to the tier 2s, holding the line. Again, G2 haven't stacked up too many Drakes, so at the very least, there's not an instantaneous soul. Munda with Ocean. And this is the other problem, is you need your items that kill tanks, and you need your items that reduce healing. And you can't afford either right now. Hook! Skewmon! Under the tower. He moves back into the wolves. He's fine.
He used the walls to get out. That was crazy. The tower's gonna drop. Lebrov, are you looking for an engage?
Yes, you are. Second item he is. They find it. Ice backing up. 2-man
Ma
charm.
kak.
Locked up. Hanzama doesn't
Ma
need to pull back,
kak.
but he does get pulled back into the team. And once again, it's an instantaneous hook. But now it's Rooster, determined to make the difference. Cock-a-doodle do or don't, as Lebrov is not going to let that happen.
Looking to retreat. It ends up being a 1-for-1. The 80 carries are traded.
Close call-ovi sve, ali G2 samo mnogo bolje.
Evo ga, Red Boss. 5-0 Red Boss.
Ne može, nemaju ga.
Push, yes, Berlin.
I mean, BDS, they're pushing him out right now.
Respect. I mean, he's in theory killable. Push.
He's pushing him back. That is a man on a mission. And BDS will be thwarted away from the dragon.
It's a 7k goal.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
The awkward thing is with this comp is they really need to kill him. It's kind of hard to see.
I mean, this is a nice hook. These are the type of hooks, the picks they need to find. But like, look, the wolf comes in.
Paid after.
And then they just say, you know what, we can wombo combo. Lebrov has the ball, connects the shockwave. It takes them a while though. They have to commit a lot. Hans goes pretty deep and another hook connects. Nice.
Ovo da je even ne bi bilo ni blizu s ovom kompozicijom. To je najcrnije od svega. Što je jako čudan take, da even ne bi bilo ni blizu, ali...
And I gotta say, 2 deaths for Hansama. KDA going down. Broken Blade's putting that on his performance review for sure, bro.
Oh, I mean, you can be very sure that after this meeting, Broken Blade will be having one-on-ones with everyone. The end of Q3 is
I don't know if anyone else finds this funny, but I think you're hilarious right now. Lebrov, stunned. No hook to come through. Come on. Where's the God hand at?
It's funny to me because I like to think that a bunch of like the 30-year-olds watching, they get the jokes.
Oh, they get the jokes. The laugh cry is coming in strong.
I think BDS want a meeting with Broken Blade, but do they?
Yes, they do. Bursting him down. Can they possibly kill him? He has so much.
Ne mogu, pogledaj molim.
Su oni normalni.
On ih je sam ubio sve. Ali ovo je, vi znaš koliko Sajna uživa u ovome.
Da, zašto ne igram LoL? Ja nisam taj koji u tom problemu više. Mene ovo ne brine. Ja ako tu staram Akali, Akali može se dila s Mundom, razumete priču? Samo tu starajte Akali. Oni nemaju, Aphelios nije tu star.
Oni će završiti ovdje. BB ovo je BB-eva specialty, ovo je razlog zašto je BB toliko unikatan top laner za Evropu, je što za razliku od 90% top lanera lige, on ima gejmove koje pobedi sam. On je ovaj game pobedio sam. Njegov hero i njegov laning phase i njegov fight u bottom riveru pre 7-8 minuta. Dakle, on sam pobeđuje ovakve gameove i to je BB-eva specijalnost. Vi to morate da razumete, BB je unikatan po tome.
Vratio se malo, kažem, i s tim Rexe gameom koji sam posmatrao juče, bio sam u fazonu, ok, potencijala ima, da vidimo, šta sam mi rekao danas će G2 samo da stompa 2-0, da iako se prvi game malo mučili i saplitali, iskreno, mislim da im prvi game baš nije bio toliko čist, ne bi trebali toliko zadovoljni, ali ok, brzo su se oni snapovali i iz toga vratili se na normalu, tako da ipak je to taj G2, Mi svakako kolamo program za večeras, akcija se nastavlja preku sutra u 7 sati na EBL-u. Ostalo je još malo generalno programa i leca EBL-a, regularnog dela, nakon toga idemo i na playoff. Mi se, Rale, vidimo svakako u sredu, je li tako? Tako je, mi se vidimo u sredu i u četvrtak. Toga Rale malo ide da iskulira, da se spremi za nastavak World Shine na katu Arka, što će biti sigurno jako teško da se podnese.
Tako je, hoću.
Tako da, Rale, ne znam, ili imaš nešto da dodaš, ako imaš, izvoli.
Imam nešto da dodam što ću ti napišem na Discordu i to.
Dogovorno. Ljudi, ništa, to je to. Hvala vam puno što ste gledali. Ostavit ćemo naravno intervju kao i uvek. I nakon toga kolamo program. Mi se vidimo malo kasnije na streamu gdje ćemo igrati neki TFT. Možda i LOL, ali verovatno ne. Tako da, vidimo se malo kasnije.
I hope you have more buzzwords because you're standing by with Broken Blade and the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
Hello, Broken Blade. Congrats on your victory.
Thank you.
I wish you could have heard the cast for this game, because all they were talking about was you and the market and the businessman and all the plans you had. We had a little voice come from you after you got your quadra kill that I'd like you to listen into, and maybe
it's gonna sound cringe, isn't it?
Well, I mean, cringe is like
but I like it.
Yeah? Okay, we didn't quite hear it, but... Well, anyway, speaking of weird picks, I wanted to ask you played Rek'Sai top yesterday, Mundo today. Did you think about Singed, maybe? Have you thought about that?
I'm not gonna lie, after seeing Bippo, I got inspired a little bit, you know. Bippo is a good top laner as well. Maybe I have to, you know, my coach, Dylan Falco, also played Singed before, so maybe he can teach me a little bit. So maybe in the upcoming weeks.
Okay. Sounds exciting. Speaking of the upcoming weeks, we spoke to Carsey earlier, and he told me that he thinks this is probably going to be a G2 split. He thinks you guys are the strongest team. Who do you guys think is your toughest competition?
I mean, I think KC and Fanatic are always strong. I think Koi is also always strong. They've been strong throughout the whole year. I mean, all these 4 teams. I think Fanatic crumbled. The past times, but. You know, always exciting to play against these teams, but I would say the biggest enemy is ourselves.
Wise. Well, it was lovely to have you, Broken Blade. Hope you can celebrate this victory. We're off to PGL with Lore, Odo, and Skumon. So, no, Hansama. Sorry. Enjoy.